Chapter 1208. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and entered Lost Stone Forest. Lost Stone Forest was undoubtedly a forbidden place for ordinary martial artists. If a martial artist who entered Lost Stone Forest was careless, he would be attracted by the illusory formation and trigger the killing formation. He would then be killed and die a horrible death. Logically speaking, only people from Lost Stone Forest could walk in there as though it was flat ground and disregard the illusory formations and killing formations. However, Duan Lingtian entered Lost Stone Forest as though it was flat ground as well. He disregarded the illusory formations. As for the killing formations, he avoided them from afar. Duan Lingtian's successful entry into Lost Stone Forest quickly alerted many of Emperor Wu's disciples who were guarding the entrance of Lost Stone Forest. While these Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked, they revealed themselves one after another. They were shocked because the purple-clad young man before them was not affected by the illusory formations after he entered Lost Stone Forest. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was far away from the killing formations whenever he passed by. Perhaps it was luck the first time. However, it was still the same after 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It was impossible for it to be luck. At once, the few Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of this area realized that something was amiss. One by one, they quickly revealed themselves and surrounded Duan Lingtian, who had entered Lost Stone Forest. "May I know who you are? Why have you barged into Lost Stone Forest?" Faced with this purple-clad young man who had entered Lost Stone Forest as though it was flat ground, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples did not dare to act recklessly. One of them asked politely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the few people before him nonchalantly. "Emperor Wu's disciples?" "Yes." The few of them nodded. "Bring me to Zhou Yi." Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at one of Emperor Wu's disciples. His eyes gleamed fiercely, causing the latter to shudder from the bottom of his heart. "Sir," before this disciple of Emperor Wu could speak, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. He saw Duan Lingtian's figure move, and at the same time he disappeared in front of him. He only felt a gust of wind coming towards him. When he reacted, a huge force came from his shoulder, causing his entire body to feel weak. Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Emperor Wu's disciple like a flash of lightning. He grabbed his shoulder and said coldly, "Lead the way." At this time, this disciple of Emperor Wu and the other disciples of Emperor Wu also reacted. The purple-clad young man was here to look for Zhou Yi. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Zhou Yi. He was their Lost Stone Forest's favored one. Not only was he Emperor Wu's direct disciple, but he was also Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. Where did senior martial brother Zhou provoke such a fierce person? At once, the few disciples of Emperor Wu were shocked. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian entered Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground, these disciples of Emperor Wu realized that Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. Now that they heard Duan Lingtian had entered Lost Stone Forest to look for their Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, and did not come with good intentions, they realized Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. At the very least, they could not afford to offend him. What a joke! Since this purple-clad young man dared to look for trouble with Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, it meant that he was confident in his ability. He was someone who could be compared to Zhou Yi. He could crush them with just a finger. Emperor Wu's disciple who was captured by Duan Lingtian turned pale. Although he was afraid of death, he did not dare to bring this purple-clad young man to look for senior martial brother Zhou Yi. If he did that, he would not be able to escape death. Not only that, but his family would be implicated as well. This was not something he wanted to see. Lost Stone Forest had strict rules that would implicate his family. Therefore, even if he died, he would not dare to violate Lost Stone Forest's rules. "You're not afraid of death?" When Duan Lingtian saw that Emperor Wu's disciple did not move, his eyes gleamed even more fiercely as killing intent swept out from his body. It was so oppressive that Emperor Wu's disciple's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. However, even then, he did not make any move. "Sir, please don't make things difficult for him." At this moment, another Emperor Wu's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. Our Lost Stone Forest has a rule that all of Lord Emperor Wu's subordinates are not allowed to betray each other. If anyone betrays another person, not only will they not be able to escape death, but their family will be implicated as well. For this reason, even if you kill him and kill us, we won't bring you to Senior Brother Zhou Yi. If we bring you there, it'll be equivalent to betraying Senior Brother Zhou Yi. In the end, not only will we not be able to escape death, but our family will be implicated as well. When the Emperor Wu's disciple reached the end of his sentence, he had a bitter expression on his face. Sir, I can use the communication jade slip to inform Senior Brother Zhou Yi. Soon after, another Emperor Wu's disciple spoke up. Tell him to hand over the person he took away from my Ling Tian sect. If anything happens to that person, I want him to pay with his life. When Duan Lingtian realized that it was impossible for these few Emperor Wu's disciples to bring him to Zhou Yi, he could only settle for the next best thing as he said in a deep voice. Also, tell him. My name is Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Emperor Wu's disciple did not dare to be negligent at all. He immediately threw out a communication jade slip and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The communication jade slip that was inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master was so fast that it was not something he could compare to now. After the communication jade slip was sent out, the few Emperor Wu's disciples sighed in relief when they saw that the purple-clad young man did not intend to vent his anger on them. Although they had not seen the purple-clad young man make a move until now. However, since the purple-clad young man could enter the Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Coupled with the fact that the purple-clad young man was looking for trouble with Senior Brother Zhou Yi whom they looked up to, it made them realize that the purple-clad young man was not a simple person. Due to this reason, they were glad that they were still alive. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood at the side and looked in the direction where the communication jade slip was sent out calmly. He no longer paid any attention to the few Emperor Wu's disciples before him. When the few Emperor Wu's disciples saw this, they knew they had escaped a calamity. They looked at each other and saw the luck and fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they who had calmed down began to communicate through voice transmissions. Based on what he said earlier, Senior Brother Zhou seems to have brought someone away from the Ling Tian sect. One of them was puzzled. Don't tell me it's the woman Senior Brother Zhou brought back some time ago? Another person guessed. Now that you mention it, it's possible. I was wondering why that woman was so indifferent to Senior Brother Zhou when he came back with him. As it turns out, she was really kidnapped by Senior Brother Zhou. Senior Brother Zhou is really strong. He wasn't interested in women in the past, but now that he's interested, he immediately snatched her back. The few Emperor Wu's disciples could not help but exclaim inwardly. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, a figure suddenly appeared in front of a stone house that was hollowed out from a huge rock. It was a tall and big young man dressed in black. The black-clad young man raised his hand and caught a streak of light that was shooting at him. When he opened his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand, causing his eyes to gleam. Communication jade slip. Subsequently, the black-clad young man mobilized his origin energy into the communication jade slip in his hand, and a voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Senior Brother Zhou, someone has barged into the southeastern entrance of Lost Stone Forest. He claims to be Duan Lingtian and wants you to hand over the person you brought away from the Ling Tian sect. He also said, if anything happens to that person, he'll want you to pay with your life. The voice came to an end at this point. Duan Lingtian? The person who killed Yang Chun? The black-clad young man was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, in Lost Stone Forest. When he heard the voice in the communication jade slip, he immediately knew what was going on. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, was also the sweetheart of the woman he loved. At the same time, he had also sworn using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath that he would not kill Duan Lingtian as long as the woman he loved stayed in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. I swore that I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't swear that I wouldn't cripple you. I haven't even gone to look for you, but you came knocking on my door. That's exactly what I wanted, Zhou Yi sneered, and his eyes were filled with a cold gleam. Although he had never seen Duan Lingtian before, he did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Not only did he not have a good impression of him, but he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, all of this was not because Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Chun. He did not care about Yang Chun's life or death. Even when he went to the Ling Tian sect because of Yang Chun's death, he did not go there to avenge Yang Chun. Instead, he wanted to do something to let the person who killed Yang Chun know that one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. The reason he did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian and could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian was because of the woman he had brought back to Lost Stone Forest. That was a woman he loved, a woman he could not wait to make his own. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was the woman's sweetheart. If it was not for the fact that he had sworn to not kill Duan Lingtian using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath, he would not have let Duan Lingtian live. I'd like to see, when your cultivation is crippled and your limbs are crippled, will she still like you and even admit that you're her man? As Zhou Yi muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have goosebumps when they saw the smile on Zhou Yi's face. There's a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. Duan Lingtian, since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what I'm going to do to you. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he vanished into thin air. Naturally, he did not really vanish. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was as though he had vanished into thin air. The direction Zhou Yi was heading toward was the southeast of Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian was there. He's here. Chapter 1209. Whoosh. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian noticed something, a gust of wind blew toward him, causing his purple robe to flutter loudly. In the next moment, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A figure appeared before him. It was a black figure. It was a young man dressed in black. His height was similar to Duan Lingtian's. As soon as he appeared, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he sized him up. Senior Brother Zhou. At this moment, the few Emperor Wu's followers greeted the black-clad young man respectfully. The black-clad young man was Zhou Yi, who had just arrived. He was Emperor Wu's direct disciple and also the publicly acknowledged God's favored one in Lost Stone Forest. However, Zhou Yi did not seem to hear Emperor Wu's followers who took the initiative to greet him. Perhaps, he did not even bother to respond to Emperor Wu's followers. In the eyes of Emperor Wu's direct disciple like Zhou Yi, even the Emperor Wu's disciples in Lost Stone Forest were just a bunch of obedient dogs. He might not even be willing to let Emperor Wu's followers be his dogs. In his eyes, Emperor Wu's followers were no different from ants. In his opinion, there was no need for him to respond to a few ants who took the initiative to greet him. You're Duan Lingtian? The man that Tian Wu likes? Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom in a condescending manner. After a while, he asked in a questioning tone. You're Zhou Yi? Where's Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Yi's questioning. It was as though he did not hear him at all. Not only that, but he even looked at Zhou Yi and asked in return. At this moment, he learned the identity of the person who had just arrived from the greeting of Emperor Wu's followers. It was Zhou Yi, the target of his trip. Tian Wu was taken away by Zhou Yi. Now, as he questioned Zhou Yi, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light. It was as if he had turned into a ferocious beast that was hibernating in the dark, ready to attack and kill at any time. I really don't know why Tian Wu would fall for an ant like you. However, since I've sworn that I won't kill you, I naturally won't kill you. Just like how Duan Lingtian did not reply to Zhou Yi did not reply to Duan Lingtian either. He looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze gradually turned cold as he spoke unhurriedly. I'm asking you, where is Tianwu? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw that Zhou Yi didn't reply to him where Tian Wu was. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he glared at Zhou Yi. No matter where Tian Wu is, it has nothing to do with you. From today onwards, you and her are no longer people of the same world. Finally, Zhou Yi responded to Duan Tian. However, when he replied, his tone was filled with disdain. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide whether Tian Wu and I are from the same world? Duan Tian sneered in disdain as he said coldly, moreover, if you still don't hand Tian Wu over. From today onwards, you, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, will become history. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This was the opinion of the few Emperor Wu's disciples who were watching by the side. They thought of Duan Tian. Based on Duan Tian's words, he wanted Zhou Yi, the Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's direct disciple, to become history. In their opinion, this was no different from a fantasy story. Zhou Yi was the direct disciple of the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shi. Zhou Yi's innate talent was very high, surpassing any of his direct disciples. Coupled with his diligence in cultivation, he had always been highly valued by Emperor Wu. Gradually, he became the direct disciple that Shi valued the most. Apart from that, other people might not know about Zhou Yi's strength, but they knew it very well. In terms of strength, their senior brother Zhou was only inferior to Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. Even the other direct disciples of Emperor Wu were no match for him. Make me become history? I'd like to see how a leader of a low-level first-rate force like you is going to make me become history. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Zhou Yi was stunned at first. However, he could not help but laugh. As he laughed, he did not forget to provoke Duan Tian. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of disdain and contempt mixed in. The leader of a low-level first-rate force? Zhou Yi's words clearly entered the ears of the few Emperor Wu's followers. They looked at Duan Tian with a strange gaze. This fellow is only the leader of a low-level first-rate force? To think that I thought he was strong. A leader of a low-level first-rate force would at most be slightly stronger than us, Emperor Wu's disciples. He's not even comparable to Emperor Wu's direct disciples, let alone Emperor Wu's direct disciples. A leader of a low-level first-rate force dares to look for trouble with senior brother Zhou in Lost Stone Forest? Isn't he seeking death? The few Emperor Wu's followers no longer looked at Duan Tian with fear in their eyes. Instead, it was replaced with pity. In their opinion. In terms of strength, a leader of a low-level first-rate force would never be able to compare to Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. However, senior brother Zhou seemed to have sworn not to kill him earlier. I wonder what happened between them. It seems like that's the reason why he dares to provoke senior brother Zhou in Lost Stone Forest. That must be it. Otherwise, a leader of a low-level first-rate force like him wouldn't dare to offend senior brother Zhou, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. To think that I thought he was a powerhouse on the same level as senior brother Zhou. I was too naive. The few Emperor Wu's followers' words clearly entered Duan Tian's ears. However, he did not pay any attention to it. Since you want to see, I'll show you. Duan Tian's eyes gleamed coldly when he was provoked by Zhou Yi. His body moved and disappeared before the few Emperor Wu's followers' eyes. His speed was so fast that the few Emperor Wu's followers could not even catch a glimpse of him. Duan Tian knew this very well. At this moment, if he did not show Zhou Yi the pain, Zhou Yi would not hand Tian Wu over. Therefore, he had to do something. At the very least, he had to show Zhou Yi the pain. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Tian's figure flashed out like a divine dragon as he charged towards Zhou Yi. While he was charging, he seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. A 5-colored divine dragon. 5 different colors gathered around his body and emitted waves of sharp sword intent. It was the fused profundity and sword profundity. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian was already close to Zhou Yi. He shook the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he had prepared earlier and performed his sword skill immediately. 9 dragons radiant flash. At that instant, a sword ray shot out from where the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was pointing. The sword ray split into 9 and transformed into 9 5-color divine dragons. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and shot out 18 ultimate radiant flashes. Whoosh! 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 The 18 ultimate radiant flashes tore through the sky and set off a series of whistling sounds as they targeted Zhou Yi's vital points. So fast. Since the beginning, Zhou Yi's face was calm when he faced Duan Lingtian, who was attacking him. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. However, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were charging toward him. He did not expect this at all. Duan Lingtian was able to perform such a fast attack. If his speed was any faster, it would be enough to threaten him. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi's heart jolted. In the next moment, he disappeared from his spot and dodged the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were charging toward him. When Zhou Yi appeared again, he was already in the sky far away. It seems like I've underestimated you. When Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian again, although his face was still filled with disdain, there was a hint of surprise in the depth of his eyes. It was apparent that he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to perform such an attack. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head as he stood with his sword. Soon, it gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 6 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Based on this, it could be seen that Duan Lingtian had exerted his full strength earlier. However, with his current strength and his sword skill, 9 dragons' radiant flash, Zhou Yi still managed to dodge it. Zhou Yi is stronger than I thought. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he stared at the black-clad young man before him. His expression did not change as though he was mentally prepared. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head not only surprised Zhou Yi, but the other Emperor Wu's disciples who were watching by the side were also shocked. He's actually so strong. Isn't he the leader of a low-level first-rate force? Are the leaders of low-level first-rate forces now so strong? The few Emperor Wu's disciples looked at each other and whispered to each other in shock. In their minds, such a powerhouse's ability was already above many of the Emperor Wu's disciples in Lost Stone Forest. He was comparable to many of the leaders of upper-level first-rate forces and even upper-level first-rate forces. However, according to their senior brother Zhou, he was only the leader of a low-level first-rate force. Whoosh! 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 A moment later, a series of soft sword chimes resonated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian splitting the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand into 9 swords that circled around his body and spun continuously. Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 9 swords, looked extremely ethereal. He did not look like a mortal. If that's all you've got, I'm afraid you'll have to crawl out of Lost Stone Forest today. Zhou Yi said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. Crawl out. He planned to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian and break Duan Lingtian's 4 limbs before making Duan Lingtian crawl out of Lost Stone Forest and disappear before his eyes. He believed, as long as Duan Lingtian became a stray dog, the woman he loved would definitely ignore Duan Lingtian. Chapter 12:10. Whoosh! 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 While Duan Lingtian and Zhou Yi were fighting, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from all directions. A group of people came over when they heard the sound. It's senior brother Zhou. Soon after, these people noticed one of the 2 people standing in the air in the distance. The reason they were paying attention to this person was because he was the only person they knew. There was no one in Lost Stone Forest who did not know Zhou Yi. These people were Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. They had heard the commotion and came over to watch the show. Initially, they thought it was just a small fight. They did not expect Zhou Yi to be involved. If they did not come over, they would not have believed it. Someone actually came to Lost Stone Forest to provoke Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Who is he? How dare he provoke senior brother Zhou? Isn't he seeking death? Many people had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they seemed to have concluded that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose in the fight between Duan Lingtian and Zhou Yi. Although they had seen the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head, they were still shocked. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. With such strength, he's only inferior to a few of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in Lost Stone Forest. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, he encountered senior brother Zhou, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Moreover, he's also the best direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. At the same time, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had also learned about the incident from a few of Emperor Wu's followers who were already present. They could not help but sigh. So, it's all because of a woman. Previously, I saw senior brother Zhou bringing that woman back. That woman ignored senior brother Zhou, so I guessed senior brother Zhou must have kidnapped her. I can't believe it's true. I don't know what this guy is thinking. How can he snatch that woman away from senior brother Zhou with such strength? Throwing his life away for a woman. What a fool. A group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers discussed animatedly. From their words, they all felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely going to die. You're all wrong. He won't die. At this time, one of the disciples of Emperor Wu who had been present for a long time looked at the purple-clothed young man in the air not far away and said to the group of people who had just arrived. Won't die? Immediately, the group of people who had just arrived were puzzled and confused. They didn't know why this disciple of Emperor Wu would say that. Because senior martial brother Zhou seemed to have sworn an oath not to kill him. The disciple of Emperor Wu, who had successfully whetted everyone's appetite, said. What? Immediately, the group of people couldn't help but be shocked. They never expected that their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, would actually swear not to kill this purple-clad young man. No wonder he dared to come. He knew that senior brother Zhou wouldn't kill him. At the same time, many people were enlightened. At the same time, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Even if senior martial brother Zhou doesn't kill him, he won't have a good ending. The disciple of Emperor Wu who had whetted everyone's appetite earlier said solemnly, just now, senior martial brother Zhou said, he'll cripple his dantian, break his limbs, and make him crawl out of Lost Stone Forest. Whoosh! As soon as this disciple of Emperor Wu finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked all of the disciples of Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu's followers present. In this world where the strong were revered, crippling a martial monarch's dantian was already a fate worse than death. If he were to cripple Duan Lingtian's limbs as well, he would not be giving him a way out. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. You want to cripple me? Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that were spinning continuously, his purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He stared at Zhou Yi in the distance and said coldly, you can try. Of course, I'll try. Not only will I try, but I'll also watch you crawl out of Lost Stone Forest like a stray dog. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The black robe on his body suddenly fluttered, and a vast milky white flame rose up. In just a blink of an eye, it was entangled by a few energies of different colors, emitting a terrifying aura. The energies gathered together and merged into the narrow saber in his hand. This narrow saber was the spirit weapon that he always carried with him. When he dodged Duan Lingtian's attack earlier, he had already taken out this narrow saber. It was a grade 1 spirit saber. If it was not for the boost from this grade 1 spirit saber to activate his movement martial skill, it would have been impossible for him to dodge the 18 ultimate flashes of light that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duan Lingtian had used the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons to cast the 9 dragons' radiant flash to form the ultimate radiant flare. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking to hear. If one did not have the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons to activate his movement martial skill, it would have been impossible for him to dodge the 18 ultimate flashes of light. Based on this, one could tell. Zhou Yi, who had used the Grade 1 Spirit Saber, exerted all his strength. It had already exceeded the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! As the heaven and earth energy above Zhou Yi's head stirred, he disappeared from the spot before the heaven and earth phenomenon could be consolidated. He disappeared before the eyes of all of Emperor Wu's followers. How fast! The pupils of Emperor Wu's followers who were present at the scene narrowed. Zhou Yi's speed was so fast that even they could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. In just a blink of an eye, they noticed that the afterimage was charging toward the purple-clad young man in a menacing manner. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. The moment Zhou Yi disappeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that were hovering around his body also charged out rapidly. The 9 sword rays charged toward Zhou Yi. Wherever they passed, the airflow in the air stirred, and the piercing sound was short-lived. Many of Emperor Wu's followers who had a lower cultivation base could not help but frown. This was because Zhou Yi was also charging toward Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, it was more like Zhou Yi was charging toward the 9 sword rays that were charging toward him as though he was committing suicide. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, in the face of the 9 swift sword rays that were charging toward him, Zhou Yi merely smirked in disdain. As he raised his hand, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in his hand began to tremble violently before it transformed into saber rays that filled the sky. Whoosh! 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 The saber rays crisscrossed as though they had transformed into a saber net that enveloped Duan Lingtian's 9 swift quasi-royal grade spirit swords. It was as though they were trying to restrain and suppress them. Wherever the saber net passed, the airflow would surge and set off waves of airflow. It emitted waves of raging wind that swept across the area. For a moment, the nearby boulders trembled violently. Some of the lighter boulders were even tossed around by the strong wind and only stopped when they were a distance away. It was obvious that Zhou Yi wanted to suppress Duan Lingtian's 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords in one fell swoop before attacking Duan Lingtian, who had no one to rely on. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Unfortunately, as soon as Duan Lingtian thought about it, his plan was going to fall through. In an instant, the 9 sword rays shone brightly like 9 scorching suns that were emitting dazzling light. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9 sword rays transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons that swiftly flew out and dispersed in all directions. As the saber net enveloped the area, it only restrained and suppressed more than 10 divine dragons in the area. As the remaining 60-odd 5-colored divine dragons flew out, more than 120 pairs of eyes locked onto Zhou Yi. Before Zhou Yi could react, more than 100 pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, more than 100 ultimate rays swept out and headed straight for Zhou Yi. Whoosh! Seeing that more than 100 ultimate rays were about to land on Zhou Yi's body, Zhou Yi disappeared into thin air again at the critical moment. He barely dodged the 100 ultimate rays that were sweeping toward him. Ah! No! Before Zhou Yi even showed himself, a series of shrill shrieks reverberated in the air. Some of the spectating martial emperor's disciples and followers did not manage to dodge in time and were penetrated by the hundreds of ultimate radiant lights. Some of them had their hands pierced while others had their feet pierced. Some of them had their heads pierced and hearts pierced. In just a short while, 3 of them collapsed. All of them were killed by the ultimate rays that accidentally penetrated their vital points. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, those who were lucky enough not to be injured and those who only had non-vital points pierced quickly retreated and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. In the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Is this all you've got? Soon after, a calm voice was heard. Zhou Yi appeared behind the spot where he had disappeared and retreated in time before the 100 ultimate rays landed on him. Zhou Yi dodged the 100 sword rays and was unscathed. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly gloomy. Just like what Zhou Yi had said, he had performed all the techniques that he could, but he still could not touch Zhou Yi's body. Zhou Yi's strength was very strong. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but secretly gasp. Because of this, he became a little more clear-headed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 9 sword rays returned to Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into 9 quasi-royal grade spiritual swords that revolved around his body. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he merged the 9 quasi-royal grade spiritual swords into one. Immediately after, his actions caused everyone present, including Zhou Yi, to be stunned. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put away the quasi-royal grade spiritual swords in his hand. Subsequently, he stood there empty-handed and looked at Zhou Yi calmly. What's he doing? Waiting for his death? One of the imperial martial disciples guessed. Perhaps, he's completely convinced that he could not touch senior brother Zhou even after using all his techniques earlier. He's going to wait for his death. I have to admit that he's very strong. I didn't even have time to react to the 100 sword rays earlier. Chapter 12:11. If we were a little unlucky, we would have ended up like them. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers felt chills running down their spines when they saw the corpses on the ground. At this moment, they were thankful that they survived. They were thankful that they survived. What? Have you given up on resisting? Zhou Yi, who had witnessed Duan Lingtian putting away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, thought Duan Lingtian had given up on resisting, just like the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu. At this moment, a disdainful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian with contempt. I really don't know why Tian Wu would fall in love with a piece of trash like you. However, from today onward, Tian Wu will never fall in love with you. No woman would fall in love with a man whose dantian and limbs are crippled, Zhou Yi said slowly. The mockery on his face deepened as he spoke. Subsequently, Zhou Yi wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth and interrupted himself. The reason for that was because he noticed a stone tablet with a missing corner appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand after he put away the spirit sword. The stone tablet looked ordinary, and there were words engraved on it that he did not recognize. Although he did not recognize the words, the ancient aura that was faintly emitted from the stone tablet in the next moment made him realize that the stone tablet was not simple. What's that? It seems to be a stone tablet. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who were lucky enough to survive and were standing in the distance also had their eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. He put away the sword and took out the stone tablet. Could this be his weapon as well? It should be. Otherwise, why would he do that? Perhaps, he's preparing a tombstone for himself. That makes sense. Tombstone? Stop joking. Have you ever seen a tombstone that's filled with words that are indecipherable? Many disciples of Emperor Wu and followers of Emperor Wu whispered to each other. They were all very interested in the stone tablet with a missing corner in Duan Lingtian's hands. After Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he took out a stone tablet with a chipped corner from his spatial ring. It was none other than the Devil Seal tablet that he always carried with him. The Devil Seal tombstone was his greatest trump card. Tian Wu wasn't even afraid of death for me. Today, for the sake of Tian Wu, I'll still have no regrets even if I lose my reason for utilizing the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian gripped the Devil Seal tombstone tightly as he stared at Zhou Yi in the distance. After using the Devil Seal tablet, I must kill Zhou Yi in the shortest amount of time possible and then take Tian Wu away. Otherwise, I won't be able to save Tian Wu and leave once I completely lose my reason. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and a plan was instantly formed. At once, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, is this a tombstone that you prepared for yourself because you know you're going to die? Zhou Yi ignored Duan Ling Tian's gaze that flashed with killing intent as he ridiculed with a mocking expression. However, Duan Ling Tian did not reply to him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was trying his best to stir up his emotions. He was even purposely trying to give birth to feelings of despair. All of this was to allow the Devil Seal tablet in his hand to devilify him. If he used the Devil Seal tablet directly, it would only increase his strength by 1-fold. It was equivalent to a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It was meaningless to him. Moreover, even if it was a real royal grade spirit weapon, it would not be of much help to Duan Ling Tian in his current predicament. Even if he used a royal grade spirit weapon, he would not be able to defeat Zhou Yi. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy above Zhou Yi's head had already gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 7 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were so lifelike that they seemed to have covered half of the sky. It gave off an invisible sense of oppression. Based on this, one could tell that Zhou Yi's full strength was equivalent to 7 ancient black dragon strength and 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. However, Duan Lingtian's full strength was only equivalent to 6 ancient black dragon strength and 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Even if he used a royal grade spirit weapon that could increase his strength by 1-fold, it would only increase Duan Lingtian's strength by 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was only a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. When his origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could increase his strength by 1-fold. It was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The royal grade spirit weapon could increase his strength by 1-fold. It was equivalent to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragon strength. However, even with the additional strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength, Duan Lingtian's full strength was only equivalent to 6 ancient black dragon strength and 3,200 ancient horned dragon strength. Even then, it was still incomparable to Zhou Yi. Therefore, he could only rely on the Devil Seal tablet if he wanted to defeat or even kill Zhou Yi. Unknowingly, the Devil Seal tablet had left Duan Lingtian's hand and was suspended in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it was emitting wisps of black mist. One could vaguely see a deep black liquid flowing on the surface of the Devil Seal tablet. It did not take long for the words on the tablet to be filled with the black liquid. Although the black liquid was attached to the Devil Seal tombstone, the aura it exuded still caused everyone, including Zhou Yi, to shudder. What's that? Oh my god! What kind of tablet is that? Why is it emitting black liquid and black mist? Isn't this too strange? I feel that the black liquid flowing on the tablet is terrifying. I have the same feeling as well. When the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers saw this, they retreated a distance away again, afraid that they would be affected. At this moment, they could vaguely sense the reason. The reason the purple-clad young man put away his spirit sword and took out the tablet was not because he wanted to wait for his death. Instead, he wanted to use the tablet to deal with Zhou Yi. It was obvious that the tablet was not simple. The aura it emitted became even more vast. When it swept out in all directions, some of Emperor Wu's followers who had a lower cultivation base felt suffocated. Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took a deep breath before he lifted his hand and pressed it on the Devil Seal tablet that was suspended in front of him. At this moment, the black liquid and black mist on the Devil Seal tablet seemed to have found a vent as they rushed toward Duan Lingtian's hand that was pressing on the Devil Seal tablet. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was going to use the Devil Seal tablet to devilify himself. Oh no! Zhou Yi had an ominous feeling when he saw the change in the tablet. At this moment, when he saw Duan Lingtian placing his hand on the Devil Seal tablet and the terrifying energy from the Devil Seal tablet surged into Duan Lingtian's hand, horror dawned on his face. Whoosh! When the black liquid and black mist rushed toward Duan Lingtian's hand and passed through his forearm, Zhou Yi disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi raised his hand. The saber ray on the grade 1 spirit saber in his hand shone brightly and released a vast and rolling energy that caused the air to explode continuously. At the same time, airwaves swept out and turned into gusts of raging wind that caused the surrounding boulders to roll and fly. Soon after, all the boulders in the surrounding area were swept away, leaving behind an empty space. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Zhou Yi appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, the saber ray on the spirit saber in his hand shone brightly. When the black liquid and black mist on the devil seal tablet approached Duan Lingtian's shoulder, Zhou Yi and the saber in his hand seemed to have merged into one and transformed into a gigantic saber that slashed down on Duan Lingtian's head. To be more precise, it was slashing down on the tablet that was shrouded in the black liquid and black mist in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The short-lived saber cry clearly entered the ears of the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers present, reverberating like thunder in their ears. Everyone was shocked when the saber chime faded away. Clang! This was because a thunderous explosion entered their ears, causing their eardrums to vibrate. Some of the martial emperor's followers with lower cultivation bases were even shaken to the point that blood spurted out of their ears. Boom! Ever since Zhou Yi and his saber transformed into a gigantic saber and landed on the stone tablet in front of Duan Lingtian with a loud bang, a wave of terrifying energy spread out from the point where the saber landed. This terrifying energy was the shockwave formed when the airflow in the air was compressed to the extreme and exploded. The shockwave swept out in all directions. Other than the two people in the center of the shockwave, all the boulders within a 100-meter radius around them were turned into dust. Not only that, but the ground within a 100-meter radius was also shaken to the point of cracking. Ferocious cracks appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a gigantic spider web. The expressions of Emperor Wu's disciples who were within a 100-meter radius changed drastically. As for the Emperor Wu's followers, they were sent flying. They only managed to stabilize themselves after flying for dozens of meters. At this moment, they no longer dared to stand together with the group of Emperor Wu's disciples. They stared at the gigantic saber and the purple figure in the distance. They also stared at the tablet with a chipped corner that stood between them. A moment later, the gigantic saber transformed into a man and a saber again. It was Zhou Yi who had reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Zhou Yi was staring blankly at the chipped corner stone tablet that was shrouded in black mist and flowing with black liquid. He could not regain his senses for a long time. His attack with all his might did not leave any mark on the tablet at all. Moreover, the tablet was suspended in the air. Not only did his attack that contained the strength of more than 7 ancient black dragons not move the tablet, but it did not even shake it at all. How's this possible? At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who were watching by the side also noticed this. Their eyes narrowed as disbelief filled their faces. Chapter 12:12. Heavens! What did they just see? They saw the purple-clad young man standing behind the strange stone tablet in the air. His eyes turned red in an instant, emitting waves of bone-chilling killing intent. Snap! Immediately after, a soft sound rang out. It was the sound of the hairband on the purple-clothed young man's long hair breaking. His long hair fluttered in the wind like dancing black pythons. Soon after, these black pythons began to change. To be more precise, their color began to change. The purple-clad young man's long hair that resembled dancing black pythons gradually turned purple. It was a demonic purple as though they had transformed into purple pythons. The pythons danced faster and faster. Chi! 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 Unknowingly, the purple-clothed young man's entire body was shrouded by strands of black mist. Within the black mist, there seemed to be something similar to black lightning that filled the air. Boom! A loud sound resonated. A vast, rolling shockwave surged out from the purple-clad young man and the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. It swept out in all directions. This shockwave was even more powerful than the shockwave that was produced when Zhou Yi transformed into a giant saber and slammed on the stone tablet. Boom! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, deafening explosions rang out one after another. Some of the boulders within a radius of 100 meters were either turned into powder, shattered, or sent flying. Barf. Poof. Some of Emperor Wu's disciples who were standing 100 meters away did not have time to dodge at all. In just a blink of an eye, they were enveloped by the shockwave and were blown away. Blood gushed out of their mouths as though it was free. Humph. It was not only these Emperor Wu's disciples, but even Zhou Yi was also forced to take more than 10 steps back by the shockwave before he regained his footing. He let out a muffled groan, and his pale face was extremely unsightly. Looking at the purple-clad figure in the distance who was holding the stone tablet like a devil god, a trace of fear rose in Zhou Yi's heart for no reason. The fear continued to spread, and in just a blink of an eye, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. Boom. 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 When the shockwave swept out, many people in the depths of Lost Stone Forest were alarmed. What terrifying power! This energy seems to be coming from the southeast of our Lost Stone Forest. Let's go and see what's going on. Such powerful strength, I'm afraid it has already surpassed the scope of the martial monarch stage. In an instant, not only were a large number of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers alarmed, 2 of Emperor Wu's personal disciples were also alarmed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 2 elegant figures converged together. One of them wore a blue robe and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. He was a handsome young man who looked to be in his 30s. He was extremely young. The other person was also a young man. He wore green clothes and had a cold expression. His eyes were lifeless, as if everyone owed him money. I didn't expect you to be alarmed as well. Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on. The blue-clothed young man smiled and said to the green-clothed young man. The green-clothed young man nodded nonchalantly before he disappeared from the spot with the blue-clothed young man. It was as though they had never appeared before. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, in a stone house that was hollowed out from a huge rock. The red-clothed lady who was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her peerless beauty seemed to have overshadowed everything around her. What a familiar aura. She instantly felt that the aura that swept out from afar was very familiar. The violent aura gave her a sense of familiarity. Even she did not know why. Out of curiosity, she left the stone house and headed in the direction of the aura. It was the southeast of Lost Stone Forest. In the southeast of Lost Stone Forest, a shockwave surged out of Duan Lingtian's body that had transformed into a purple-haired, red-eyed man. It swept through half of Lost Stone Forest, causing more people to gather. Most of these people were Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu. Naturally, there were also 2 of Emperor Wu's personal disciples. Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Sunday. With the arrival of the 2 Emperor Wu's personal disciples, a group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers greeted them respectfully. The blue-clothed Emperor Wu's personal disciple smiled and nodded in response. As for the green-clothed Emperor Wu's personal disciple, he had a cold expression from beginning to end. He did not bother with the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu did not care either. They had long heard of Senior Brother Sun's temper. Even if he saw the other personal disciples of Emperor Wu, he would have the same expression, let alone them. Zhou Yi? Soon, Emperor Wu's personal disciple exclaimed. The group of people who had just arrived noticed the black-clothed young man standing in the distance, Zhou Yi. It's Senior Brother Zhou. Immediately, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu could not help but exclaim. Zhou Yi was the strongest among the personal disciples of Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. They were no strangers to him. Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Sunday. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu also approached the group of people who had just arrived. They respectfully greeted the 2 personal disciples of Emperor Wu. What the hell is going on? Who is that purple-clothed young man with purple hair and red eyes? The gaze of Emperor Wu's personal disciple quickly landed on the purple-clothed young man not far away from Zhou Yi. The aura emitted by the purple-clothed young man made him feel a little oppressed. He even found it hard to breathe. Not only that, but he also realized that the energy that alarmed him seemed to have originated from this purple-clothed young man. He, just as one of the martial emperor's disciples was about to say something, a series of rolling air explosions rang in the air and interrupted him. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian, whose hair had turned purple and whose eyes had turned crimson-red, set off a series of continuous air explosions with a raise of his hand. The air explosions swept out, causing circles of ripples to appear in the air. These circles of ripples were the traces left behind by the shockwaves in the air due to the shockwaves. "We must end this as soon as possible." A solemn voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Duan Lingtian's mind. After activating the Devil Seal tablet again and successfully demonized, Duan Lingtian's body was no longer under his control. However, his consciousness was still there, so he could still affect his body to a certain extent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian suddenly lifted his head. His gaze immediately locked onto Zhou Yi, who was not far away. His red eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically when he was targeted. Facing the current Duan Lingtian, he had no confidence at all. "Elder brother Duan." At this moment, a joyful voice resonated and attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack Zhou Yi. "Tian. Tian Wu." As Duan Lingtian turned his head, he immediately saw the red-clad lady standing in the distance. The red-clad lady looked like a fire elf. It was Feng Tianwu, who had just arrived. "It's even better that Tian Wu is here. I'll kill Zhou Yi and bring Tian Wu away before my consciousness completely disappears." Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind when he saw Tian Wu. Meanwhile, with his gradually disappearing consciousness, he tried his best to control his demonized body and displayed a powerful strength that did not belong to Cloud Continent. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept out once again, causing everyone present to feel their hair stand on end. Emperor Wu's powerhouse? Emperor Wu's direct disciple's expression turned solemn. Soon after, his eyes widened. This was because he noticed the purple-clad young man with purple hair and red eyes had turned into a purple afterimage in just a blink of an eye as he charged toward Zhou Yi. "I'm afraid Zhou Yi is going to be killed." This was the first thought that popped up in his mind. Although Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's direct disciple and was slightly more powerful than him, in his opinion, it was impossible for Zhou Yi to survive in the face of someone whose strength was comparable to Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Bang! Just when most people noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air before their eyes, a deafening explosion reverberated in the air, and it shook their eardrums to the point that it hurt. All of Emperor Wu's followers had blood spurting out of their ears. Their faces were extremely pale. Even the group of Emperor Wu's disciples had a grave expression on their faces. Boom! As the loud explosion reverberated, before they could realize what had happened, a vast, rolling shockwave had swept out from the center of the explosion. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The ground, which was already cracked like a spider's web, continued to crack and spread, forming a hideous ravine. Not only that, wherever the shockwave passed, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples was forced to retreat a dozen steps. As for the Emperor Wu's followers, they were directly sent flying. Among them was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's strength was not even comparable to those of Emperor Wu's followers. She was relatively far away, so she was only lightly injured. "Master." Before most people, including Feng Tianwu, could react, 3 shouts of respect sounded almost at the same time. Zhou Yi, whose face was extremely pale, and the other 2 Emperor Wu's direct disciples who were sent flying, bowed respectfully to the tall and sturdy figure who blocked the purple-clad young man's path. The tall and sturdy figure was dressed in gray. His hair was disheveled as he stood there. He was as steady as a rock, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He had a dignified look between his brows. Although he had an ordinary appearance, he gave off an extraordinary feeling. He directly blocked the attack launched by Duan Lingtian after he was demonized. As the shockwave swept out, the the scene returned to its original calm state. However, everyone present knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Emperor Wu Xianxia. Duan Lingtian did not expect that someone would appear and block his attack on Zhou Yi just as he was about to kill Zhou Yi and rescue Tian Wu before he lost his consciousness. Duan Lingtian immediately guessed the identity of the person who appeared. Chapter 12-13. In the entire Lost Stone Forest, only Emperor Wu Xianxia would be able to block his attack after he was devilified. Although he did not unleash his full strength when he attacked earlier, it was still not something a martial monarch powerhouse could block, even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Young man, you're very powerful. The tall and sturdy Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. We're both Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, but I've never heard of you before. Who are you? Emperor Wu powerhouse? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived, including the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples with the surnames Zhao and Sun, came to a realization. So, he's really an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, including Zhou Yi, who had been present since the beginning, knew about this. The purple-clad young man before them was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. At the very least, he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse a moment ago. The reason his strength was so powerful was all because of the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. His current strength came from that strange stone tablet. If I can obtain this stone tablet, does that mean I'll be as powerful as he is now? The fear on Zhou Yi's face disappeared completely when his gaze landed on the devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was replaced by a greedy expression. It was a greed that could not wait to take the devil seal tablet for himself. Perhaps, after I obtain this stone tablet, the improvement it'll give me might be greater than his. After all, if he doesn't use this stone tablet, his strength will be weaker than mine. The more Zhou Yi thought about it, the more excited he became. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a hoarse voice when he sensed his consciousness was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. To be more precise, he sensed his consciousness being suppressed by the energy from the devil seal tablet. Then, he attacked again. Whoosh! This time, he used the devil seal tombstone in his hand and charged towards Emperor Wu. To him, Emperor Wu Xianxia was undoubtedly a huge obstacle that prevented him from killing Zhou Yi. If he wanted to kill Zhou Yi, he had to get rid of this obstacle first. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was Emperor Wu, who had hastily received another attack from Duan Lingtian. Then, a vast and rolling shockwave swept out. This time, the people who were prepared were not affected too much. However, the scene in front of them shocked everyone present. As the devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out, Martial Emperor Xianxia was sent flying like an arrow that was released from a bow, even though he managed to withstand the attack. He even threw up a mouthful of blood. Emperor Wu Xianxia only regained his footing after flying for dozens of meters. His face was green and white. It was obvious that he was injured. Silence. There was dead silence. Master. He's injured? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw the scene before him. Horror dawned on him. He did not expect his master, who was like an invincible god of war in his eyes, would be injured today. Moreover, he was injured by the leader of a low-level first-rate force that he had always looked down on. Although Master hasn't used his spirit weapon yet, isn't the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand a little too strange? Zhou Yi felt his scalp go numb when he looked at the devil seal tombstone in Duan Lingtian's hand again. At the same time, the greed in his eyes grew even stronger. At this moment, he could sense that the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was not as simple as it seemed. Master. The other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples were horrified when they saw that Emperor Wu was injured. Lord Emperor Wu. The other Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were shocked and in disbelief when they saw the scene before them. Emperor Wu, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was actually injured. Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention. Who is he? How can he be so strong? It seems like even Lord Emperor Wu doesn't recognize this Emperor Wu powerhouse. Could it be that he's a reclusive Emperor Wu powerhouse? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived guessed one after another. They were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. In the end, they all came to a consensus. Duan Lingtian was a reclusive Emperor Wu powerhouse. On Cloud Continent, there were less than 10 known Emperor Wu powerhouses. However, they had never heard of such a person among the 10. Purple hair and red eyes. He did not look like a human at all. He might be a demon emperor powerhouse. Soon after, someone guessed. Demon emperor. They were existences whose strength was not inferior to martial emperors, and they were cultivated from demon beasts. In the entire Cloud Continent, there were over 10 demon emperors on the surface. There were a few more than the known Emperor Wu powerhouses. I've only heard of a few demon emperor powerhouses, but none of them have characteristics like him. One of Emperor Wu's disciples said. You're all wrong. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had already arrived shook their heads. He's not a Emperor Wu powerhouse, nor is he a demon emperor powerhouse. Not a Emperor Wu powerhouse? Not a demon emperor powerhouse? You must be kidding. At once, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived frowned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Someone who could injure their lost stone forest Shi was not a Emperor Wu. Not a demon emperor? What a joke. Perhaps his current strength is comparable to Emperor Wu's or demon emperor powerhouses. However, before he took out that stone tablet, he's definitely not a Emperor Wu or demon emperor powerhouse. That's right. Before he took out that stone tablet, he couldn't even defeat Senior Brother Zhou. According to Senior Brother Zhou, he's only the leader of a low-level first-rate force. His current strength comes from that strange stone tablet in his hand. We've seen all of this with our own eyes. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had already arrived began to talk at once. At once, the group of people, including the 2 Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had just arrived, were all stunned. It did not cross their minds that this would be the truth. Damn it. They actually said it out loud. Zhou Yi's expression was grave. He did not expect the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived would reveal the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. This completely messed up his plan. After all, he had planned to take the stone tablet for himself after his master killed Duan Lingtian. Although his master was injured by Duan Lingtian, he was still confident in his master. This was because his master had yet to use a spirit weapon. His master's spirit weapon was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was above grade 1 spirit weapons. There were only a handful of quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in the entire Cloud Continent. It was said that it was a divine weapon that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Although there were many outstanding weapon craftsmen in the past 10,000 years, none of them could refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. He believed that once his master used the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, he would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, he would reap the benefits and take the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand for himself. He had an instinct. As long as he could obtain the stone tablet, his life would undergo earth-shattering changes. However, now that everyone knew that the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was not simple, it would be impossible for him to take the stone tablet for himself even if Duan Lingtian was dead. Even his master would be tempted by the stone tablet. As it turned out, Zhou Yi's guess was right. When the injured Emperor Wu heard the words of the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers, and learned that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, his eyes lit up and he was tempted. A person whose strength was originally inferior to his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, after using the stone tablet, would possess a strength that surpassed him when he did not use any spirit weapon? I thought you were an Emperor Wu or a demon emperor powerhouse. I didn't expect your strength to come from the stone tablet in your hand. Emperor Wu looked at the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand with greed in his eyes. Although he was an Emperor Wu powerhouse, there were very few things that could tempt him. However, if there was something that could tempt him, he would fight for it with all his might. Now, the stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand had tempted him. This stone tablet is so magical. Once I obtain it and obtain its power, I might be able to become the strongest powerhouse on Cloud Continent. At that time, those fellows will have to act according to my will. When he thought of this, Emperor Wu became even more tempted. He was eager to obtain the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. Those fellows naturally referred to the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. From today onward, the stone tablet in your hand belongs to me, Emperor Wu. Unknowingly, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Emperor Wu's hand. As soon as the 7-foot-long spear appeared, a wave of vast and rolling energy surged into it. The long spear shook, and it was earth-shattering. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred. It was caused by Emperor Wu's energy. Earlier, he had more or less understood the purple-clad young man's strength. If he did not use his spirit weapon, he was no match for this purple-clad young man. However, if he used his spirit weapon, he was confident he could defeat him. However, faced with the greedy Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Instead, he transformed into an afterimage before Emperor Wu's eyes and flew into the distance. A red-clad lady stood alone in that direction. It was Feng Tianwu. Tian Wu, come with me. I can't hold on any longer. As Duan Lingtian flew toward Feng Tianwu, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu to remind her. At that moment, he could feel that his consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. It would not be long before he was completely suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's energy. At that time, he might not even be able to regain his consciousness. It was precisely because of this that he felt the urgency of time. He had to rescue Tian Wu in the shortest time possible. As for other matters, they were no longer important. Master, he's trying to escape. Chapter 12:14. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian flew toward Feng Tianwu. His speed was so fast that only one person could see it clearly. The other 3 people could barely catch a trace of it. The person who could see it clearly was Emperor Wu. As for the other 3 people, they were the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi. As for the others, they only saw Duan Lingtian disappearing before their eyes. They only knew what Duan Lingtian was trying to do when Zhou Yi shouted, "Elder brother Duan." Feng Tianwu's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. However, she did not stay in the same spot. Instead, she flew toward the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. She did this because she could not catch Duan Lingtian's fast figure. She had no choice but to do this. When she flew out, she instantly felt a strong wind blowing toward her. She knew she had done the right thing. Her elder brother Duan was flying toward her in a straight line. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Humph. A cold snort was heard in the blink of an eye. Emperor Wu's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. His speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. When Emperor Wu made his move, he used the 7-foot-long spear in his hand to perform his movement technique. The 7-foot-long spear was a divine weapon that was passed down from 10,000 years ago. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was superior to grade 1 spirit weapons. If Duan Lingtian was in the mood to observe carefully, he would definitely notice it. The quasi-royal grade spirit spear was personally refined by Emperor Wu in his second life. As a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, the 7-foot-long spear had a 2-fold increase in strength. When the long spear shook, it was earth-shattering. It carried Emperor Wu and shot toward Duan Lingtian at a speed faster than lightning. Whoosh! Emperor Wu was so fast that it caused the airflow in the air to vibrate, leaving behind an ear-piercing sound. Boom! 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 At the same time, when Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu flew out, it caused the airflow in the air to vibrate and set off a series of thunderous explosions. If I really let you escape, I, Emperor Wu, won't have the face to stay on Cloud Continent anymore. Martial Emperor Shi Qi's cold voice resonated in the air. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook and split into 3 spear rays in just a blink of an eye as it charged toward Duanling Tian. The 3 spear lights were extremely material. Everywhere they passed, space shook and was on the verge of shattering. Whoosh! 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 The 3 spear rays was so fast that they could not be seen clearly. Even for Duanling Tian, Emperor's disciples and emperors, let alone the group's emperor's disciples and Duanling Tian's. The only person who could see it clearly was Duanling Tian, who had been devilified. Damn it! Duanling Tian, who sensed the danger and realized his consciousness was about to be suppressed, was flustered and exasperated. Emperor Wu's strength has increased so much after he used his spirit weapon. With his speed, it's impossible for me to bring Tian Wu and escape unscathed from him. At this critical moment, Duanling Tian's heart burned with anxiety. In his anxiety, his mind actually calmed down. Very quickly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's the only way. Tian Wu, this bottle of pills contains the royal grade resurrection pills. Take it and leave. Go as far as you can. As Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu, he lifted his hand and tossed a pill bottle out. It arrived in front of Feng Tianwu in just a moment and slowed down. Duanling Tian did not explain what the royal grade resurrection pills were. He did not have the time to explain. Naturally, there was no need for him to explain. This was because he had already told Feng Tianwu that one of the methods to help her recover her memory was to consume the royal grade resurrection pills. At the instant he tossed the pills out, Duanling Tian turned around quickly and lifted his hand to throw the Devil Seal tablet in his hand out. It met with the 3 swift spear rays from Emperor Wu. Clang! 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 When the 3 spear rays landed on the Devil Seal tablet, a vast energy surged into it and passed through the Devil Seal tablet into Duanling Tian's body. It caused Duanling Tian's vital energy and blood to surge, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Emperor Wu's strength is actually so powerful. If my consciousness was still here, I wouldn't be a match for him. As the vital energy and blood in his body surged, such a thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Tian Wu, leave now. Soon after, Duanling Tian turned his head to look at Feng Tianwu, who was still in a daze after she caught the pill bottle. He urged her through voice transmission again. Subsequently, his consciousness that could only hold on for a few breaths at most stopped resisting and allowed the energy from the Devil Seal tablet to suppress it. The reason Duanling Tian did this was because he knew very well that his body would be completely suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. Only when his body was completely controlled by the Devil Seal tablet's energy would he be able to unleash his devilified strength and fight martial Emperor Shi. Boom! Almost at the instant when Duanling Tian's consciousness disappeared, Duanling Tian's purple hair suddenly fluttered. The murderous aura in his crimson eyes became even more intense as a shockwave swept out from his body again. Boom! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out. The ground within a few hundred meters that was already in ruins cracked even more. The ferocious ravines seemed to have transformed into bottomless abysses. All of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were sent flying by the shockwave. Feng Tianwu was no exception. She was sent flying far away from the shockwave as well. Even the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, including Zhou Yi, were sent dozens of steps back by the shockwave. Their expressions were extremely solemn. His strength can still increase. What kind of monster is he? Zhou Yi and the other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu could sense that the purple-haired, crimson-eyed young man's strength seemed to have increased again. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu, who was blasted flying, finally recovered from her shock. An ominous premonition rose in her heart when she saw the purple-clad figure that disappeared in just a blink of an eye before reappearing and colliding with martial Emperor Shi. However, when she thought about how everything this man did was for her, she clenched her teeth and fled out of Lost Stone Forest in a flash. At this moment, she really wanted to stay and live and die with this man. However, when she thought about how this man wanted her to leave and how she would be a burden if she continued to stay, she decided to leave Lost Stone Forest first. At the very least, this would make him feel at ease. If you can't survive, I won't drag out an ignoble existence as well. Feng Tianwu made a decision in her heart when she fled. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, she would not live alone. She would always be by his side. Whoosh! However, when Feng Tianwu was about to leave Lost Stone Forest, a ghost-like figure appeared before her and blocked her path. Tianwu, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? The person who blocked Feng Tianwu was Zhou Yi. When Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu were fighting fiercely, Zhou Yi was the only one who paid attention to Feng Tianwu. When he saw Feng Tianwu was about to leave, he blocked her path. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed, but she did not say anything. She felt helpless when she faced Zhou Yi because she knew it was impossible for her to escape now. For a moment, she stood on the spot and ignored Zhou Yi. She only looked at the two figures that appeared and collided with each other. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched at the moment. Zhou Yi did not mind being ignored by Feng Tianwu. Naturally, the main reason was that he did not have the mood to care about this. The outcome of the battle between Duan Lingtian and his master was unclear. His master might win, and so might Duan Lingtian. If his master won, naturally, everyone would be happy. However, if Duan Lingtian won, it would be difficult for him to survive. Even if he tried to escape now. However, he knew it was impossible for him to escape from Duan Lingtian, whose strength was not inferior to his master. Because of this, he had his eyes on Feng Tianwu. At the critical moment, he might be able to use Feng Tianwu as a hostage to make Duan Lingtian hesitate to attack. With the speed Duan Lingtian revealed now, although it was swift to the point it was difficult for him to catch a glimpse of it, he was still confident he would be able to take Feng Tianwu's life in the instant Duan Lingtian attacked him. Although he was eager to take Feng Tianwu for himself, in front of his life, Feng Tianwu was not worth mentioning. However, Zhou Yi did not know this. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian really killed his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, even if he used Feng Tianwu as a hostage, Duan Lingtian would not hesitate to attack. This was because Duan Lingtian had completely lost his consciousness and was completely under the control of the Devil Seal Tablet's power. Currently, he was like a soulless body with only power. Only his battle instincts remained. Kill. 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 As the Devil Seal Tablet that had once suppressed many devil cultivators, the power it contained was formed from the remnant souls of violent devil cultivators. Duan Lingtian, who was under the control of such power, only had one thought in his mind. Kill all living beings in front of him. In this world, only he had the right to stand. Currently, even if Feng Tianwu was standing in front of him, he would not hold back. This was because he was no longer himself. To be more precise, his body was still his, but he was no longer the one controlling it. Currently, his consciousness was completely suppressed. It was as though he had fallen into a deep slumber. He had no idea what was happening, let alone interfere. Therefore, Zhou Yi's plan was undoubtedly a foolish one. Perhaps, he would still have a chance to escape if he fled now. This was because the current Duan Lingtian would not purposely chase after him even if he killed everyone in Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian had completely lost his mind. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a vast and rolling shockwave that swept through half of the Lost Stone Forest. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who were watching from afar felt their hearts tremble in fear. Naturally, there were also many people who were excited. This was a battle at the level of Emperor Wu. Chapter 12-15. They had lived for more than half of their lives, but it was their first time witnessing a battle between Emperor Wu powerhouses. As he waved his hand, clear ripples appeared in the air. The ground shook, and not a single piece of land remained intact. All the rocks within a few hundred meters were turned into dust regardless of their size. How did his strength increase so much in such a short time? The 7-foot-long spear in Emperor Wu's hand shook, and it came into close contact with the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again. While the vital energy and blood in his body surged, he was shocked. According to his previous judgment, Duan Lingtian's strength should be weaker than him when he used the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, the result was unexpected. If I hadn't broken through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage half a year ago, I would have definitely lost today's battle. Emperor Wu thought to himself. After the 7-foot-long spear in his hand collided with the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again, Emperor Wu borrowed the force to retreat quickly. At the same time, he studied the purple figure before him carefully. He had a feeling that this purple-clad young man seemed to be a little different compared to before. His eyes, when did they become so dim and lifeless? Right now, he's just like a walking corpse. Soon after, Emperor Wu noticed this. The purple-clad young man before him had purple hair and red eyes. At first glance, there were no changes. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that his red eyes had lost their previous luster. Only ferocity and ruthlessness remained. It was as though he had turned into a killing machine. Whoosh! The way Duan Lingtian charged toward Emperor Wu made Emperor Wu even more certain of this. A chill rose in Martial Emperor Shi Qi's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him with his purple hair fluttering in the wind and his bloodshot eyes glaring at him while holding the Devil Seal tablet that was emitting black mist. A killing machine was emotionless. It only knew how to fight based on instinct. As long as its energy was not exhausted, it would continue to fight. Emperor Wu knew this very well. Perhaps his strength was on par with the purple-clothed young man before him, and it was difficult to determine the victor between the two of them. However, if this continued, he would definitely be the loser. This was because he would get tired. He would clearly feel the pain caused by the surging blood and qi in his body every time he fought. If this continued, not only his body, but even his heart would be exhausted. No. I can't go on like this. If this goes on, I won't be able to escape death. With a shake of the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, Emperor Wu once again clashed with the Duan Lingtian. Immediately after, he borrowed the force of the collision and retreated. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to think of a solution. Now, he was completely sure. The purple-clothed youth before him had completely lost his mind. Right now, he was completely under the control of the stone tablet in his hand. The strangeness of the stone tablet caused the greed in Emperor Wu's eyes to diminish. At this time, he also realized. Although the stone tablet in the purple-clothed young man's hand could greatly increase one's strength, it also had extremely frightening side effects. The side effect was that it would turn one into an emotionless killing machine. Subsequently, a scene that caused the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, to be dumbfounded appeared at the southeast side of Lost Stone Forest. They discovered that their master, Emperor Wu, was actually running away. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed figure with purple hair and red eyes was chasing after their master like a shadow, causing their master to be in a wretched state. He did not have the bearing of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu at all. Master, is running away? Don't tell me Master can't defeat him? Emperor Wu's direct disciple with the surname Zhao muttered to himself with a horrified expression on his face. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples also heard his muttering. Lord Emperor Wu can't defeat him? No way. Senior brother Zhao said so. We can't see Lord Emperor Wu's movements clearly, but as a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage, senior brother Zhao must be able to capture some of it. His words shouldn't be wrong. Then, does this mean Lord Emperor Wu is really running away? He's running away from the leader of a low-level first-rate force? At once, all of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers were in an uproar. In their opinion, the most unbelievable thing had just happened. Lord Emperor Wu, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was actually running away from the leader of a low-level first-rate force. Wait a minute. Soon after, the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had their eyes fixed on the scene, including Zhou Yi, felt their hearts jolt. They discovered that their master wasn't running away. Instead, he was luring the enemy in. To be more precise, he was luring the purple-clothed figure toward the killing formation. The illusory formation in Lost Stone Forest was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It was nothing to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the killing formation in Lost Stone Forest was personally set up by a Emperor Wu stage inscription master whom their master had hired. It was extremely powerful. Although it was difficult to kill a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, it was still able to interfere with him to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian, who was completely controlled by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet, would, naturally, not take the initiative to avoid the killing formation. All he knew was to kill Emperor Wu, who was standing in front of him. He would not let him go. Therefore, when Emperor Wu lured him into the range of the killing formation, he entered it. As soon as he entered the killing formation, a wave of vast energy swept from all directions. It shrunk rapidly toward Duan Lingtian as though it was going to crush him. The energy was extremely powerful. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage would be crippled if he did not die. Boom! 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 The terrifying energy from the killing formation came from all directions and blasted Duan Lingtian's body. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand rose into the air and arrived above his head. A layer of light extended and shrouded his body. Boom! 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 The overwhelming attack landed on the light shield formed by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. It caused the light shield to tremble slightly as though it was not under any pressure at all. Roar! Duan Lingtian, who was being protected, seemed to have sensed the dangerous situation he was in. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar like a wild beast. At that moment, his purple hair fluttered rapidly as though it had transformed into purple pythons that danced continuously. Each of the purple pythons seemed to be letting out a silent roar. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned extremely red as though blood was about to drip out of them. Then, he made his move. His hand was as fast as lightning. It followed the vast energy that surged from all directions like a shadow. Before the energy could hit the light shield, he shattered it one by one. Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly superfluous in the eyes of most people. Everyone present could see that. The light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian from the Devil Seal tablet was not afraid of the energy from the killing formation at all. Now is the time. Just when everyone was speechless by Duan Lingtian's action, Emperor Wu, who had successfully lured Duan Lingtian into the killing formation, finally made his move. Whoosh! The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook. A terrifying energy wrapped around the spear body as though it had transformed into a dragon that was coiling and moving at high speed. Then, it shot out like lightning. The spear seemed to have the help of the gods. It seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might as it ruthlessly landed on the light shield formed by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Boom! With a loud bang, the light shield shook. As the energy on the 7-foot-long spear was depleted, a gap appeared on the light shield. It was a gap the size of 3 adult fists. Whoosh! Just as the gap began to fill up by itself, Emperor Wu made his move. His palm swept out and landed on Duan Lingtian's body through the gap. To be more precise, it landed on Duan Lingtian's dantian. Bang! In an instant, Duan Lingtian's dantian was shattered. Then, like a balloon bursting, the origin energy in it spilled out as though it was worthless. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, destroy his dantian. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's expression changed abruptly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was in a state of madness, only the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, saw the speed of Emperor Wu's attack. His dantian has been destroyed. The outcome has been decided. Emperor Wu's direct disciple with the surname Zhao sighed in relief as a bright smile appeared on his face. His dantian was destroyed. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers felt as though they were dreaming. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The purple-clad young man who could fight with their Lost Stone Forest's Lord Emperor Wu had his Dantian destroyed by Lord Emperor Wu. Humph. He's digging his own grave by coming to our Lost Stone Forest to look for trouble. That's right. Our Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu is a famous figure in the entire Cloud Continent. How can he fight with Lord Emperor Wu? He's overestimating himself. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers did not forget to mock Duan Lingtian when they saw that the situation was one-sided. They had mocking smiles on their faces. However, the smiles on their faces froze soon after. This was because what happened next was completely out of their expectations. According to their imagination, Duan Lingtian's Dantian was destroyed. He would not be able to fight anymore and would be killed by their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu. However, that was not the case. As Duan Lingtian's Dantian was destroyed by Emperor Wu's palm strike, the origin energy in his Dantian was completely drained away. The Dantian that had lost all of its origin energy was suddenly shrouded by the black mist on his body. Subsequently, the black mist rapidly twisted and formed a black whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. Boom! At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet above Duan Lingtian's head trembled. A terrifying shockwave swept out and sent Emperor Wu, who was close to Shi, flying. Barf! Emperor Wu, who was sent flying, turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. How's this possible? I've destroyed his Dantian. Chapter 12:16. The whirlpool formed in Duan Lingtian's Dantian was like a beast opening its bloody mouth as it swallowed all of the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. During this process, waves of vast and majestic aura rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It continued to spread out, causing everyone including Shi and Emperor Wu to shudder. This energy was powerful and domineering. What kind of energy is that? Emperor Wu's face turned grave. He could feel that the rising energy from the purple-clad young man before him seemed to have exceeded the scope of his understanding. In a place where no one could see, which was Duan Lingtian's Dantian. Waves of black energy that entered Duan Lingtian's Dantian continued to gather in the middle of his Dantian. In the end, it condensed into a black flame that emitted a deep soul aura. All of a sudden, the fluttering violet hair on Duan Lingtian's head slowly fell down to land on his shoulders, and his crimson-red eyes seemed to have lost some of its ruthlessness. Subsequently, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Emperor Wu. With just a glance, Emperor Wu was filled with dread as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's action stunned everyone present. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Emperor Wu, he disappeared before everyone's eyes as though he was never there. So fast. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Emperor Wu's eyes could not help but narrow in shock. He realized that with Duan Lingtian's current speed, even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear and flew at full speed, he still would not be able to catch up to him. Although Duan Lingtian's departure was sudden, Emperor Wu sighed in relief. He had a feeling. If Duan Lingtian, whose Dantian had undergone a transformation, attacked him, he would definitely die. So fast. The two Emperor Wu's direct disciples with the surname Zhao and the surname Sun were shocked. They realized that when the purple-clad young man disappeared this time, they could not even catch a trace of his movements. Zhou Yi also realized this, and his face turned extremely grave. However, his eyes lit up again very quickly. This was because he realized that when Duan Lingtian left, not only did he not bring the lady who was standing nearby with him, but he also did not bring the mysterious stone tablet that gave him such a powerful energy. However, Zhou Yi's face turned gloomy again very quickly. This was because he realized that the stone tablet was in the hands of his master, Emperor Wu. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to obtain the stone tablet now. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tian Wu stood at the side, and her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with worry. She had seen the transformation on Duan Lingtian's body from the beginning until the end. Although Duan Lingtian did not bring her along when he left, she did not blame Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but she was also worried about Duan Lingtian's current situation. She knew that something must have happened to Duan Lingtian that she did not know about. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's red clothes fluttered as she prepared to leave Lost Stone Forest to chase after Duan Lingtian. However, she was quickly stopped by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi said nonchalantly, "Don't forget our agreement. If you run away now, I don't mind making a trip to the Ling Tian sect and annihilating the entire Ling Tian sect." Feng Tianwu's expression changed when she heard Zhou Yi's threat. She said in a deep voice, "You've seen what elder brother Duan is capable of. How dare you provoke me and the Ling Tian sect? Aren't you afraid of death?" "Humph." Zhou Yi snorted disdainfully. "I admit that the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier is very powerful. However, that's the strength that was given to him by the stone tablet. Now that he's lost the stone tablet, do you think I'll be afraid of him even if he makes a comeback?" Zhou Yi had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, without the stone tablet, Duan Lingtian was not a match for him at all. He could kill him with just a flip of his palm. Although Feng Tianwu was extremely furious, when she thought about how much the Ling Tian sect meant to her elder brother Duan, she suppressed her anger in the end. "I hope you won't regret this." In the end, Feng Tianwu glanced at Zhou Yi coldly before she turned around and left. She returned to the stone house that she was staying in. Regret? I, Zhou Yi, don't know what regret is. Zhou Yi smiled disdainfully before his eyes landed on the devil seal tablet that was left behind by Duan Lingtian in Emperor Wu's hand. A greedy expression appeared on his face. All of the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu, including the other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were staring at the devil seal tablet in Emperor Wu's hand just like Zhou Yi. That stone tablet gave them too much of a shock. It allowed a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was weaker than Zhou Yi to possess the strength to fight with their lost stone forest's Emperor Wu. Not only that. Even if the person who used the stone tablet to raise his strength had his Dantian destroyed, not only would he be able to display powerful strength, but he would also be able to fly. In their opinion, it was truly inconceivable. In a place extremely far away in the east of Lost Stone Forest. Whoosh! A purple figure moved at an extremely fast speed and left Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had just left Lost Stone Forest. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still maintained his appearance after devilification. He had purple hair, red eyes, and a blank expression on his face. He looked like a walking corpse. "Kid, you're really bold. You're much stronger than I was back then. You've absorbed the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet into your body 3 times with the body of an innate stage martial artist. You really don't want to live anymore." In Duan Lingtian's mind, a loud and clear voice that was full of energy suddenly sounded out. "Humph. If I didn't gather my soul and rebirth to absorb the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet, you would have died a long time ago. However, you don't have to thank me. You used the Devil Seal tablet 3 times. You can consider it as helping me gather my soul and rebirth. We're even now." The owner of the loud and clear voice couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. He was like a chatterbox. "However, you still owe me a life. If I didn't stop you from attacking that little fellow at the innate void restoration stage in time, your soul would have been destroyed a long time ago. You better believe me. Your soul is on the verge of collapsing after the exhaustion. If you dare to recklessly use the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet again, your soul will definitely be destroyed. Once your soul is destroyed, this saint will be forced to accept this broken body of yours. This saint doesn't want this broken body of yours. Remember, you owe this saint a life. In the future, you must find a superior body for this saint. I don't ask for much. I just want the body of a direct descendant of the dragons." The chatterbox continued to talk as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. "That's right. I forgot that you can't hear me anymore. However, it's been so many years since I last spoke. It's really satisfying to talk so much now. Let the remaining soul remnant energy in your body bring you to a place to rest first." I'll then absorb it and let your suppressed soul recover. If I absorb it now, you'll definitely fall to your death. At that time, it'll be over for both of us. You better believe me. You're now a cripple with a crippled dantian. It's really embarrassing for your dantian to be crippled by a little fellow at the innate void restoration stage. The chatterbox continued to talk tirelessly. He could not stop at all. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian could not hear him now. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lost Stone Forest regained its peace. The destroyed stone forest in the southeast was also restored to its original state. It was as if it had never been destroyed. The group of Emperor Wu's followers was very efficient when they made their move. Although the destroyed stone forest was repaired, the incident that happened 3 days ago was destined to be unforgettable for the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who were present that day. The purple-clad young man with purple hair and red eyes would occasionally appear in their minds. It caused their scalps to go numb as chills ran down their spines. The purple figure had become their nightmare. Whoosh! On this day, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Lost Stone Forest. It was a sturdy old man dressed in a red robe. The old man had a grayish-white beard, and his long grayish-white hair was scattered on his shoulders and back. It was not tied up with a hairband. A gust of wind blew, and the red robe on the old man's body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing flame. It made him look like a fire god had descended. Without warning, the red-robed old man disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Lost Stone Forest. As for the illusory formations and killing formations in Lost Stone Forest, they were completely ignored by him. He walked into Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground. Who's that? The red-robed old man's appearance quickly alerted many of Emperor Wu's followers. A group of Emperor Wu's followers appeared and surrounded the red-robed old man. There was a hint of dread on the faces of these Emperor Wu's followers. They were a little scared in their hearts. Could this old man be a freak like the purple-clad young man from 3 days ago? Based on the current situation, both of them seemed to be quite similar. At the very least, when they entered Lost Stone Forest, it was as though they were walking on flat ground. They completely ignored the illusory formations and killing formations. Huh! The red-robed old man who was frowning when he saw the group of Emperor Wu's followers in Lost Stone Forest suddenly seemed to have noticed something. His eyes lit up right away. Fire spirit body? Subsequently, he exclaimed softly before vanishing before the group of Emperor Wu's followers. Whoosh! The moment the red-robed old man disappeared, the group of Emperor Wu's followers felt a gust of wind blowing toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest. *T. He's gone in. At once, all of Emperor Wu's followers had a change of expression. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A powerhouse has broken in. A powerhouse has broken in. At once, the group of Emperor Wu's followers flew out and flew at full speed toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest. They shouted anxiously, trying their best to warn Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers in the depths of Lost Stone Forest. Chapter 12:17. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house that was completely hollowed out. It was a muscular old man in a red robe. It was the red-robed old man who had just entered Lost Stone Forest. You used to have the fire spirit body? At this moment, the old man was looking at the stone house before him with gleaming eyes. His tone was solemn as though he was talking to the air. How did you know? Almost at the instant the old man's words left his mouth, the stone house's door opened automatically. A figure that looked like a fire spirit appeared before the old man's eyes. It was a lady in red. The lady had a peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Good, good, the old man studied the red-robed lady before him and kept saying good. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was. What's your name? The old man asked the red-robed lady, who was also Feng Tianwu, kindly. You haven't answered me. Feng Tianwu did not answer the old man. Because I used to have the fire spirit body too. The old man replied with a smile, you can say that we're the same type of people. You used to have the fire spirit body too? Feng Tianwu was a little surprised when she heard the old man's words. Although she had lost her memory, she had learned about the fire spirit body from the man she liked a long time ago. She also knew that it was all thanks to that man that she was able to get rid of the fire spirit body. As for how difficult it was for an ordinary possessor of the fire spirit body to break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body exploding at the age of 30 was something she knew very well from that man. Since the old man before her could get rid of the shackles of the fire spirit body, it meant that he was not an ordinary person. Only people with the same innate spirit body can sense each other. Don't you think I'm very close to you? The old man asked with a kind smile on his face. I think so, a little. Feng Tianwu nodded. She realized that apart from that man, she was extremely cold to everyone else. However, not only was she not cold to this old man whom she met for the first time, she even started chatting with him. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our lost stone forest? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out like a thunderclap, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to turn grim. She hurriedly looked at the red-robed old man before her. Leave quickly. The people here aren't to be trifled with. You're very kind. The red-robed old man smiled and nodded in satisfaction. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he turned around and looked at a young man who was rushing over from not far away. The young man was dressed in black and was tall. He was currently glaring at the red-robed old man and said coldly, Old man, do you know the consequences of trespassing on our lost stone forest? The black-clad young man was none other than Zhou Yi. Consequences? I'm very curious, what are the consequences? The red-robed old man calmly looked at Zhou Yi and asked. Since you're curious, I'll tell you. The consequence is death. Zhou Yi didn't expect that the red-robed old man would dare to talk back to him. He flew into a rage and shouted. His entire body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward the red-robed old man. Be careful. Zhou Yi's speed was too fast. Even if Feng Tianwu wanted to save him, it was too late. All she could do was cry out in alarm. Boom! Soon after, a loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by waves of rolling airwaves that turned into gusts of strong wind that blew the surrounding boulders. Especially the stone house that Feng Tianwu lived in, it was directly destroyed by the rolling airwaves. The stone house was originally formed by hollowing out a boulder. Compared to the boulder, it was much weaker. Barf. Then, Feng Tianwu saw Zhou Yi was sent flying backward like an arrow that was released from a bow. He continued to spit out blood along the way and looked extremely wretched. On the other hand, the red-robed old man stood there without moving an inch. It was as though nothing had happened to him. You're Emperor Wu. Finally, Zhou Yi came to a halt and looked at the red-robed old man with a grave expression. Only a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could take his attack head-on without moving an inch. Your ability is considered pretty good among the martial monarch stage martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that brat Shiqi's direct disciple, right? The red-robed old man asked calmly as he glanced at Zhou Yi indifferently. That brat Shiqi? The moment the red-robed old man's words left his mouth, not only was Zhou Yi dumbfounded, but even Feng Tianwu was shocked by him. This old man addressed the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, as a brat? You. Senior, who are you? As Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple, Zhou Yi was extremely good at observing people's expressions. At that moment, he realized he might have kicked an iron plate, so he asked anxiously. The red-robed old man ignored Zhou Yi's question and said loudly, Shiqi brat, you're really arrogant. Do you want me to invite you out? The red-robed old man's voice that contained origin energy swept through the entire Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire Lost Stone Forest was in an uproar. Shiqi brat? Oh my god. Who's the person who spoke? He actually addressed Lord Emperor Wu as a brat? If he's not here to look for trouble, then he's most likely Emperor Wu's senior. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu's followers who were chasing the red-robed old man into the depths of Lost Stone Forest stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Don't tell me that the old man who addressed Lord Emperor Wu as a brat is the same old man from earlier? One of the martial emperor's followers asked as he swallowed his saliva. Apart from him, there shouldn't be a second old man in Lost Stone Forest. It should be him. Another Emperor Wu's follower said. Soon after, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who were charging toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest turned around and returned to the place where they were patrolling. At this moment, they realized something. They could not afford to offend the red-robed old man. Senior Qi Hua. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu appeared not long after the red-robed old man spoke. After Martial Emperor Shi Qi appeared, he bowed respectfully at the red-robed old man. This scene stunned Zhou Yi and Feng Tianwu who were standing at the side. Even the other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples who heard the news were stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them and could not regain their senses for a long time. Shi Qi, judging by the speed you displayed earlier, you've made a breakthrough? The red-robed old man, Qi Hua, whom Martial Emperor Shi Qi referred to as, asked as he sized Martial Emperor Shi Qi up with interest. Senior Qi Hua, you have a good eye. Emperor Wu smiled and nodded before asking, Senior Qi Hua, when did you return to Cloud Continent? When did he return to Cloud Continent? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, Feng Tianwu looked at Qi Hua in confusion. This old man was not from Cloud Continent? As for Zhou Yi, his expression changed instantly. He's a powerhouse from outside Cloud Continent? I just returned, Qi Hua replied. He then looked at Zhou Yi and said nonchalantly, Shi Qi boy, your direct disciple is quite strong. Upon hearing Qi Hua's words, Zhou Yi did not wait for his master to react. He hurriedly bowed humbly and apologized respectfully. Senior Qi Hua, I didn't know your identity earlier. Please forgive me for offending you. Zhou Yi, what did you do? At this moment, Emperor Wu finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhou Yi and asked in a deep voice. Master, I mistakenly thought Senior Qi Hua was an outsider who trespassed into our Lost Stone Forest, so, Zhou Yi did not finish his sentence, but Emperor Wu could roughly guess what had happened. Senior Qi Hua, please forgive my disciple for offending you. Emperor Wu followed suit and bowed respectfully to Qi Hua. There was a hint of respect between his brows. It's just a small matter. Qi Hua shook his head, indicating that he would not take it to heart. After a while, he said, I returned to Cloud Continent this time mainly to remind all of you. That matter has been brought forward by a year. You can start preparing now. A year? Emperor Wu was slightly surprised. Senior Qi Hua, why is that so? I don't know the exact reason. I'm just a messenger. Now that the message has been delivered, it's time for me to leave, Qi Hua said calmly. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the red-clad lady standing next to him, Feng Tianwu. I'd like to take this little girl with me. You don't have any objections, right? Qi Hua asked as he stared deeply at Martial Emperor Shi Qi. Of course, I don't have any objections. Emperor Wu quickly responded. Put aside the fact that Feng Tianwu was not related to him, even if she was his direct disciple, as long as Qi Hua asked, he would transfer her to Qi Hua. When Zhou Yi heard that Qi Hua wanted to take Feng Tianwu away, although his expression was slightly grave, he did not dare to do anything. Qi Hua was someone even his master, Emperor Wu, feared. Naturally, he did not dare to offend him. Girl, come with me. With your innate talent, you shouldn't be buried here. Qi Hua said to Feng Tianwu. It was obvious he thought Feng Tianwu was Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. I can go with you. However, you have to help me kill them. Feng Tianwu said slowly as she looked at Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi. Huh? Qi Hua was stunned. Then, He looked at Martial Emperor Shi Qi and Zhou Yi. When both of them felt goosebumps rising on their skin, he asked curiously, "How did they offend you?" He thought the red-clad lady next to him was Emperor Wu's direct disciple as well. However, it seemed like that was not the case. They deserve to die. Feng Tianwu said coldly. Senior Qi Hua, Martial Emperor Shi Qi wanted to say something when he saw Qi Hua sizing him up. However, he was interrupted by Qi Hua. Don't you think it's better if you kill them with your own strength? Qi Hua asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Chapter 12:18. Feng Tianwu remained silent as she looked at Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi. She seemed to be thinking about something. Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi's expressions changed when they noticed Feng Tianwu's complicated gaze. They were worried that the lady before them was determined to get Qi Hua to kill them. They did not think Qi Hua would reject her based on his attitude toward her. Hand over the stone tablet. Feng Tianwu looked at Emperor Wu and said in a deep voice. Stone tablet. Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Naturally, he knew what the stone tablet was. It was none other than the stone tablet the purple-clad young man left behind when he left 3 days ago. The stone tablet was mysterious and strange. It gave the purple-clad young man a power that made his heart palpitate. He had been studying the stone tablet for the past 3 days but to no avail. However, he had a strong feeling that he would definitely gain something if he continued to study it. Although he was sure the stone tablet would make people lose their minds, he could not help but be tempted when he thought about the terrifying power the stone tablet gave the purple-clad young man. However, the lady before him wanted him to hand over the stone tablet. He hesitated. It was impossible not to hand it over. It was because Qi Hua was here. However, he was unwilling to hand it over. Just as Emperor Wu was feeling conflicted, a familiar voice entered his ears through voice transmission. Master, I have a way to help you protect the stone tablet. Emperor Wu's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. He could tell that the voice belonged to Zhou Yi, who was standing beside him. What is it? Emperor Wu asked immediately. Although he had already made plans for the worst-case scenario. Now that he heard there was a way to protect the stone tablet, his mind was instantly filled with excitement. Master, how about this? Zhou Yi transmitted his voice to Martial Emperor Shi Qi through voice transmission. All right. We'll do as you say. I forgot that you have a highly retentive memory. Emperor Wu replied through voice transmission. A hint of joy could be seen in his eyes. Shi Qi, this girl wants something from you. It means she's planning to kill you in the future. If I were to kill you now, she wouldn't need anything from you at all. Everything will belong to her after you die. Although Qi Hua did not know what the stone tablet the lady beside him wanted from Emperor Wu was, his expression darkened when he saw Emperor Wu hesitating, and a hint of anger could be heard in his voice. If it was not because of the relationship between him and Emperor Wu, it would not be convenient for him to kill him personally. He would not have given the lady beside him such a suggestion. He would have suggested that she would kill Emperor Wu and his master in the future. Naturally, if Feng Tianwu insisted to kill him. This was because in his opinion, Feng Tianwu was far more important than Emperor Wu. In front of Feng Tianwu, the relationship between him and Emperor Wu was not worth mentioning at all. Senior Qi Hua, I've placed the stone tablet in my cultivation place. How about I make a trip there and retrieve it? Emperor Wu could hear the anger in Qi Hua's voice. He could not help but shudder. Go. Qi Hua said nonchalantly. Yes. Emperor Wu hurriedly replied and left immediately. After Emperor Wu left, Zhou Yi glanced at Qi Hua. A hint of awkwardness could be seen between his brows. Senior Qi Hua, I'll go and have a look as well. Without waiting for Qi Hua's reply, he hastily left and followed after Emperor Wu. For a time, only a group of Emperor Wu's disciples, Emperor Wu's followers, and 2 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were left at the scene. Who is this red-robed old man? Even Master is so respectful to him. This is truly inconceivable. This is unbelievable, one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples muttered. The other Emperor Wu's direct disciple did not say anything. However, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the old man. As for the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers, they were stunned. They did not regain their senses for a long time. After a long time, although many of them regained their senses, they did not dare to say anything. It was as though they were afraid they would anger the red-robed old man if they said something wrong. What a joke! Even their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu had to bow and greet this red-robed old man humbly when he saw him. Their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu was like a mouse that had seen a cat when he saw him. "Where are you bringing me?" Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Qihua. "A place outside of Cloud Continent. It's a vast world. There's a better cultivation environment there. I'll do my best to give you the best cultivation resources." Qihua said with a burning gaze, "Your innate talent is much more powerful than mine." As a former possessor of the fire spirit body, it was easy for Qihua to sense Feng Tianwu's innate talent. Her innate talent was much more powerful than his. "You want me to acknowledge you as my master?" Feng Tianwu asked again. "That's right." Qihua nodded with a smile before he said, "In my entire life, I've only accepted 3 direct disciples when I was still on Cloud Continent. Now, there's only one left." A hint of sadness could be heard in Qihua's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. "Just because I used to possess the fire spirit body?" Feng Tianwu asked. "That's right." Qihua nodded before he said solemnly, "Although you've gotten rid of the fire spirit body, your body has been modified to have a body that's close to the fire attribute. As long as you cultivate the fire attribute cultivation method, your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds." Qihua's eyes were filled with passion when he reached the end of his sentence. He said, "I have a feeling that your future achievements will surpass mine. I can acknowledge you as my master, and I can also leave with you. However, before that, I hope you can promise me one thing." Feng Tianwu said. "Tell me." The more Qihua looked at Feng Tianwu, the more satisfied he was with her. Even if Feng Tianwu had a request, he would agree to it without hesitation. While Qihua and Feng Tianwu were talking, Shiqi and Zhou Yi were standing opposite each other in a stone house that was excavated from a gigantic rock in the Shiqi Emperor Wu's cultivation place. "Zhou Yi, hurry up and memorize the words and veins on this stone tablet. I'll go look for a stone that looks similar to this stone tablet. When the time comes, you can forge an identical stone tablet. I'll pass it to Senior Qihua." Qihua raised his hand and handed a stone tablet with a chipped corner to Zhou Yi. Then, he disappeared into thin air again. He and Zhou Yi planned to forge an identical stone tablet and pass it to Feng Tianwu, who had Qihua as her backer. Although it was easy to forge an exact copy of the steel, it would still take a long time to do so. After all, it was just a look. It would take a lot of verification. However, Qihua did not have that much time now. However, Zhou Yi was born with a photographic memory. As long as he looked at something carefully, it would be as though it was engraved in his mind. Therefore, as long as he memorized the words and veins on the stone tablet, it would only take him a moment to forge an identical stone tablet. Zhou Yi was the one who came up with the idea of swapping the stone tablet. Naturally, Zhou Yi did not come up with this idea for his master, Shiqi Emperor Wu. It was for himself. "Master, I'm sorry. I want this stone tablet as well." Zhou Yi looked at the stone tablet in his hand. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Then, he raised his hand, and another stone tablet appeared in his other hand. At first glance, it was identical to the stone tablet in his hand, whether it was the size, the words, or the veins. Even the missing corner was exactly the same. I originally planned to wait for the best opportunity to swap the stone tablet, but I didn't expect even God to help me. This stone tablet left behind by Duan Lingtian belongs to me, Zhou Yi, from today onwards. Zhou Yi's hand shook as he put away the stone tablet that was given to him by Shiqi Emperor Wu. As for the other stone tablet that he had forged long ago, he held it in his hand and looked at it as if it was real. At this moment, Martial Emperor Shiqi, who went out to look for the stone, did not expect his direct disciple had already memorized all the features of the stone tablet 3 days ago with his photographic memory. Not only that, but he also spent a lot of effort to find a suitable stone and forge it into a stone tablet that was exactly the same as the stone tablet. A fake devil seal tablet. Whoosh. After a few breaths, Emperor Wu returned with a huge stone in his hand. Zhou Yi, if you can pass off the fake as the real thing this time, Master will definitely treat you well. Thank you, Master. Zhou Yi took the stone and hurriedly responded. However, his heart was filled with disdain. So what if he did not treat him badly? He was still unwilling to give the stone tablet to him. Fortunately, he had obtained the stone tablet using his own method. After taking the stone, Zhou Yi raised his hand and a saber appeared in his hand. Whoosh! 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 The saber rose and fell. In just a dozen breaths, a stone tablet that was identical to the devil seal tablet appeared in his hand. Master, what do you think? Zhou Yi asked with a smile as he passed the two fake devil seal tablets in his hand to Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu did not know that the real devil seal tablet had been swapped. After comparing the two devil seal tablets, his eyes lit up immediately. They're exactly the same. They're exactly the same. If I didn't know this stone tablet was real, even I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Emperor Wu sighed as he looked at the fake devil seal tablet that had been swapped by Zhou Yi and the fake devil seal tablet that Zhou Yi had just forged. Master, quickly pass this fake stone tablet to that woman. I won't be going with you. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation from now on to raise my cultivation base so I can share your burden. Chapter 12:19. All right. Emperor Wu nodded and did not suspect anything. Then, he disappeared before Zhou Yi's eyes. From the beginning until the end, he did not suspect Zhou Yi at all. Naturally, this was also because he did not expect Zhou Yi to have prepared a fake devil seal tablet long ago and was waiting for an opportunity like today to swap it for a fake one. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was enough to describe the situation he was in. As for him, he was none other than Mantis. Zhou Yi took a deep breath when he saw Emperor Wu leaving. His face was filled with excitement. However, he calmed down soon after. Now, I must leave Lost Stone Forest and find a place where Master can't find me to comprehend the tablet that Duan Lingtian left behind. Zhou Yi thought to himself as he moved and left Lost Stone Forest immediately. After leaving Lost Stone Forest, he headed north as fast as lightning. He did not dare to stop for even a moment. I must leave far away before Master finds out that the tablet is fake. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape death. It was precisely because of this pressure that Zhou Yi fled with all his might. Although he was the direct disciple that Emperor Wu valued the most. However, Martial Emperor Shi Qi would not be merciful because of this. Emperor Wu's dignity was not to be trifled with. Nobody in the huge Lost Stone Forest, including Emperor Wu, knew about Zhou Yi's departure. Senior Qihua. Emperor Wu returned to Qihua and Feng Tianwu with the devil seal tablet that Zhou Yi had just forged. He passed it to Feng Tianwu. Is this it? Qihua asked. Feng Tianwu nodded. She did not notice that the devil seal tablet was fake and immediately put it away in her spatial ring. If that's the case, I'll go with you to look for your elder brother Duan. Qihua said to Feng Tianwu. Thank you, Master. Feng Tianwu quickly thanked him. This was one of the conditions for Feng Tianwu to become Qihua's disciple. Qihua smiled in satisfaction before he left with Feng Tianwu. The two fiery red figures disappeared before Martial Emperor Shi Qi's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Martial Emperor Shi Qi heaved a sigh of relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Soon, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. That stone tablet is finally left behind. Humph. As long as I understand that stone tablet, I won't be afraid of you, Qihua. After muttering to himself, Emperor Wu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. As an Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent, Shi Qi had his own dignity. Although he had to act subservient because of Qihua's strength, he still felt his dignity was being trampled on. Master. Master. At this moment, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had been watching by the side came to Shiqi's side. They had a puzzled expression on their faces as they asked about the red-robed old man's background. When Qihua was still on Cloud Continent, I was Emperor Wu's disciple under his command. At that time, I was only a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist, and he was the high and mighty Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed as he said slowly, "Whoosh." The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples were shocked. It did not cross their minds that their master, the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, was Emperor Wu's disciple under the red-robed old man. "Master, you're Emperor Wu's direct disciple under his command?" One of Emperor Wu's direct disciples asked. "No." At that time, in his eyes, I'll never be able to compare to his 3 direct disciples. That's why he never took me as his direct disciple. Emperor Wu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of resentment in his tone. Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples were instantly petrified. That red-robed old man actually looked down on their master in the past and was unwilling to take their master as his direct disciple? He must be regretting it now. I'm afraid he never imagined that you'd be able to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become the high and mighty Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. One of Emperor Wu's direct disciples said. It's true that he didn't expect me to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. However, he doesn't regret it. This is because his 3 direct disciples had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage earlier than me. Emperor Wu said again. Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples fell silent. At the same time, they also realized how terrifying the red-robed old man was. The 3 direct disciples had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage earlier than their master, Emperor Wu. Just how terrifying was he himself? This was something that they found hard to imagine. On Cloud Continent, in the mountains near a big city near the central area of the inner land, a figure descended from the sky and landed in a valley filled with lush flowers and plants. The figure landed and stood in the valley. Wisps of black mist emanated from his body as he emitted a terrifying aura. It caused the birds in the valley to fly away. Some wild beasts and fierce beasts even fled in all directions. It was a purple-clad young man. Unlike ordinary people, he had an extremely bewitching purple long hair. It fluttered in the absence of wind like purple pythons. It gave people a bone-chilling feeling. Apart from that, his eyes were also different from ordinary people's. They were completely red. At this moment, he looked like a bloodthirsty Shura who had crawled out from hell. It's been 3 days, and I finally found a decent place. At this moment, a loud and energetic voice resonated in the purple-clad young man's mind. Now, it's time to absorb the remaining soul energy in this boy's body. However, after I've finished absorbing the soul energy, this boy won't be able to use it anymore. What a pitiful boy. As the voice left his mouth, the black mist around the purple-clad young man standing in the valley quickly retracted. In the end, it completely retracted into his body and went straight to the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, he was stunned on the spot. He did not move for a long time. However, his long purple hair and blood-red eyes were gradually fading. In the end, they returned to the black hair and eyes of a normal human. 15 minutes later. I've finally finished absorbing. This boy's soul is actually damaged. He won't become an idiot, right? Soon after, the loud voice resonated again. However, it was no longer energetic this time. A damaged soul could be a big or small matter. If it was a light one, he would lose his memory. If it was a serious one, he would become an idiot and never wake up again. He would become a living dead. Strange, this is really strange. What kind of monster is this boy? His soul is actually repairing itself. Based on this speed, it'll be completely repaired in 3 to 5 years. The loud voice resonated again. This time, it was filled with energy again. At this moment, the purple-clad young man who was originally standing in the valley with a dull expression and a dull gaze finally moved. That pair of dull eyes of his suddenly had a glimmer of light. His dull and pale face finally regained some color. The purple-clad young man gently stretched his numb body. Then, he opened his hands and muttered to himself with a dull expression, Who am I? Who the hell knows who you are? Almost at the same time, a loud voice resonated in his mind. It shocked him so much that his expression changed drastically. Who are you? Why are you in my body? The purple-clad young man's eyes narrowed. Panic was written all over his face. Why are you panicking? If I wanted to harm you, you would have died countless times. You heartless boy. If it wasn't for me, you would have been dead. The loud voice sounded dissatisfied. You said. You saved me? When the purple-clad young man heard this, he frowned and shook his head vigorously. I think. I can't remember. It's normal. Boy, your soul is damaged. It'd be strange if you remembered everything. The loud voice resonated. Damaged soul? The purple-clad young man's eyes narrowed again. My soul is damaged. Although I don't remember who I am, and I don't remember you saving me. According to my remaining memories, a damaged soul doesn't seem to be a good thing. Nonsense. Of course, it's not a good thing. The loud voice said snappily, however, since you know that a damaged soul isn't a good thing, it means that you haven't completely lost your memories. You've just selectively lost them. Selective memory loss was also known as selective amnesia. Of course, this selection was not made by the person himself. I seem to remember. Fused profundity, sword profundity. Where's my origin energy? The purple-clad young man frowned as the five-colored energy and sharp sword energy rose from his body. It was as though he had discovered something was amiss. Your dantian is crippled. Naturally, the origin energy accumulated in your dantian is gone. The loud voice resonated again. My dantian is crippled? When the purple-clad young man heard this, he frowned and muttered to himself, this doesn't seem to be a good thing. However, it seems like a crippled dantian can be easily repaired. Easy my ass. In this small mortal continent of yours, the best healing pills are only acquired pills. Without innate pills, you want to repair your dantian? You must be dreaming. The loud voice was filled with disdain. Innate pills? This doesn't seem to be called an innate pill. Let me think. I think it's called a royal grade resurrection pill. Yes. It's a royal grade resurrection pill. As the purple-clad young man muttered to himself, a pill bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the pill bottle and poured out pills one by one into his hand. The medicinal fragrance permeated the entire valley, attracting many birds, wild beasts, and fierce beasts. However, although they came, they did not dare to get close to the purple-clad young man. This was because the five-colored energy and the invisible sword energy on the purple-clad young man's body gave them a strong sense of oppression. They did not dare to take even half a step closer to him. Innate pills. Chapter 12:20. The purple-clad young man glanced at the 10 pills in his hand and threw them into his mouth without saying anything. He chewed a few times and swallowed them. A cow chewing on peony. A loud voice scolded. It was obvious he could not stand the way the purple-clad young man swallowed the pills. Boy, you're just a mortal stage martial cultivator from the mortal continent. Where did you get the innate pills from? Soon after, the loud voice asked again. Mortal stage martial cultivator? The purple-clad young man was confused. He asked in confusion, what's that? Hermph. A mortal stage martial cultivator refers to a martial cultivator like you who hasn't transcended the mortal realm. Mortal stage martial cultivators are divided into acquired stage martial cultivators and innate stage martial cultivators. The loud voice said. I've never heard of it. The purple-clad young man shook his head. Then it should be because the cultivation levels in your mortal continent are different. How are the cultivation levels here divided? The loud voice asked. Cultivation levels? The purple-clad young man frowned as though he was thinking seriously. After a while, his eyes lit up as he said, I remember now. The cultivation levels are divided into 10 levels: body tempering stage, core formation stage, origin core stage. Wait a minute. Before the purple-clad young man could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the loud voice. It said impatiently, I'm too lazy to listen to you about the 10 levels. Just tell me, what stage do the martial cultivators here have to cultivate to before they can fly in the air? Fly in the air? The purple-clad young man pondered for a moment and muttered, I remember now. They have to cultivate to the void-prying stage before they can fly in the air. After they break through to the void-prying stage, they seem to have to be struck by lightning. That's the 6-9 heavenly tribulation from the heavens. The loud and clear voice said angrily, then it lowered its voice. In that case, when the martial cultivators here break through from the postnatal stage to the innate stage, they'll break through to the void-prying stage. If I'm not mistaken, the void-prying stage here should be equivalent to the innate essence refinement stage in the Tao martial saint land. This level of martial cultivator is the lowest level of the innate stage. The loud voice said slowly. What's the innate essence refinement stage? The purple-clad young man asked curiously. It's the lowest level of the 6 innate stage martial saint land. The loud and clear voice said. 6th level of the innate realm? The purple-clothed youth was rather curious about this. Humph. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, starting from the void-prying stage, including the void-prying stage, there should be 6 stages in this mortal continent of yours, right? A loud voice asked. Yes. The purple-clothed young man nodded. After the void-prying stage is the void initiation stage, followed by the void interpretation stage, void transformation stage, martial monarch stage, and emperor Wu stage. That's right. The void-prying stage is what you call it in the mortal continents. In the Tao martial saint land, the void-prying stage is equivalent to the innate essence refinement stage, the lowest level amongst the 6 innate stages. Regardless of whether it's a martial cultivator or a Tao cultivator, after entering the Xiantian realm, one has to go through the 3 stages of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and refining spirit into void before one can transcend mortality and become a saint. In the Tao martial saint land, the 6 innate stages are the innate essence refinement stage, the innate energy transformation stage, the innate energy refinement stage, the innate deity transformation stage, the innate spirit refinement stage, and the innate void restoration stage. If I'm not wrong, these 6 realms should correspond to the 6 cultivation levels you mentioned just now. The essence is the same, but the names are different. The resonant voice said. Just like that fellow who crippled your dantian and took your devil seal tablet, he's an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. In your world, it should be something like the Emperor Wu stage. The resonant voice continued to say. Crippled my dantian? When the purple-clad young man heard this, he had a confused expression on his face. Then, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned ferocious. The 5-colored energy and sword energy that rose from his body suddenly became turbulent. Whoosh! 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 As the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared above the purple-clad young man's head, the birds, wild beasts, and fierce beasts that gathered in the valley fled as though they were flying. In just a blink of an eye, they had disappeared. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. Their auras were like rainbows as they looked down on heaven and earth. On the cloud continent, the strong are revered. Crippling someone's dantian is enough to make them wish they were dead. Do you know who crippled my dantian? I can't remember. The purple-clad young man asked coldly. Didn't I tell you? It's a fellow at the innate void restoration stage. Although he's weak, you're even weaker. Even if your dantian wasn't crippled, under normal circumstances, you're still no match for him. The resonant voice resonated in the purple-clad young man's mind again. No matter what, I'll remember this grudge. One day, I'll let him have a taste of having his dantian crippled. The purple-clad young man said through gritted teeth. Although there were many things that he could not remember, the grudge of having his dantian crippled was unforgettable. Also, You haven't told me who you are. Why are you inside my body? The purple-clad young man asked quickly. Humph. You won't know who I am even if I tell you. However, I still have to thank you. If you didn't use the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet, if your Dantian wasn't crippled, causing the Devil Seal tablet to lose control, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be heard in his resonant voice. It was dread toward the Devil Seal tablet. Devil Seal tablet? What's that? The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, who had come here after leaving Lost Stone Forest. Although he had regained his consciousness, he had lost most of his memories due to his incomplete soul. At this moment, he was asking the voice that resonated in his mind with a confused expression on his face. You've used the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet time and time again, but you still don't know what the Devil Seal tablet is? The resonant voice paused for a moment before continuing. I almost forgot that you've lost a part of your memory. It seems like you can't remember anything about the Devil Seal tablet for the time being. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about the Devil Seal tablet from the owner of the resonant voice. He also learned that the Devil Seal tablet had been forgotten by him before he lost his memory. Why didn't you let me take such a powerful thing away? Duan Lingtian asked in slight anger. Because I hate it. The resonant voice replied in a simple manner. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless at once. How should I address you? Duan Lingtian asked after a moment of silence. My surname is Wang, and my name is Ba. What do you think? Isn't this name very domineering? The owner of the resonant voice, who was Wang Ba, asked proudly. Tortoise? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded as realization dawned on him. Brat. It's Wang Ba, not Tortoise. You're pissing me off. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm only left with my soul, I'd definitely kill you. Wang Ba said in exasperation. It's Tortoise. Duan Lingtian said innocently. He did not think there was any difference between the two. It's Ba as in Ba. Wang Ba's voice sounded like he was clenching his teeth. Alright, why are you shouting? You're still called Tortoise after all. Duan Lingtian frowned and said in slight displeasure, Tortoise, do you know who I am and what my name is? Although I'm gradually recalling some things, I can't remember who I am. I don't know. Wang Ba said angrily. Don't you know that I've used the Devil Seal tablet 3 times? You were in the Devil Seal tablet, so you should know me very well, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Humph. This saint only noticed it when you used the Devil Seal tombstone. This saint has no idea what happened during normal times. Do you think I know what happened outside when I was sealed by the Devil Seal tablet? Wang Ba snorted and said in annoyance. Then what should I do now? I've even forgotten who I am. My Dantian has been repaired. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he realized his Dantian had been repaired. Moreover, there was even a wisp of origin energy that was condensing into a core in his Dantian. Core formation stage. I just remembered something. It seems like it's related to my previous cultivation base. I was a 4th level martial monarch stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian muttered as he raised his hand. He shook his hand, and faint origin energy appeared and transformed into a 5-colored energy in just a blink of an eye. Then, it transformed into a 5-colored 3-foot-long blade that exuded an extremely sharp aura. This seems to be the fuse profundity and sword profundity. After consuming a bottle of royal-grade resurrection pills, not only was Duan Lingtian's Dantian completely repaired, but the speed at which he recovered his lost memories had also increased. Boy, where did the innate pill that you consumed earlier come from? It's only been a short while, and your soul's recovery speed has increased by so much. If this continues, you won't even need 3 to 5 years. At most, you'll be able to fully recover in a year. Wang Ba said in surprise. Bastard, can you leave my body? Duan Lingtian did not answer Wang Ba. Instead, he frowned and said. He did not like having someone hiding in his body. Boy, do you think I want to stay in your body? As though he could hear the displeasure in Duan Lingtian's voice, Wang Ba said snappily, isn't it because I have nowhere else to go that I'm borrowing your body as a host? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for me, you would have been suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's soul remnant energy, and your soul would have been destroyed. You should know that I could have taken over your body back then and let your soul turn into ashes. Wang Ba said. However, there was one thing he did not mention. The reason he did not take over Duan Lingtian's body was that he looked down on Duan Lingtian's body. I see. In that case, I should thank you. Duan Lingtian mumbled as he nodded in realization. Of course, you should thank me. Wang Ba said. Yes. Thank you, bastard. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked him in all seriousness. Boy, I'll say it again. My name is Bastard, not Wang Ba. No, my name is Bastard, not Wang Ba. That's not right either, Chapter 12:21. I know you're called Wang Ba. You don't have to remind me. Duan Lingtian frowned and interrupted Wang Ba. He was getting impatient. Wang Ba realized that he had misspoken again and again. He did not continue to harp on this topic because he knew that it would only make things worse. Wang Ba changed the topic. Kid, I don't want you to thank me verbally. I want you to thank me with actions. Actions, understand? Actions? What actions do you want me to use to thank you? Duan Lingtian asked. Actually, it's just a small matter. Just help me find the body of a descendant of the dragons. Wang Ba said with a casual look on his face, as if it was a very simple matter to find the body of the direct descendant of the dragon clan. A descendant of the dragons? What's that? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You'll know in the future. Promise me first. Wang Ba said. Between his words, there seemed to be a hint of conspiracy. However, Duan Lingtian did not notice this and immediately agreed. All right. I'll help you find the body of a descendant of the dragons. Then, you'll leave my body, right? Of course. Do you think I like to stay in your body? Wang Ba said impatiently. If he had a choice, he would not want to stay in this kid's body. Sigh. I can't remember who I am now. I can't remember who I know other than you. Duan Lingtian sighed. Now, where should I go? Kid, there's a city in the east. I suggest you go there and take a look. Maybe you'll meet someone who knows you. Wang Ba said. Of course, he was just saying it casually to comfort Duan Lingtian. All right, I'll go now. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, he prepared to soar into the air and fly toward the east. It was a pity that he couldn't fly up. Kid, don't forget that your dantian has just been repaired, and your cultivation hasn't recovered to the congenital stage. Wang Ba reminded. Only martial artists who had entered the innate stage could fly. This was the iron law of the Tao martial Saint Land and the three great mortal continents, including Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, those who had just entered the congenital realm were known as the void prying stage. When I remember who destroyed my dantian, I will definitely make him die a horrible death. Duan Lingtian was furious. Now, he couldn't fly even if he wanted to. He could only run. Fortunately, the city was not far from the forest. With his speed, he could see a small black dot in front of him. The small black dot continued to grow in size until it finally turned into a city, a magnificent city. This city was like a huge demonic beast hibernating there. Looking from afar, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. There were martial artists going in and out of the city from time to time. Duan Lingtian's arrival did not attract the attention of these martial artists even though he was not flying in the air like the others. Instead, he was walking on the ground. After all, anything could happen on Cloud Continent, and all kinds of people could appear. Duan Lingtian? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter the city, a surprised voice came from behind him. The voice was getting closer and closer. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about the owner of the voice. It was not that he did not want to care. It was just that the person did not know that he was Duan Lingtian. Soon after, two figures landed in front of Duan Lingtian almost at the same time and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian. The two figures were two young men. One was dressed in red while the other was dressed in blue. The red-clad young man looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him. "You're calling me?" Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when two identical young men suddenly appeared in front of him. When he heard the red-clad young man looking at him and calling him Duan Lingtian, he was stunned. Could it be that this red-clad young man knew him? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Wang Ba, who was in Duan Lingtian's body, or to be more precise, Wang Ba's soul, could not help but mutter to himself. "Duan Lingtian, You can't not recognize us, right?" The red-clad young man was stunned. "I know you." Duan Lingtian had a blank expression on his face before he muttered, "I don't remember." "Also, you called me Duan Lingtian earlier?" "I'm Duan Lingtian." You even forgot your own name?" The red-clad young man was completely dumbfounded. As for the blue-clothed young man standing beside him, the blue-clothed young man who had been silent all this time, his originally expressionless face also showed a bit of astonishment at the right time. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded before he shook his head and said blankly, "I've lost part of my memory." "In that case, I'm Duan Lingtian." "Of course. You're Duan Lingtian, the one and only Duan Lingtian." The red-clad young man nodded. "I can't remember both of you. Did I know both of you before I lost my memory?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the two identical young men in front of him. "You can't even remember your own name, how can you remember us?" The red-clad young man shook his head and smiled wryly. "However, I'm sure you knew us before you lost your memory. I'm Nangong Yi, and he's Nangong Chen. We're twins. You don't remember us, but do you remember the Five Elements sect? The Five Elements sect in the eastern district of the northern desert." The red-clad young man introduced himself and the blue-clad young man next to him. At the same time, he added, "You can be considered to have met us in the Five Elements sect. Our master is the sect leader of the Five Elements sect." "Nangong Yi? Nangong Chen? I can't remember." Duan Lingtian frowned and shook his head. "Duan Lingtian, Just when Nangong Yi wanted to ask Duan Lingtian why he lost his memory, a thunderous roar interrupted his words. "Nangong Chen. Nangong Yi." This thunderous roar came from behind Duan Lingtian. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he could not help but be stunned. "Someone's calling for you." Then, Duan Lingtian looked at the Nangong brothers. "Duan Lingtian, if that person catches up to you and asks you anything, just say you don't know us." However, Duan Lingtian soon noticed that Nangong Yi's expression had changed. Then, Nangong Yi hurriedly greeted him and flew into the city ahead with Nangong Chen tacitly. It was as though they were hiding from the god of plague. Only then did he recall that he and Nangong Chen were being pursued by an old man. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they completely forgot about this matter. A moment later, a ghostly figure appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a black robe. His entire body was covered by the black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. He gave off an extremely eerie feeling. Although the old man's face could not be seen clearly, Duan Lingtian could see his eyes that were gleaming fiercely. The old man looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he followed Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi into the city. His body was emitting waves of eerie killing intent. Huh? Duan Lingtian couldn't regain his senses for a moment. "Boy, it's not easy to meet someone who knows you. Don't tell me you want them to be killed?" At this moment, Wang Ba's voice resonated and woke Duan Lingtian up. At once, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly flew into the city and followed the old man in black robes from afar. Divine Dragon Transformation. Swoosh. As Duan Lingtian ran, the five-colored energy wrapped around his body. It was as though there was an invisible sword in front of him. It was as though he had turned into a 5-colored divine dragon. Although he had lost part of his memory, he subconsciously performed the movement martial skill that he had mastered. In an instant, he was getting closer to the old man in black robes. In the north of the vast city, there was an uninhabited area. It was a wasteland that had been abandoned for a long time. Usually, very few people would come here. Today, there were 2 young men who were facing a life and death crisis. Nangong Chen. Nangong Yi. Today, the 2 of you will definitely die. The old man in black robes moved like the wind. It was as though he had turned into a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi's speed was far slower than the old man in black robes. Oh no. When Nangong Yi sensed that the sound of the wind was getting closer, his expression changed drastically. Even Nangong Chen, who was usually serious, had an ugly expression. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the old man in black robes stood in front of the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. He hovered in the air and looked down at the 2 of them. He said disdainfully, "Do you think that the 2 of you can escape?" When the old man in black robes appeared before them, the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi's expressions changed. At the same time, despair appeared on the 2 of their faces. They had escaped for so many days. Today, they would not be able to escape. Whoosh! Just as the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were prepared to face death, a figure rushed in front of the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi like the wind. He looked at the old man in black robes calmly. Duan Lingtian? When the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi saw the purple figure that suddenly appeared before them, they were stunned. They had not expected Duan Lingtian to follow them. It should be known that the danger that they were facing now could implicate him at any time. They are useful to me. You. Get lost. Duan Lingtian Chen spoke. His tone was calm, but there was no room for doubt. Boy, I let you go just now. Since you don't know how to cherish it, I'll take your life now. The old man in black robes was surprised by Duan Lingtian Chen's appearance. However, he soon had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Wait. Just as the old man in black robes was about to attack, Nangong Yi stopped him. This is between you and us. It has nothing to do with him. Let's go. On the other hand, Nangong Chen was even more straightforward. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him and asked the Duan Lingtian to leave. The 2 of them were unwilling to implicate Duan Lingtian because of their own matters. Chapter 12:22. Nangong and his brother had long known that Duan Lingtian was very talented in martial Dao. Now that he had come to the inner land, it meant that he was quite powerful as well. However, being powerful did not mean he could deal with the black-robed old man before them. The black-robed old man was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Both of them had a fortuitous encounter since they came to the inner land. Currently, they were only at the 5th and 6th level martial monarch stage. They were far from being comparable to the black-robed old man. They did not even think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them, let alone the black-robed old man. Therefore, they did not want Duan Lingtian to be dragged into this. Both of you can't even protect yourselves, and you still have the time to care about other people? What a joke. The black-robed old man sneered. Then, his black robe fluttered, and he seemed to have transformed into a black bat as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boy, I'll let you know the price of meddling in other people's business. His speed was so fast that Nangong Yi could not react at all. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Nangong Chen, who was standing in front of Duan Lingtian. He lifted his hand and injured Nangong Chen before knocking him away. The difference between the 7th level martial monarch stage and the 6th level martial monarch stage was obvious. Barf. After Nangong Chen was knocked away, horror dawned on his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at the black-robed old man again, he noticed that the black-robed old man had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He slapped his palm out, and the spirit weapon glove shone brightly as though it was assisted by God. Boom! 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 The black-robed old man slapped his palm at Duan Lingtian. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the air to ripple. The rolling airwaves turned into gusts of strong wind that blew Duan Lingtian's purple robe and black hair. Watch out! At once, horror dawned on Nangong and his brother. They cried out at the same time to warn Duan Lingtian. Now, it was already too late for them to rescue him. Above the black-robed old man's head were 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons. He struck out a palm strike with a ferocious momentum towards Duan Lingtian. It was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. Even at this point, Duan Lingtian still had no intention of dodging. As he stood there, strands of faint origin energy appeared on his body and permeated the surface of his body. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it. This bit of origin energy drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, converging into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. First level of the core formation stage. It was also Duan Lingtian's current cultivation. First level of the core formation stage. Not only was the black-robed old man stunned when he saw the strange phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head, but even the Nangong brothers were dumbfounded. How was this possible? Nangong and his brother were in disbelief. They could not believe that everything in front of them was real. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. When a martial artist makes a move, even if it was only a trace of origin energy, it would be able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense a phenomenon that corresponded to their cultivation. Now, Duan Lingtian's origin energy suffused the surface of his body and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This undoubtedly indicated his current cultivation. First level of the core formation stage. However, in their memories, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a first-level core formation martial artist no matter what. A first-level core formation martial artist shouldn't appear here. And in a flash of lightning, the black-robed old man's face was filled with ridicule and contempt. The palm strike that struck towards Duan Lingtian finally landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded out. Accompanying the explosion were waves of rolling airwaves. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into gusts of raging gales that caused the surrounding rubble to swirl into the air. When the explosion sounded out, the expressions of Nangong and his brother were extremely unsightly. Although they didn't know why Duan Lingtian only had a cultivation at the first level of the core formation stage, when they thought about how Duan Lingtian had to face the full-force strike of a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist with such a cultivation, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive. However, the bloody scene that they expected didn't appear. The scene before them caused the expressions of Nangong and his brother to abruptly change. In the end, it became extremely interesting. They saw the violet-clothed Duan Lingtian standing there. Unknowingly, a 5-colored light barrier had appeared on his body, and the light barrier emitted waves of fierce aura. As for the black-robed old man's palm, it was tightly pressed against the 5-colored light barrier that had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. Waves of vast energy gushed out, and it seemed as if it would never stop. However, every time the vast energy attacked, it wasn't able to leave the slightest mark on the 5-colored light barrier. Slap. 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 At this moment, with the black-robed old man's feet as the center, numerous savage cracks spread out. They were densely packed together, and it was as if they had formed an enormous spider web. The cracks continued to spread, and it continued to spread out over tens of meters before stopping. On the other hand, the ground beneath Duan Lingtian's feet was flat, and it wasn't damaged in the slightest. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Just when the black-robed old man's eyes were filled with terror and he wanted to say something, his pupils that were enveloped under his black robe abruptly constricted. It was because he saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes spiraled down as they looked down upon the heavens and earth. Beside them, the two ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed so tiny. Humph. At the same time, the black-robed old man groaned in pain. The five-colored light barrier on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly expanded, and it instantly enveloped the black-robed old man's hand that had struck out, twisting it apart and causing blood to drip out. So what if you're an ant? I can still trample you under my feet. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang out, and then he casually threw out a punch. The vast five-colored energy turned into the shape of a sword in the blink of an eye, and ruthlessly landed on the black-robed old man's lower abdomen. Bang! A loud sound was heard, as if a balloon had burst. The black-robed old man's dantian continued to release waves of rolling origin energy, and in the end, it disappeared without a trace. You destroyed my dantian. The black-robed old man, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian, had a drastic change in expression. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Duan Lingtian, as if he couldn't wait to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. Boom! The black-robed old man, who was sent flying like an arrow, finally landed heavily on the ground and struggled to get up. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in the air before him. It was a purple figure. Duan Lingtian had rushed to the black-robed old man's side at his fastest speed. He lifted his leg and stomped on the black-robed old man's chest, sending him back to the ground. 5 ancient black dragon strength? After a while, Nangong finally turned around. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the purple figure in front of him in disbelief. At that moment, he only felt that the purple figure was so tall. Nangong Chen was shocked as well. His face, which had been cold all along, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The purple-robed young man, whose strength was above them back then, was actually above them after they had had a fortuitous encounter. It seems that his fortuitous encounter is even more exaggerated. At that moment, Nangong Chen only had that thought in his mind. He had originally thought that his fortuitous encounter was already exaggerated enough, but he had never expected that he couldn't compare to the purple-robed young man before him. I'll leave him to you guys. Duan Lingtian stepped on the black-robed old man. Five-colored energy continued to surge out from his feet and shattered the energy that rose from the black-robed old man's body. Although the black-robed old man's dantian was destroyed, the profundity that he had comprehended was still there. Upon hearing that, Nangong Yi's eyes lit up. He flew to the front of Duan Lingtian and looked down at the black-robed old man. He sneered, "Shuigui, I can't believe that you'll have such a day. Nangong Yi, ask him to let me go. I'm willing to give you everything that I obtained from that place. I don't have my cultivation base now, so I'm no longer a threat to you." The black-robed old man was being stepped on by Duan Lingtian. He was a little out of breath as he begged with great difficulty. "Wouldn't those things be mine after I kill you?" Nangong Yi smirked in disdain. Then, under the black-robed old man's desperate gaze, he landed his palm and ended his life. Subsequently, Nangong Yi put away the black-robed old man's spatial ring and profundity fragment before passing them to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, thank you. If it wasn't for you today, Nangong Chen and I would have died for sure." Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony as he put away the spatial ring and profundity fragment. He nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How much do you guys know about me? Let's find a restaurant and sit down before we talk." Nangong Yi suggested. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, the two brothers, Duan Lingtian and Nangong, walked into a restaurant together. They asked for a private room on the second floor and sat around a table. "Actually, we don't know much about you either." After they sat down, Nangong Yi said, "Back then, we met in the Five Elements sect. At that time, Nangong Yi patiently told Duan Lingtian everything he did when he was still in the Five Elements sect. "Do you have any recollection of these?" In the end, Nangong Yi asked. "I can't remember." Duan Lingtian shook his head. No matter if it was the Wood Peak Elders, or even the Peak Master of the Wood Peak, he could not remember at all. After that, we left the Five Elements sect with the sect leader and headed to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There, you obtained the profundity fragment and handed it over to the sect. Nangong Yi continued. After the battle at the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you didn't return with us. Instead, you left with your friends. I think you went back to your hometown. Nangong Yi continued. Hometown? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. You know where my hometown is? I don't know. Nangong Yi shook his head, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to dim once again. He originally thought he could follow the clues from his hometown and find out everything about him. Why did you lose your memory? Nangong Chen, who had not spoken since the beginning, finally spoke. I'm not too sure either. It seems like my soul was injured. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had only found out about the reason his soul was injured from Wang Ba. He could not recall it for now. Kid, what's the hurry? With the recovery speed of your soul, it'll recover to its original state in a year at most. At that time, you'll naturally know everything you want to know. Chapter 12:23. Oh, right. Nangong Yi seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, what was with the origin energy you released earlier? Why did you only use the heaven and earth energy to condense two ancient mammoth silhouettes? My Dantian was destroyed by someone, and it was just repaired not long ago. Because of that, my current cultivation base is only at the first level core formation stage. Duan Lingtian spoke truthfully. His tone was extremely casual, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Nangong Yi and Nangong Yi were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. His Dantian was destroyed? And it was repaired? Duan Lingtian, you're not joking, right? How can a destroyed Dantian be repaired? Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disbelief. You don't believe me? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw the doubt on Nangong Yi's face. It's not that I don't believe you. I just find it unbelievable. Nangong Yi said. Why don't I destroy your Dantian and repair it for you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Nangong Yi's Dantian. I believe you. I believe you. Nangong Yi panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian's words. At the very least, he no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian on the surface. He was really afraid Duan Lingtian would destroy his Dantian. Even if a destroyed Dantian could be repaired, one would have to cultivate from the beginning. Just like Duan Lingtian, he was only at the first level core formation stage now. Your Dantian is destroyed, but you can still mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. The 6 monarch stage profundities you've comprehended are at the 8th level on average? Nangong Chen asked as his eyes gleamed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had displayed had 5 colors. Nangong Chen had mistaken it for 5 different profundities. As for the last one, it was naturally the sword profundity. I'm not too sure. I think so. Duan Lingtian said with a frown. Should be. When the Nangong brothers heard this, they were speechless. Was there anyone who didn't know what kind of profundity they had comprehended? However, on second thought, they remembered that before Duan Lingtian met them, he didn't even know his name, so they were relieved. Duan Lingtian, after all, had lost a part of his memory. Duan Lingtian, there are many good things in the spatial ring that Shuegui left behind. You can take a look if you have the time. Nangong Yi reminded him. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he took out the spatial ring without saying anything and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. After establishing ownership, he roughly glanced inside the spatial ring and nodded nonchalantly. It's all right. There are many medicinal herbs that I can use. It's good that you can use them. Nangong Yi nodded, but he was speechless in his heart. There seemed to be many other treasures in the spatial ring, right? This fellow only paid attention to the medicinal herbs. Naturally, Nangong Yi did not know that apart from the medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian was not interested in the other things in the spatial ring. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian did not lack any other things. For example, a large number of high-grade origin stones, a small number of supreme-grade origin stones, some grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 pills. Duan Lingtian was not interested in them at all. Duan Lingtian did not lose his memory of these things. He remembered them clearly. Duan Lingtian, why are you here? Nangong Yi asked. I don't know. After I lost my memory, I was nearby when I woke up. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said truthfully. I really don't know what you went through. Not only did you lose your memory, but your dantian was also destroyed. Fortunately, your dantian has been repaired. You'll be able to recover your cultivation base sooner or later. Nangong Yi muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to have recalled something. His burning gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you interested in participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? When Duan Lingtian heard Nangong Yi's words, he frowned. Then, he searched through the remaining memories in his mind. Soon, he found out what Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were. Naturally, this part of his memory came from Emperor Wu's memory of the reincarnation realm. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were detailed records of Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Emperor Wu's disciples, and Emperor Wu's followers. After all, Emperor Wu of the reincarnation realm had lived for 2 lifetimes. He had also accepted many Emperor Wu's direct disciples and Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. That's interesting. Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. Nangong Chen and I are going to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that Martial Emperor Lingxian will be holding 7 months later. Why don't you come with us? Nangong Yi suggested. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not know where he should go anyway. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, he might as well have a goal. Moreover, according to the part of his memory that he had not lost, he knew that Emperor Wu's techniques were profound. His charisma was even more shocking. Perhaps, before he regained his memory, he would be able to find out where he came from through spirit profound Emperor Wu. Although Wang Ba said that he would fully recover his memory in a year at most, he was not sure if Wang Ba was telling the truth, so he decided to prepare for both eventualities. If I want to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, I must become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Ordinary Emperor Wu's disciples and followers are not qualified to talk to Emperor Wu face to face, let alone ask him to help me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out from Nangong Yi and Nangong Yi the reason the black-robed old man chased after them. It was all because the 3 of them had obtained the same fortuitous encounter. Later on, the black-robed old man wanted to take everything they obtained for himself. That was why he chased after them. Don't tell me the things you obtained are the same as the things in the spatial ring? Duan Lingtian asked with a strange expression on his face. What we obtained is slightly worse, but not by much. Nangong Yi said. Worse than the things in the spatial ring? Duan Lingtian lost interest when he heard this. Nangong Yi seemed to see that Duan Lingtian was not interested in the things they obtained. He smiled wryly and said, those things are already very good for us. However, the fortuitous encounter we obtained is not the material things. The improvement in our strength is the most important thing. It's far from what those material things can compare to. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, there was an unconcealable excitement between his brows. After all, he and Nangong Chen's cultivation base had improved in that place. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be interested in their fortuitous encounter, so he did not continue speaking. It seems like the fortuitous encounter he obtained is indeed more ridiculous than the fortuitous encounter we obtained. Nangong Chen guessed when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression from the beginning until the end. If that was not the case, he could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could be so calm. Before heading to Lingxian Peak, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 temporarily found a restaurant in the city to stay. They were prepared to head to Lingxian Peak in a month's time. Lingxian Peak was opened half a year before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers began. In that half a year's time, those who participated in the selection could cultivate in Lingxian Peak. Naturally, they would cultivate in the place that Lingxian Peak had specially prepared for them. In the next half a month, Duan Lingtian stayed in the guest room quietly. He did not leave the room as he cultivated quietly. Half a month later. It's here. Duan Lingtian, who was originally sitting on the bed in the guest room, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he left the guest room and quickly left the city beneath his feet. His sudden departure did not alarm Nangong and his brother. When he arrived at the barren land outside the city where there was no sign of human habitation, dark clouds gathered from all directions in the sky above his head and rumbled continuously. When the dark clouds rumbled to a certain extent, lightning could be seen clearly. You've recovered to the innate spirit refinement stage in half a month's time, which is also the void prying stage in your mortal continent. Boy, how did you recover so quickly? Wang Ba's surprised voice resonated. He was talking to Duan Lingtian. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian, who had cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique again, had his cultivation base skyrocketed until he entered the void prying stage again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and hovered in the air. He said calmly, I don't know. I feel like my cultivation speed has increased after my dantian was repaired this time. The medicinal efficacy accumulated in your dantian from the mortal shedding medicinal pill is only one of the 2 reasons why your cultivation speed is so fast. The other reason should be the effect of a destruction before establishment. Wang Ba paused for a moment before he finished speaking. Destruction before establishment? Duan Lingtian muttered softly as if he was savoring the meaning of these 2 words. I really don't know where you got the mortal shedding medicinal pill from. Moreover, it's a mortal shedding medicinal pill that doesn't have any conditions to consume. After a while, Wang Ba continued to sigh. Mortal shedding medicinal pills were usually only available in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were extremely rare in the mortal continent. Moreover, mortal shedding medicinal pills were usually only consumed by martial and Dao cultivators whose cultivation base had entered the mortal shedding stage. Martial and Dao cultivators below the mortal shedding stage would explode from the overbearing medicinal efficacy if they consumed it. This was also the condition to consume the mortal shedding medicinal pill. One's cultivation base must be above the mortal shedding stage. However, the mortal shedding medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian consumed did not have this condition. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the overbearing medicinal efficacy from the mortal shedding medicinal pill to appear in Duan Lingtian's body. I told you that I refined it myself. Duan Lingtian said snappily. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It was the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that was triggered when Duan Lingtian had broken through to the void prying stage again. This was the first bolt of lightning. Chapter 12:24. Boy, it's not that I'm looking down on you. How can you refine a mortal shedding pill? Wang Ba's tone was filled with doubt. Believe it or not, it's up to you. According to the part of my memory that I haven't lost, the medicinal efficacy came from a pill called the rebirth pill that I refined myself. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly after he easily destroyed the first bolt of lightning. Rebirth pill? What's the main ingredient? Wang Ba asked again. I think it's the red Luan's blood. Duan Lingtian said after pondering for a while. What? The red Luan's blood? Wang Ba shouted before he scolded. Boy, you actually wasted the red Luan's blood like that? You should know that even the worst alchemist in the Dao Martial Saint Land can refine a saint initiation pill with the red Luan's blood. A slightly better alchemist can even use the red Luan's blood as the main ingredient to refine a saint-grade pill. You actually refined it into a mortal shedding pill? What a waste. What a waste. Wang Ba was so excited that he could not help but curse a few more times. This isn't the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since the red Luan's blood is mine, I can use it however I want. It's not up to a bastard like you to lecture me. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not feel it was a waste to waste the red Luan's blood at all. To him, the Dao Martial Saint Land, Saint Initiation Pill, and Saint Grade Pill were all far away from him. He only wanted to recover his memory as soon as possible. He did not care about anything else. In the end, it was just a mere worldly possession. Humph. Brat, if this sage sees you wasting precious herbs in the future, this sage will remind you again. This sage will be a bastard. Wang Ba snorted in dissatisfaction when he heard Duan Lingtian's nonchalant words. He raised his voice as he spoke. You're a bastard. Duan Lingtian said as a matter of fact. You. Wang Ba was furious. At the same time, he cursed the old man who had named him. Why did he give him such a misleading name? Brat, I want to change my name. I want to change my name. Wang Ba said angrily. If you want to change it, just do it. You don't have to tell me. No matter what name you change to, I'll call you bastard from now on. It's so easy to call you that. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Ba was speechless. Boom! Another clap of thunder rang out. It was the second lightning tribulation. It came down menacingly and its target was Duan Lingtian's head. However, although this thunder tribulation was fierce, it was still destroyed by a faint sword light when it approached Duan Lingtian. The first level void prying stage origin energy coupled with the emperor stage sword profundity was as easy as eating and sleeping to go against the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that this first level void prying stage martial artist was facing. Just the emperor stage sword profundity alone was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Bastard. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to call out to Wang Ba. What? Wang Ba replied impatiently. It was obvious he was still upset about what had happened earlier. He was a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land back then. Now that he was living under someone else's roof, he did not even have the right to change his name. Of course, it was not that he could not change his name. However, even if he changed his name, it was meaningless for Duan Lingtian to still call him bastard. During this half a month, I've recovered some of my memories. Although I still can't remember where I came from, there's a ZZ in my memory. However, in my memories, there was a fellow named Zi Shang who seemed to have a soul residing in his body. Every time a black flame mark appeared between his brows, his strength would rise by a few levels. Moreover, his voice would change into another person's as well. Duan Lingtian frowned and said, Can you help me raise my strength like that as well? Humph. Boy, what you're talking about is only a devil cultivator with a weak cultivation base. If a powerful devil cultivator like me were to forcefully control a body like yours, your body would definitely turn into ashes. Wang Ba snorted. So, you better remember this. Even if you really encounter any danger in the future, I won't be able to help you even if you die. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Wang Ba did not seize the opportunity to occupy Duan Lingtian's body when Duan Lingtian's soul was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's energy. This was because even if he occupied Duan Lingtian's body would not be able to withstand his soul. His soul needed a strong body to support it. However, this boy's soul seems a little strange. When his soul was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's soul remnant energy, I might be able to occupy his body and let his soul turn into ashes. But now, this saint feels that even if this saint uses my own soul to attack his soul, I might not be able to take his body. His soul seems to have something that this saint's soul is afraid of. Once this saint gets close, this saint's soul will involuntarily tremble. Wang Ba thought to himself. He was slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian's soul. However, Wang Ba did not know that Duan Lingtian's soul came from another world. That world was also the world where Earth was. After Duan Lingtian came to this world, the soul of Emperor Wu of Samsara wanted to destroy his soul. Then, the soul of Devil Cultivator Black Nether in the Devil Seal Tablet wanted to destroy his soul as well. However, both of them turned into ashes without exception. Due to the restrictions of different worlds, no one could replace Duan Lingtian's soul with a soul. Of course, it was different if it was a soul attack. For example, the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal Tablet suppressed Duan Lingtian's soul. It was equivalent to a soul attack. It could completely destroy Duan Lingtian's soul and make it impossible for Duan Lingtian to rise again. Can't your soul use a soul attack to help me? Duan Lingtian asked. Soul attacks were spiritual attacks. Usually, only powerhouses at the level of Emperor Wu and above could master them. Of course, if it was some demonic beasts with extraordinary talent, they would have been able to grasp spiritual power attacks long ago, because they had inherited the soul skills from their bloodline. Soul skills were spiritual power attacks, which were also spiritual attacks. What do you know? If you want to use a soul attack, you'll need the support of your body. For example, my soul is currently in the state of a wandering soul. Unless I use my soul to fight with my life, I won't be able to attack at all. Wang Ba said angrily. Doesn't that mean you're useless? Duan Lingtian said with a frown. If what Wang Ba said was true, then Wang Ba was no different from trash to him. Boy! How can you say that? No matter what, I'm still a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land. Wang Ba wanted to recount his glorious deeds as he spoke. Then, aren't you still suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet? However, Duan Lingtian's interruption caused him to be at a loss for words. How could he continue? Boy, I won't argue with you. Wang Ba said angrily. Duan Lingtian did not bother with Wang Ba anymore and allowed his body to fly in the air. Now that I've cultivated to the void prying stage again, I can finally fly again, although my origin energy is still weak. With the combination of the fused profundity and sword profundity, my speed is still very fast. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. Boom! 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 Subsequently, the third to sixth lightning tribulation struck one after another. Each lightning tribulation was stronger than the previous one. However, when these lightning tribulations landed on the five-colored light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body, they did not leave any marks on it. It was as though they were just tickling Duan Lingtian. After overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian returned to the city he was in. He returned to the inn and his room. After he returned to his room, he continued to cultivate. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the fused profundity and the sword Dao from the word sword in his mind so that he could improve his sword profundity. Although he had lost a part of his memory, he did not lose the part of his memory on how to cultivate. With the help of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Dantian could be considered to have been reconstructed after destruction, it allowed him to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. Due to this reason, his cultivation base was rising at a terrifying speed. Lost Stone Forest. Ever since the red-robed old man, Qi Hua, left with Feng Tianwu, Emperor Wu had been studying the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand in an attempt to understand its profundity. That day, that purple-clad young man whose strength was weaker than Zhou Yi managed to defeat me with just this stone tablet. There must be a huge secret behind this stone tablet's power. Now that almost a month has passed, I still can't find anything extraordinary about this stone tablet. Could it be that I'm not fated with it? In the spacious stone house, Emperor Wu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, muttered to himself as he looked at the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. At that moment, he could not help but be lost in his thoughts. While he was lost in his thoughts, his hand loosened, and the stone tablet fell to the ground. He only regained his senses when it hit the ground with a loud thud. This, however, when he looked at the stone tablet that had fallen to the ground, his eyes could not help but narrow as horror dawned on him. There was a tiny crack on the surface of the stone tablet. It extended to both sides of the stone tablet as though it was going to split the stone tablet into two. Impossible. With a lift of his hand, Emperor Wu picked up the stone tablet. With a slight force, he split the stone tablet into two with a loud thud. It's fake. Emperor Wu's expression changed completely. This stone tablet was fake. In other words, it was replaced by someone else. This stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand could even fight with the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. How could it be broken so easily? Zhou Yi. Needless to say, Emperor Wu immediately thought of Zhou Yi. This was because only Zhou Yi would have the chance to replace the stone tablet. Whoosh! In the next moment, Emperor Wu disappeared from the stone house into thin air. Chapter 1225. Zhou Yi, how dare you deceive your master and betray your ancestors? Looking at the layer of dust in the stone house, if Emperor Wu still did not know what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Zhou Yi, the direct disciple he doted on the most, had stolen the mysterious stone tablet in his hand and fled. It seems like he was lying when he said he was going to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His real intention was to escape. I hope I can still find him in a month's time. If I find him, I'll let him know the consequences of deceiving his master and betraying his ancestors. Emperor Wu's face was grave. His eyes flashed fiercely before he disappeared from the spot. After so many years, this was the first time he walked out of Lost Stone Forest to look for his unfilial disciple. He did not even dare to think about this in the past. Emperor Wu left Lost Stone Forest to look for Zhou Yi. As for whether he could find him or not, it would depend on his luck and ability, as well as whether Zhou Yi was hiding well. Near Ling Tian Peak in the south of the Inner Land. Two fiery red figures stood there. An old man in a red robe and a red-clad lady stood side by side. The lady's beautiful face had a hint of fatigue on it. Tian Wu girl, we've searched the surrounding area, but we still can't find that elder brother Duan of yours. I think he might have gone somewhere else. The red-clad old man said. Then I'll look for him somewhere else. The lady had a determined expression on her face. It was as though she would not give up until she found her elder brother Duan. I hope we can find him in the next 2 months. The red-clad old man did not object to this. The red-clad old man was undoubtedly Qi Hua. As for the red-clad lady, she was Feng Tianwu. For the entire month, Feng Tianwu had been searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. With Qi Hua's help, she had traveled to many places in the west and south of the Inner Land. Feng Tianwu did not know that the person she was looking for was currently near the center of the Inner Land. Whoosh! 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 3 figures rose into the sky from the north of a city and disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye. Above the clouds, 3 young men walked side by side. Duan Lingtian, it's only been a short 1 month and you've actually cultivated to the void prying stage again? The red-clothed youth looked at the purple-clothed youth in shock. Void prying stage? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and declined to comment. Void prying stage? That was more than half a month ago. Do I need to undergo the 6-9 heavenly tribulation again to re-enter the void prying stage? The red-clothed young man asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. You haven't sensed it yet? The red-clothed youth asked again. I've already passed it a few days ago. Duan Lingtian said. Immediately, the red-clothed youth was dumbstruck, and the blue-clothed youth beside him couldn't help but be moved. The red-clothed and blue-clothed youth were precisely the 2 brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen, who'd accompanied Duan Lingtian to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of disciples and followers of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian, what you mean is, you've cultivated to the void prying stage again a few days ago? Nangong Yi gasped and couldn't help but ask in the end. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How long ago? Nangong Chen rarely spoke out and asked. Half a month ago. Duan Lingtian said. For a time, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Freak. Such a thought appeared in their minds at practically the same time. Breaking through from the first level of the core formation stage to the void prying stage in half a month. Duan Lingtian, you're really a freak. Nangong Yi sighed with emotion. Although Nangong Chen didn't speak, one could discern from his flickering eyes that he agreed with Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian, you broke through to the void prying stage half a month ago. Now, you wouldn't have broken through to the void initiation stage or even the void interpretation stage, right? Nangong Yi took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before asking. This time, Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. Seeing this, although Nangong Yi was curious, he didn't ask any further. This was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of answering. When we reach Lingxian Peak, we'll be able to see many martial monarch powerhouses from all over the world. If we want to successfully become the disciples and followers of the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, we can only stand out by stepping on them. Nangong Yi's face was filled with anticipation at first, but in the end, his eyes were filled with excitement. Lingxian Peak. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "If I can really recover my memory in a year, it'll naturally be a happy ending. If not, I hope that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu has a way to let me know about my past." Although he had lost most of his memory, the remaining memories were telling Duan Lingtian. On Cloud Continent, powerhouses like Emperor Wu were supreme, and there was almost nothing that they could do. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to do something. Time passed by quietly. 3 days later, Nangong Yi and his brother deliberately slowed down their speed. Duan Lingtian followed suit and slowed down as well. "Duan Lingtian, Lingxian Peak is right in front of us." Nangong Yi pointed ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he lifted his head and looked over. Behind the cluster of mountains in front of him, all he could see was a blur. He could not see the situation inside at all. "Lingxian Peak is hidden in the fog?" "Yes." Nangong Yi nodded. It said that Lingxian Peak is hidden in the fog all year long. Unless one knew that Lingxian Peak is here, it's very difficult to find Lingxian Peak. Usually, Lingxian Peak is heavily guarded. There are many Emperor Wu's followers patrolling everywhere. It's difficult for outsiders to even take half a step into the minefield. However, since Lingxian Peak is recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time, Lingxian Peak is allowing outsiders to get close. Of course, although outsiders can get close, they must follow their rules and go to the accommodations that they've arranged. Nangong Yi said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh. 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 Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were getting closer to the fog in the distance, the sound of wind whistling came from the left in front of them. It was getting closer and closer. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two saw 5 figures flying towards them from the front. They didn't come with good intentions. "Don't tell me they're bandits?" Duan Lingtian muttered softly. In his memory, there were many martial artists who robbed people on Cloud Continent. They were collectively known as bandits. When the 5 of them approached, the young man in the lead was looking at Duan Lingtian and the other two with a murderous gleam in his eyes. "Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're right." Nangong Yi smiled wryly. He was not afraid of ordinary bandits. However, he had no choice but to be afraid of the bandits that he encountered near Lingxian Peak. The news that Lingxian Peak was recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had long spread out. There were very few people who did not know about it. Since the 5 bandits in front of them dared to rob passers-by like them at this time, it meant that they were not weak and were confident in themselves. Whoosh. 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 After a while, the 5 bandits led by the young man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. When they came to a halt, 5 strong gusts of wind swept toward Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions, causing their robes to flutter noisily. "Hand over your spatial rings and live. If not, die." The young man in the lead glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other two and said slowly. His words were extremely domineering. The young man looked to be about 35 years old. He was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were gleaming with a murderous gleam. This green-clad young man was obviously the leader of this group of bandits. "If you want us to hand over our spatial rings, you should at least show us your strength, right? Otherwise, how would we know if you're trying to gain something without risking anything?" Nangong Yi said in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face. "Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin." Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, the green-clad young man's eyes gleamed fiercely. The origin energy on his body suddenly stirred and transformed into a multicolored energy in the blink of an eye. To be more precise, the origin energy had merged with many different profundities. That was why such a scene appeared. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified. First, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared. Then, there were 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Ninth level martial monarch stage. Upon seeing this, Nangong and his brother's expressions changed. Nangong Yi could not help but exclaim out loud. Using origin energy to activate the heaven and earth energy to solidify such a heaven and earth phenomenon was the symbol of a 9th level martial monarch stage. A 9th level martial monarch stage bandit was rare even in the entire Cloud continent. However, one had appeared before their eyes at this moment. At this moment, Nangong and his brother felt that they were too unlucky. Whoosh! The heaven and earth phenomenon did not stop because of this. As the heaven and earth energy continued to stir, another 3 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. Without using any spirit weapon, he had already displayed the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Such a person could be considered as an extremely powerful existence even in the 9th level martial monarch stage. At the very least, with such strength, it was more than enough to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Of course, he would only be an ordinary disciple of Emperor Wu. Although such strength was not bad, it was still slightly lacking if he wanted to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He can already display such strength without using any spirit weapon. If he uses his spirit weapon, then, before Nangong Yi could finish his thought, his eyes narrowed all of a sudden. This was because he saw an afterimage flashing before his eyes. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the green-clad young man, the leader of the group of bandits. Duan Lingtian? Nangong Yi didn't have time to recover from his shock. The green-clad young man deliberately activated his strength to activate the heaven and earth energy to manifest the heaven and earth phenomenon with a smug expression on his face. Duan Lingtian moved and appeared in front of him. The fused profundity and sword profundity exploded. Chapter 12:26. You. The expression of the green-clad young man changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian. Before he even had the time to make a move, Duan Lingtian had already made a move, and the attack that was like a thunderbolt descended onto his body as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bang! With a loud explosion, the green-clad young man turned into a bloody mist. He did not have time to defend himself, let alone fight back. A 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse who could exert the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons without using a spirit weapon had died in Duan Lingtian's hands just like that. If he had been slightly more vigilant, he would not have ended up like this. Currently, Duan Lingtian could only exert the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and less than 1,000 ancient horned dragons even if he used all of his techniques. On the other hand, the green-clad young man could exert the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons if he used a grade 1 spirit weapon. If he had been prepared, Duan Lingtian would not have been a match for him at all. It could be said that he had died an unjust death. You! How dare you kill senior brother Lu? The other 4 middle-aged men were stunned when Duan Lingtian killed the green-clad young man. When they regained their senses, horror dawned on them. They stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Whoosh! One of them even shot out a ray of light as he raised his hand. Communication jade slip. Nangong Yi, who had just regained his senses, was horrified. The speed of the communication jade slip became faster and faster. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Nobody was confident they could catch up with it. Bang! Another explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian had made his move again and killed the middle-aged man who had sent out the communication jade slip. At once, the remaining 3 men were horrified. The purple-clad young man in front of them was like a god of death. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed 2 of them. You can't kill us. "We're from Lingxian Peak," one of the middle-aged men said in a panic. However, before he could finish his words, he was killed by Nangong Chen. Even the other two unprepared people were killed by Nangong Chen. After killing 3 people in the blink of an eye, Nangong Chen's fluttering blue robes were not stained with a single drop of blood. He stood in the air with a cold expression like an immovable mountain statue. "You broke through?" Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Chen in shock. Although Nangong Chen was very fast, from the start to the end, the power of the world did not have time to form the mysterious phenomenon. However, Duan Lingtian, who was intentionally observing him, discovered his cultivation base in just the blink of an eye. LV7 Martial Royal Realm. Duan Lingtian's Dantian had been destroyed, and he had to recultivate his cultivation base. However, his spiritual energy was still at the 4th level martial monarch stage as before. A 4th level martial royal realm spiritual energy was enough to see through the cultivation base of all martial artists below the Emperor Wu stage. Due to this reason, it was easy for him to see that Nangong Chen had broken through. "I just broke through 3 days ago." Nangong Chen nodded. He knew very well that although he had broken through to the 7th level martial royal realm, it would be difficult for him to kill the 3 of them if they fought face to face. The reason he was able to kill them in one hit was because the 3 of them had their attention on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. If that was not the case, he did not have the confidence to defeat any of the 3 of them, let alone kill them. "Nangong Chen, I thought I'd be able to catch up to you this time. I didn't expect you to leave me behind again." Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and said with a complicated expression on his face. "Of course, I have to act like a big brother." Nangong Chen replied coolly. When Nangong Yi heard Nangong Chen's words, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of Nangong Yi's lips. Could it be that he had no choice but to accept his fate and call Nangong Chen his big brother? "Oh, that's right." Nangong Yi suddenly changed the topic. "Earlier, one of the guys said they were from Lingxian Peak. Don't tell me they're Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingxian Peak." Nangong Yi guessed when he reached the end of his sentence. "So what if they're Emperor Wu's disciples? They can't blame us for their own deaths." Nangong Chen continued to say coolly. "I know that. However, the problem is, earlier, one of the guys sent out a communication jade slip. I'm sure it won't be long before someone else finds out we killed them." Nangong Yi said with a hint of fear in his voice. 5 of them. With the young man in green as the leader, I'm guessing only the young man in green is Emperor Wu's disciple. As for the other 4, they should be Emperor Wu's disciples. Do you think the 5 of them would be able to make Emperor Wu's direct disciples, or even Emperor Wu of Lingxian Peak, attack us? Nangong Chen glanced at Nangong Yi indifferently and asked. That seems to be the case. Nangong Yi nodded his head as realization dawned on him. Then, he added, however, based on the current situation, this is just our guess. We don't even know if they're the martial emperor's disciples or followers from Lingxian Peak. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 continued to move forward. They passed through the clouds in front of them and entered a gray world. With the eyesight of the 3 of them, they quickly saw a steep mountain behind the fog. The mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the clouds. I heard that Lingxian Emperor Wu was a powerful sword cultivator. Back then, he comprehended the Emperor's stage sword profundity in front of this mountain peak. From then on, he was like a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate and soared into the sky. Nangong Yi muttered as he looked at the steep mountain peak that pierced through the clouds like a sword. After that, he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage and became an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He stayed on this mountain peak to cultivate. This mountain peak became his cultivation place. He named it Lingxian Peak. Nangong Yi continued. His face was filled with admiration as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was not too interested in this. He came to Lingxian Peak to ask Lingxian Emperor Wu for help in finding out about his past. He did not care about anything else. Stop right there. When Duan Lingtian and the other 2 approached Lingxian Peak, they were stopped by a middle-aged man who was patrolling around Lingxian Peak. "I'm Emperor Wu's follower of Lingxian Peak." "Who are you?" "We're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingxian Peak in 6 months. Nangong Yi explained the purpose of their visit. When the middle-aged man heard that, his gaze first fell on Nangong Yi. After sizing up Nangong Yi for a while, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen before he nodded. "Follow me. Don't wander off." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards Lingxian Peak. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed closely behind. Soon, under the guidance of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's follower, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the mountainside of Lingxian Peak. There was a vast stone platform there. On the stone platform, groups of 3 to 5 people landed one after another. These people had followed the people from Lingxian Peak. It was obvious that they were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that would be held in Lingxian Peak in 6 months. "All of you wait here for a moment. Later, someone will show you your cultivation base. According to your cultivation base, you'll be assigned a place to stay for the next 6 months." The Emperor Wu's follower who brought Duan Lingtian and the other two over said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. After he finished speaking, he flew away without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the other two's response. Among the other groups of people, a few people also left one after another. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and the other two were left to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Time passed quietly. Soon, a few more people were brought over. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to rest and waited quietly. Naturally, he was not just resting with his eyes closed. At the same time, he was also cultivating calmly and comprehending the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind. "Boy, why do you have such a terrifying sword intent in your mind?" Wang Ba suddenly spoke. There was a hint of dread in his voice. In fact, he had long discovered the sword intent in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the beginning, he did not pay much attention to it. However, as time passed, he realized the sword intent was a great threat to him. If Duan Lingtian controlled the sword intent to attack his soul would definitely be destroyed. Sword intent? Are you talking about the sword concept? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. What sword concept? Sword intent is sword intent. Don't tell me that even you don't know the origin of the sword intent stored in your mind. Wang Ba said. I really can't remember. I only know that comprehending it can improve my sword profundity. Duan Lingtian said. Why? Is it very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's more than powerful. Forget it, even if I tell you now, you won't understand. All in all, the sword intent in your mind must be left behind by a ridiculously powerful saint stage powerhouse. There was a hint of dread in Wang Ba's words. It was a dread that came from his soul. Whoosh! As a breeze blew, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed it and opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw 3 old men descending from the sky and appearing in front of him and the people around him. They stood there as though they were one with the heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and probed one of the old men's cultivation base. 9th level martial monarch stage. Emperor Wu's disciple? Duan Lingtian guessed inwardly. When he was about to probe the second old man, his spiritual energy trembled for no reason. This was because he discovered that when his spiritual energy approached the old man also emitted a majestic spiritual energy. Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This old man was an inscription master, and his spiritual energy was stronger than his. It was fortunate that he withdrew his spiritual energy in time. Otherwise, he would have been discovered and dragged out. The old man who was an inscription master stood between the other 2 old men with a slight frown on his face. He glanced at his surroundings and only regained his senses when he did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Next, each of you will use your origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Don't use your profundity. Your cultivation base will affect the quality of your cultivation environment for the next 6 months. Chapter 12:27. Cultivation base? Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, did not think much of it. However, Nangong and his brother could not help but frown. Nangong Yi could not help but ask, why are we only looking at cultivation base? Isn't profundity a part of one's strength? Why? Do you have a problem with my decision? The old man in the lead did not expect someone to be so presumptuous in front of him. His face darkened as he asked coldly. He looked at Nangong Yi with a cold gleam in his eyes. It was as though he would kill Nangong Yi if Nangong Yi dared to say another word. Although Nangong Yi was furious, he did not dare to say anything else. The old man in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Moreover, he was actually speaking up for Duan Lingtian because he wanted to fight for justice. After all, Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the void initiation stage or void interpretation stage at most. If they only looked at cultivation base, it would be unfair to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength mainly depended on his profundity. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about it, so he did not dwell on it anymore. Why should he be anxious when the person involved was not in a hurry? Subsequently, the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that would be held in Lingxian Peak 6 months later demonstrated their cultivation base one after another. They activated the heaven and earth energy and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Not long after, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other two, everyone was the first to demonstrate their cultivation base. These people's cultivation bases were between the 3rd level martial monarch stage and the 8th level martial monarch stage. After they demonstrated their cultivation base, they followed the old man's instructions and were divided into 3 groups that stood nearby. Those below the 4th level martial monarch stage were in one group. Those above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage were in another group. Those above the 7th level martial monarch stage were in another group. Among them, the middle group had the most people. Before Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi displayed their cultivation in front of the 3 Lingxian Peak elders. Nangong Chen was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi was at the 6th level martial monarch stage. Just like Nangong Chen, he had made a breakthrough recently. For a moment, the Nangong brothers separated. Since the Nangong brothers were twins, they attracted the attention of many people from the moment they appeared until they finished displaying their cultivation base. You're the only one left. The old man's gaze quickly fell on Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had yet to reveal his cultivation base. Including the Nangong brothers, most of the people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. As the last person to display his cultivation base, he received a lot of attention. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and faced the 3 old men in front of him. The origin energy on his body quietly rose and shrouded his body in just a blink of an eye. It was like wisps of white mist lingering in the air. Upon seeing this, apart from the Nangong brothers, everyone, including the 3 old men from Lingxian Peak, was stunned. They were stunned because they could see that the origin energy on this purple-clad young man was not even comparable to the origin energy of many void interpretation martial artists. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head and consolidated into the heaven and earth phenomenon in just a blink of an eye. Everyone, including the Nangong brothers, had their eyes fixed on the space above Duan Lingtian's head. To be more precise, they were looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that was consolidated by the heaven and earth energy that was triggered by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. There were 20 lifelike silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovering in the air. For a moment, the entire place was dead silent. First level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the void interpretation? The Nangong brothers who were mentally prepared were the first to react. Nangong Yi muttered with a stunned expression. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. He went from the 1st level core formation stage to the 1st level void interpretation in a month's time. This kind of cultivation speed was simply abnormal among abnormal. Although Nangong Chen was relatively calm, his eyes were filled with disbelief as well. In just a short month's time, his cultivation base had undergone such a drastic change. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it at all. Am I seeing this right? This is the first-level void interpretation. Soon after, someone reacted and said with a strange expression on his face. A mere first-level void interpretation dares to come to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Isn't he seeking death? Many people mocked. That's right. With such a weak cultivation base, I won't be able to hold back and kill him if I were to fight him. Humph. A first-level void interpretation is no different from an ant in my eyes. I can crush an ant like this with just one finger. Someone looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gaze. In short, after Duan Lingtian displayed his first-level void interpretation cultivation base, other than the Nangong brothers, the rest of the people found it unbelievable. If you ask me, when the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, he won't even have the courage to compete with us. Someone guessed. I also think he won't have the courage to compete with us. I even think he came to Lingxian Peak to watch us compete with each other. If I knew we could join in the fun like this, I would have brought more people. The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak half a year later could not help but discuss among themselves. Most of them looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. A first-level void interpretation martial artist standing in front of a group of martial monarchs who were at least at the third-level martial monarch stage was an eyesore. Young man, are you sure you're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak half a year later? Among the three old men, other than the old man who led the group who had a gloomy expression, one of the other two old men asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Humph. You're just a first-level void interpretation martial artist. What right do you have to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak? Another old man snorted. Why? The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak this time has a restriction on cultivation base. Can't a void interpretation martial artist participate? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared deeply at the old man. The old man frowned when he heard that. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak this time did not seem to have such a rule or restriction. Indeed, the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak this time does not state that void interpretation martial artists are not allowed to participate. However, once you participate, it means that you have to fight with the others. You have to admit defeat without fighting. Can you do that? The old man who led the group who had not spoken all this while glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and asked. Based on his words, it was obvious that he wanted Duan Lingtian to back off in the face of difficulties. He had to admit defeat without fighting. This meant that he wanted Duan Lingtian to fight head-on with the others. He believed that as long as this void interpretation martial artist before him was rational, he would definitely back off in the face of difficulties. After all, if he did not back off in the face of difficulties, he was destined to die. As the old man in the lead spoke, apart from Nangong and his brother, the other people present looked at Duan Lingtian with contempt and disdain. Do you think he'll back off in the face of difficulties? Isn't that obvious? The senior from Lingxian Peak has already said so. If he still doesn't back off in the face of difficulties, he'll be a complete idiot. I think so too. I'll be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man won't leave. The payout is 1 to 10. If you have the guts, be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man will leave. The payout is 10 to 1. Do you dare? The people present discussed animatedly. There were even people who openly wanted to be the banker. Of course, most of them did not dare to place their bets because they felt that it was a losing deal. Are you sure you want to be the banker? However, they soon realized that someone wanted to place their bets. The people who placed their bets were none other than Nangong and his brother. They looked at the middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker and asked for confirmation. What? Do you want to place your bets? The middle-aged man smiled brightly. Although he knew that the twin brothers in front of him were with the purple-clad young man, he did not think that the purple-clad young man would choose not to leave just because the twin brothers had placed their bets. After all, if he did not leave, he would die. Once a void interpretation stage martial artist went up against a martial monarch, he would be killed in the blink of an eye. He would be reduced to dust in the air. It was impossible for him to admit defeat in time. In this world, nothing was more important than one's life. Therefore, he was certain that the purple-clad young man would back off in the face of difficulties. If you have enough primal stones. I'll bet 10 supreme-grade primal stones and 300,000 high-grade primal stones. Nangong Yi looked at the middle-aged man and said nonchalantly. 20 supreme-grade primal stones and 200,000 high-grade primal stones. Nangong Chen said coolly. Wow. The moment their words left their mouths, there was an uproar. Even the three old men who were suspected to be the disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu were attracted by Nangong and his brother. They did not expect the two of them to be so crazy. Initially, they thought Nangong and his brother were just putting on a show to encourage their companion. He did not expect that they would take out so many primordial stones as a wager. Their bets add up to 30 supreme-grade primal stones and 500,000 high-grade primal stones. If they win, they'll have to pay 300 supreme-grade primal stones and 5 million high-grade primal stones. Someone could not help but mutter. His words entered the ears of the people present. Many of them did not agree with him. That's only if they win. I think they dare to bet so heavily because they have confidence in the purple-clad young man. Although I don't know why they have confidence in him. Someone made the same guess. In my opinion, they're betting so many primal stones on purpose to make the banker back off in the face of difficulties so that their companion can regain some face. Chapter 12:28. All right. I'll accept your bet. The middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker looked at the Nangong brothers greedily as he said with a burning gaze. In his opinion, the two fellows before him were giving him origin stones. You can accept our bet, but you must prove that you have the capital to lose. 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 5 million high-grade origin stones. Nangong Yi said nonchalantly. Humph. I won't lose. The middle-aged man said. So. You're trying to get something for nothing? Do you think there's such a good deal in this world? Nangong Yi mocked. It seems like you have no intention of betting at all. The middle-aged man sneered. Naturally, he would not be able to take out 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 5 million high-grade origin stones in one go. In fact, he was certain that, among the people present, including the three old men who were suspected to be Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples, no one would be able to take out so many origin stones in one go. It seems like they have no intention of betting at all. They're certain that the other party doesn't have that many origin stones as a bet. To think that I thought they were really confident in their companion. So, this is what's going on. Many people whispered among themselves. Have no intention of betting at all? Nangong Yi smiled. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed unconsciously. How about this? Both of us will still bet. If we lose, you'll take away all of our origin stones. If you lose, apart from leaving behind your spatial ring, we'll also take your life. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil grin. Whoosh! The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, everyone, apart from Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen, including the three old men who were suspected to be Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples, was shocked. That included the middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker. You want me to bet my life with you? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. Do you dare? Nangong Yi asked nonchalantly. For a moment, the two were at each other's throats. The gazes of the majority of the people present also fell upon the two of them. Why wouldn't I dare? Soon, the middle-aged man, whose expression changed, gritted his teeth and agreed bluntly. At the same time, he looked at the three old men who were suspected to be the disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. My 3 lords, please bear witness to the bet between me and these 2. The old man who was the leader of the 3 nodded. Sure. The leading old man looked at the Nangong brothers and said unhurriedly, if the 2 of you lose and can't take out that many primordial stones, I will destroy your dantians and expel you from Lingxian Peak. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man. If you lose, your life will no longer belong to you. My lord. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at the leading old man and asked respectfully, I'd like to ask, if someone insists on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later, but he doesn't dare to participate by then, what will happen to him? Anyone who decides to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later will have no way out. Nobody can regret it. Even if you regret it, you must at least participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. Otherwise, you'll be seen as toying with Lingxian Peak. There's only one outcome for toying with Lingxian Peak, death. When the leading old man reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was standing quietly at the side as a warning to Duan Lingtian. A first-level void interpretation martial artist actually dared to come to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. In his opinion, this person did not take Lingxian Peak seriously at all. As Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple, he felt that Lingxian Peak, which he regarded as a sacred place, was being desecrated. He was filled with rage. All right. I'll bet with them. Upon hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man laughed loudly and agreed readily. In his eyes, greed was even stronger. It was as though he could already see 30 supreme-grade origin stones and 500,000 high-grade origin stones entering his pocket. What's there to be proud of? Do you really think you've won? Nangong Yi smirked and looked at the leading old man. We'll bet with him as well. The old man nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, and said, Do you insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that Lingxian Peak will hold 6 months later? If you insist on participating, there'll be no turning back. At the very least, you'll have to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. Or a death test against a martial monarch powerhouse, or a battle with a martial monarch powerhouse. The leading old man said slowly. In his opinion, as long as this purple-clad young man did not want to die, he would definitely not insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. A martial artist at the first-level void interpretation would definitely die if he participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. When the old man asked Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes also landed on Duan Lingtian. Apart from Nangong and his brother, everyone else felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely not insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. I won. I won. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian's mouth moving slightly and was about to speak. An incomparably brilliant smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze when Duan Lingtian spoke. I'll participate. Duan Lingtian looked at the leading old man and said nonchalantly. Boom. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue to most of the people present on the scene. Especially the middle-aged man. Apart from the smile on his face that had completely froze, his eyes were filled with fear. It was fear of facing death. Madman. Madman. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and cursed. Then, he moved his body and wanted to leave. He did not want to lose his life. However, was this a place where he could leave just because he wanted to? The middle-aged man had just moved when an old figure appeared in front of him out of thin air and blocked his path. It was one of the 2 old men other than the leading old man. Good, very good. After the leading old man recovered from his shock, his face darkened slightly as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. In the next 6 months, I'll monitor your every move. Before you participate in at least one round of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, don't even think about leaving Lingxian Peak. Then, I'll have to trouble you. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's nonchalance stunned the people who regained their senses one after another. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Not only is he not afraid of death, but he seems to be very confident as well. Could it be that he's confident that he'll be able to survive one round of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? How's that possible? Let alone the fact that he's only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. Even if he's a first-level void transformation martial artist or even a ninth-level void transformation martial artist, he still won't be able to escape death in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak. If that's the case, this guy is intentionally seeking death? Based on the current situation, that should be the case. Everyone present on the scene felt that Duan Lingtian was intentionally seeking death. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. According to common sense, no matter how high a first-level void interpretation martial artist's comprehension was, he would only be able to comprehend some void interpretation concept. Such an existence was no different from an ant in their eyes. I hope you'll still be as calm as you are now 6 months later. I'll wait and see. The old man in the lead said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man who was betting with the Nangong brothers. His eyes were as cold as ice and did not contain any emotions. Sir. I was just joking earlier. I won't bet anymore. I won't bet anymore. The middle-aged man looked at the old man in the lead who was close to him and said in a panic. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. Others might not be afraid of death, but it did not mean he was not afraid of death. If he knew that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of death, he would not have accepted the bet with the Nangong brothers. Boom! The old man in the lead ignored the middle-aged man's begging. With a raise of his hand, he killed the middle-aged man. As for the spatial ring and profundity fragments left behind by the middle-aged man, with a shake of his hand, they were pulled by an invisible force to the Nangong brothers. The scene before their eyes caused everyone to sigh. This outcome was completely out of their expectations. Thank you, sir. After Nangong Yi put away the spatial ring and profundity fragments, he smiled and thanked the old man in the lead. The old man nodded his head nonchalantly. Subsequently, he looked around. His gaze landed on a few martial artists above the 7th-level martial monarch stage, including Nangong Chen. The few of you, follow him to where you'll be staying for the next 6 months. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at one of the 2 old men next to him. At this moment, the old man brought Nangong Chen and the others away. All of you, follow him. Subsequently, the old man in the lead looked at Nangong Yi and the others, as well as the other old man. The group of people, including Nangong Yi, were all above the 4th-level martial monarch stage and below the 7th-level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian, I'll make a move first. Before Nangong Yi and the group of people left with the old man, he greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. It seemed like he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's situation at all. When the old man in the lead saw this, there was a hint of doubt in the depth of his eyes. Was this person not worried about his companion at all? Was he confident in his companion? Or did he not care about his companion's life or death? At this moment, the old man's gaze instinctively landed on Duan Lingtian. His heart skipped a beat. He was more inclined to the latter. It'd be strange if a first-level void interpretation martial artist could stir up a storm in Ling Xian Peak. He thought to himself. All of you, follow me. Chapter 1229. There were a total of 3 people left, including Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them were below the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Their residence for the next 6 months would be completely different from the other 2 groups of people. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them followed the old man and headed to the other side of Ling Xian Peak. In the next 6 months, I'll protect all of you with another disciple of Emperor Wu from Ling Xian Peak. I'm Xiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. The old man said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. Emperor Wu's disciple. Upon hearing Xiao Zhong's words, other than Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression from the beginning, the other two were shocked. However, when they recalled Xiao Zhong's words earlier, they looked at each other and were speechless. Protection. As the cultivation place of martial emperors, Ling Xian Peak was usually off-limits to outsiders. How could anyone possibly pose a threat to them? No one could threaten them, let alone protect them. Protection is a lie, surveillance is the real deal. Both of them thought to themselves. Not long ago, Xiao Zhong had said that those who came to Ling Xian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were not allowed to run away. At the very least, they had to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Introduce yourselves. Soon after, Xiao Zhong spoke again. Upon hearing Xiao Zhong's words, other than Duan Lingtian, the other two could not help but be stunned. They knew very well that Xiao Zhong had an ulterior motive for asking them to introduce themselves. Xiao Zhong did not care to know the names of insignificant people like them. It was obvious why Xiao Zhong asked for their names. He wanted to know the name of the purple-clad young man. As expected, Xiao Zhong only nodded nonchalantly when the two of them introduced themselves. He did not mind at all. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, who had yet to speak. He asked nonchalantly, "What's your name?" Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He did not raise his head to look at Xiao Zhong from the beginning until the end. Xiao Zhong was slightly annoyed. A kid at the first level void interpretation dared to put on airs in front of him? Humph. The name was not bad. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. Xiao Zhong snorted. Hearing Xiao Zhong's words, Duan Lingtian did not react at all, treating it as a passing wind. On the other hand, the other two deeply agreed. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian could survive after half a year. For a moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Soon, Xiao Zhong brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the mountainside on the other side of Ling Xian Peak. There were two spacious stone platforms here. Between the two stone platforms was a long flight of stairs. On the stone platform above, there was a pavilion that was surrounded by a layer of white mist. It was like a jade palace in a fairyland. The white fog around the pavilion gathered from all directions. Elemental drawing array. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. With just a glance, he could see there was an inscription array on the stone platform where the pavilion was located. This inscription formation had completely gathered all the origin chi that came from top-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones, forming an extremely good cultivation environment. Cultivating in this pavilion would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, this was only for ordinary martial artists. To Duan Lingtian, even if the origin chi from supreme-grade origin stones was gathered with the elemental drawing array, it would not be of much help to him. His current cultivation base was advancing by leaps and bounds. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even if the origin chi from supreme-grade origin stones were gathered together, it was just icing on the cake to him. It was not worth mentioning. There's an elemental drawing array on the stone platform where the pavilion is located. This elemental drawing array was personally set up by Emperor Wu, Lord Emperor Wu, who is an inscription master of Ling Xian Peak. While Duan Lingtian was observing the pavilion, Xiao Zhong began to introduce it to him. Cultivating there will allow one's cultivation base to advance very quickly. It's not inferior to directly absorbing supreme-grade origin stones to cultivate. Gasp. Gasp. Upon hearing Xiao Zhong's words, the other two could not help but take a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at the pavilion in the distance. The other stone platform, as Xiao Zhong's gaze shifted, Duan Lingtian and the other two's gazes also shifted to the other stone platform below the stairs. Compared to the stone platform above, this stone platform was slightly inferior. Or rather, it was ridiculously inferior. Compared to the stone platform above, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. On this stone platform, there were cottages that were casually built with weeds and wood. These cottages were scattered around the stone platform and looked very shabby. All of you will find a cottage on this stone platform to stay in. For the next 6 months, all of you are not allowed to leave the area within a radius of 1,000 meters. Otherwise, you'll be regarded as a deserter and only death awaits you. Xiao Zhong said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Don't even think about getting lucky. Xiao Zhong's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he continued to say, for the next 6 months, this place will be guarded by me and another disciple of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak. Usually, one of us will go and fetch people while the other will guard this place. Lord Xiao Zhong, we're going to stay in these cottages? The other two looked at the cottages in front of them and could not help but frown with a look of disdain on their faces. Why? You think it's dirty? Xiao Zhong smirked. If you really think they're dirty, you can change your living environment. Also, I'd like to remind all of you of something. When Xiao Zhong reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, killing is allowed here. We won't care even if those who are weak die. Xiao Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. When Xiao Zhong's words left his mouth, the other two looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with fear on their faces. At this moment, their mood improved a lot. Compared to this purple-clad young man, they were undoubtedly much safer. After all, they were at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. In this place, the most powerful martial artist was only at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Go. After Xiao Zhong said that, he left and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two stepped on the air and landed. Little brother Duan, you're too rash. With your strength, you might not even be able to survive half a year in this place. One of them looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. You might be able to live a little longer if you tuck your tail between your legs. If I were you, I'd find a cottage to stay in and shut myself in until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers half a year later, the other person scoffed. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was mocking Duan Lingtian for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. When they saw Duan Lingtian keeping quiet, the two of them felt bored and did not say anything else. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the stone platform that was scattered around the cottage. It stinks. As soon as they got closer, the other two frowned. Their faces turned extremely pale. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also smelled the stench that was coming at him. The stench came from the cottages in front of him. To be more precise, it came from the weeds on the cottages. The smell of all kinds of bird feces was extremely pungent. Compared to this place, the pavilion on the stone platform above is simply heaven. The gazes of the other two simultaneously turned towards the stone platform at the top of the stairs. There was a residence that one could only dream of. It was a place for cultivation. However, that should be the residence of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple who oversees us. One of them guessed. It should be. The other person nodded. We have to stay in such a godforsaken place for half a year. How are we supposed to live? Soon after, the two of them looked at the cottages in front of them and sighed. Why don't we stay in the cottages? Why don't we cultivate on the mountain rocks further away? Or we can sit cross-legged in the air and cultivate. One of them suggested. That's a good idea. The other person's eyes lit up. Do you think you're the only ones who can come up with this idea? At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and said calmly, look at the footprints at the entrance of these cottages. It's obvious that many people have stayed here. Do you think they're willing to stay here? Just as the other two were stunned, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into their ears. Those who have no intention of fighting or killing and have the intention of staying 10 meters away from the residence will die. They could tell that it was Xiao Zhong's voice. Although Xiao Zhong's words were short, the meaning was clear. You can either fight or kill with other people or stay within 10 meters of the cottage and enjoy the unique smell in the cottage. Upon hearing Xiao Zhong's words, horror dawned on the duo's faces. They hurriedly looked for an ownerless cottage and entered it before vanishing completely. Duan Lingtian also found a cottage and entered it. There was nothing in the cottage. If they wanted to cultivate, they could only sit cross-legged in the air and cultivate. The stench in the thatched cottage was getting thicker and thicker, but it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Even Duan Lingtian himself found it strange. I actually don't dislike this smell. How strange. Duan Lingtian did not know. In the part of his memory that he had lost, there was a memory that belonged to him when he was still on Earth in his previous life. In his previous life, he was the strongest soldier on Earth. In his career as a Special Forces soldier and a mercenary, he had experienced countless hardships. He had encountered even worse environments. To him in his previous life, the stench from the cottage was not worth mentioning at all. Although he had lost that part of his memory, he could instinctively accept the stench and was not disgusted by it. Sitting cross-legged in the air, Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 7th Form. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the first level Void Interpretation, so he could only cultivate the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique for now. He could only cultivate the 8th form when he broke through to the Void Transformation stage. To him, the Void Transformation stage was not far away. Boom. Chapter 1230. Before he woke up, Duan Lingtian did not forget to comprehend and improve his fused profundity and sword profundity while he was cultivating. Naturally, he was annoyed that he was suddenly interrupted. Therefore, the moment he woke up and opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely gloomy. Get out here. A loud voice resonated from outside the cottage door that was kicked open. The voice was filled with impatience. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He who was sitting cross-legged in the air slowly descended and stood on the ground. Then, he walked out of the cottage slowly. After he came out, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing outside the cottage with just a glance. It was a muscular man with a ferocious and ugly face. The muscular man had a pair of triangular eyes that were staring at him with a cold gleam. Boy, I really admire you. A mere first-level Void Interpretation martial artist actually dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? The ugly muscular man's words were filled with sarcasm. Huh. Upon hearing the muscular man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Not many people knew that he was a first-level Void Interpretation martial artist. In this godforsaken place, only 2 people knew about it. For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that most of the people in the cottage had walked out and were watching him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian recognized 2 people from the crowd. They were the 2 third-level martial monarchs that Xiao Zhong had brought along with him. They were also the only 2 people who knew about his background. One of them was looking at him with pity. The other person, on the other hand, was looking at him with a sneer. Did you instigate this guy to look for trouble with me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the muscular man coldly. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the reason the muscular man looked for him was because someone had revealed his background. Moreover, it was done intentionally. So what if I did? The person who was looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face generously admitted to it when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the cottage here is already filled with people. This brother has just arrived and doesn't have a place to stay. No matter what, it should be you, a Void Interpretation stage martial artist, who should give up the cottage. As he spoke, the mocking smile on his face deepened. He especially emphasized the words Void Interpretation stage martial artist. Kid, since I've broken through to the martial monarch stage, I've never made a move against a Void Interpretation stage martial artist. Today, I'll properly taste the feeling of crushing an ant to death with a single finger. The ugly brawny man slowly grinned, and a smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his hideous face. At the same time, he took a step forward towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! At that moment, the origin energy on his body seemed to have transformed into a milky white flame that soared up and emitted a majestic aura. It caused the surrounding air to vibrate and set off a series of faint air explosions. As 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the brawny man's head, his palms swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian fiercely like a fan. He used his origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of the second-level martial monarch stage. He's going to die. He's only at the first-level void interpretation stage, yet he still dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Who will die if he doesn't? The spectators thought to themselves as their hearts jolted. Above the void, 2 elderly figures stood there. When they saw the brawny man attacking Duan Lingtian, one of the old men said to the other, "Xiao Zhong, it seems like he won't be able to last until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. The other old man was Xiao Zhong, the person who brought Duan Lingtian here 3 months ago. Upon hearing the former's words, Xiao Zhong said nonchalantly, "This is his own choice." Then, the 2 old men lost interest and even retracted their gazes. In their opinion, everything that happened next was without a doubt. Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed by the brawny man who had a cultivation base at the second-level martial monarch stage. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening loud sound reverberated in the air. The gazes of the 2 old men once again extended outwards, overlooking the area below. Their eyes froze almost at the same time, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces at the same time. The scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. In their opinion, the person who should have died did not die, but the person who should not have died had died. To be more precise, he had turned into a bloody mist and died without a burial place. Idiot. As the ugly brawny man turned into a bloody mist, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. At this moment, everyone present saw it. Although the brawny man had exploded into a bloody mist and was only a foot away from the purple-clad young man, there was not a single trace of blood on the purple-clad young man's body. He's a void interpretation stage martial artist? You must be kidding. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist did not even have time to react before he was killed by him? Did you see his movements clearly? I only saw a fleeting afterimage. The scene was in an uproar. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. There was a hint of reverence in their eyes. How's this possible? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who betrayed Duan Lingtian had a horrified expression. He could not believe what he had just seen was real. 3 months ago, the person who displayed a cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation in front of him had killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist in just a second. Moreover, the person's movements were so fast that even he could not catch a glimpse of it. Soon after, the third-level martial monarch stage martial artist's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a familiar figure. Duan, he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not finish his sentence in the end. This was because Duan Lingtian had killed him in a flash. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had become the god of slaughter in the eyes of everyone present. All of them looked at him with dread in their eyes. Fortunately, I didn't scheme against him like that idiot did. The other person who came with Duan Lingtian earlier secretly gasped. At the same time, he felt a little relieved in his heart. It was precisely this fellow who was just killed that spread false news everywhere, saying that this violet-clothed young man was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. He probably never would have imagined even in his dreams that not only did he cause the death of another, he even caused his own death. If such a powerhouse is only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, doesn't that mean I'm not even a void prying stage martial artist? With his strength, he shouldn't be here at all. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. These people either came earlier than Duan Lingtian or later than Duan Lingtian. However, they had one thing in common. All of them were martial artists below the fourth-level martial monarch stage. Xiao Zhong. Are you sure he's a void interpretation stage martial artist? High up in the sky, an old man in a green robe asked Xiao Zhong with a strange expression on his face. How's that possible? Xiao Zhong ignored the green-robed old man. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief when they landed on the purple-clad figure. 3 months ago, he had witnessed the purple-clad young man's cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation stage with his own eyes. It could not be fake. However, the purple-clad young man's strength was not inferior to the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. He had also witnessed it with his own eyes. It could not be fake. It was precisely because of this that he could not figure it out. What exactly was the reason that allowed a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist to possess such a terrifying strength after 3 months? Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the source of the voice. Soon after, he noticed that the person who communicated with him through voice transmission was the other person who had followed Xiao Zhong to this place that day. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you're completely capable of defeating the people in the pavilion behind the staircase and occupying that pavilion for yourself. The environment there is much better than here. A voice transmission sounded out once more to remind Duan Lingtian. Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the other end of the stairs that was even higher. There was another stone platform there, and there was an exquisite pavilion standing on the stone platform. When he first arrived, he had already seen the pavilion. At that time, he only thought that it was the residence of Xiao Zhong and another disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He did not think much of it. Now, someone was telling him that he could defeat the people in the pavilion and take it for himself? From the very beginning, we were wrong. That pavilion was also a residence for us to live in. However, only the strongest person among us is qualified to stay there. The person who reminded Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts and continued to speak through voice transmission. Although Duan Lingtian did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon in the 2 attacks earlier, he could tell that the person in front of him was very strong. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not something the person who occupied the pavilion could compare to. No matter how strong that person was, he was only at the 3rd level martial monarch stage. That person definitely did not have the ability to kill the 2 people who were killed by Duan Lingtian in just one move. If you really think that it's dirty, you can change your living environment. At this moment, Xiao Zhong's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears. That day, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled about why Xiao Zhong would say such a ridiculous thing. Now, he understood. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch. That fellow has occupied that pavilion for 2 months. It's time for him to move his nest. Many people noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. They could guess what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, and they were excited and filled with anticipation. Then, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. You're the one who killed my brother? A cold voice descended from the sky, startling everyone and attracting everyone's attention. High up in the sky, there were 3 figures descending from the sky. Chapter 1231. Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man who descended from the sky with 2 people behind him and asked nonchalantly, Your brother is one of those 2 fellows just now? Ever since he came to Ling Xian Peak, he had only killed 2 people, and they were the 2 people just now. My brother is Lu Yi, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. The green-robed middle-aged man said coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious gleam as if he was going to devour someone. Waves of terrifying killing intent faintly radiated from his body, causing many people present to feel terrified. Emperor Wu's disciple. Duan Lingtian killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The moment the green-robed middle-aged man spoke, the entire place burst into an uproar. At once, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. He killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The 3rd level martial monarch stage martial artist who followed Duan Lingtian here with Xiao Zhong 3 months ago looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He clearly remembered the scene from 3 months ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian indeed only displayed the cultivation base of the first-level void interpretation. This could not be faked. Today, 3 months later, Duan Lingtian killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist and a third-level martial monarch stage martial artist. This already shocked him to the core. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian's improvement could be so exaggerated. Now, someone came with ill intentions and said that Duan Lingtian had killed his brother, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He must have mistaken me for someone else, he thought to himself. Many people present had the same thought as him, including Qiao Zhong and the old man beside him. Lu Yi? Emperor Wu's disciple? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. Are you talking about that bandit leader? Bandit leader. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Qiao Zhong and the old man beside him looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yi, disciple of Emperor Wu of Ling Xian Peak. His favorite thing to do was to bring a few of Emperor Wu's disciples outside to act as bandits and rob the area around Ling Xian Peak. Now, when Duan Lingtian said the words bandit leader, they vaguely realized that it was very likely that Duan Lingtian had really killed Lu Yi. It really is you. The light in the eyes of the green-robed middle-aged man grew even brighter. Taking a step forward, the yuan power on his body surged, transforming into a milky white flame that soared into the sky. His aura was like a rainbow. Bang! He took a step forward, and the ground of the entire stone platform cracked. Hideous cracks spread in all directions, as if they had turned into a giant spider web. One could see how furious he was at that moment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the green-robed middle-aged man took a step forward and was about to attack him. However, a ghostly figure stood in the way of the green-robed middle-aged man. The appearance of this figure was out of everyone's expectations. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized the figure in front of him at a glance. It was Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu who had brought him here previously. Qiao Zhong, what do you mean by this? The green-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said sternly, you better stay out of today's matter. Lu Zhong. Qiao Zhong glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man indifferently. I don't care if your brother died in his hands or not. He's with me now, so he's someone I have to protect. Before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, I won't let anything happen to him. Qiao Zhong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Qiao Zhong, don't forget that you're just a loser to me. Lu Zhong sneered. As the saying went, where there are people, there will be fights. It was the same in Ling Xian Peak. In Ling Xian Peak, there were 3 direct disciples of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu under his command. The eldest disciple usually cultivated beside Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Just like Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, they were elusive. The entire Ling Xian Peak was usually managed by the second and third disciples. As time passed, it was inevitable that there would be some friction between the two. This also caused the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu to fight against each other, forming 2 camps. Lu Zhong was not only one of the top 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Ling Xian Peak, but he was also part of the camp of Emperor Wu's second direct disciple. Because of his strength, he was highly valued by Emperor Wu's second direct disciple. Qiao Zhong was part of the camp of Emperor Wu's third direct disciple. Because the 2 of them were in different camps, they were like fire and water. Today, Lu Zhong wanted to take Duan Lingtian away under Qiao Zhong's nose. Naturally, Qiao Zhong would not let him succeed. Whoosh! As Lu Zhong laughed mockingly, a gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared next to Qiao Zhong. It was the old man who was with Qiao Zhong earlier. He was also the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu who was supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. This disciple of Emperor Wu was in the same camp as Qiao Zhong. Lu Zhong, if you're confident that you can defeat the 2 of us together, you can attack us. Qiao Zhong said nonchalantly. His words were filled with provocation. Lu Zhong's face darkened. He really did not have much confidence in fighting the two martial emperor's disciples in front of him alone. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples in Lingxian Peak, he was on par with the 2 people in front of him. In a one-on-one battle, he could defeat any one of the 2 people in front of him. However, if the 2 people in front of him attacked together, he knew that he was no match for them. As for the 2 people he brought with him, they were only Emperor Wu's followers. They could only be cannon fodder in the face of the 2 disciples of Emperor Wu. They would not be of any help to him at all. Qiao Zhong, are you trying to outnumber us? Lu Zhong's eyes gleamed coldly. He had already decided to leave to call for help. Outnumber us? Qiao Zhong seemed to have guessed Lu Zhong's thoughts. He looked at Lu Zhong deeply. Lu Zhong, if I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid as to call for help. Don't forget that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was set by Emperor Wu. It's also Lord Emperor Wu's order for us to protect the people who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, I'd like to see what will happen to you if you disobey Lord Emperor Wu's order. At that time, I hope that your master will be willing to plead for you. Qiao Zhong's face was filled with mockery when he reached the end of his sentence. You! Lu Zhong was enraged by Qiao Zhong's words. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. After Qiao Zhong's reminder, he calmed down. I'll let you live for another 3 months. I hope you'll be able to pass the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. At that time, I'll kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother. Lu Zhong no longer bothered with Qiao Zhong. Instead, he glared coldly at Duan Lingtian and threatened him fiercely. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and left hastily with the 2 disciples of Emperor Wu behind him. They came and went like the wind as though they had never been there before. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected by Lu Zhong's threat at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Duan Lingtian, did you really kill Lu Yi? Soon after, Qiao Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated expression. I think so. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. He did not know if that person was Lu Yi or not. However, he remembered that after he killed that person, the people around him seemed to have addressed him as Senior Brother Lu. I think so. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Qiao Zhong and the old man next to him, was speechless. 3 months ago, I misjudged you. You shouldn't have stayed here. However, since you've offended Lu Zhong, you can continue to stay here. Qiao Zhong said with a complicated expression. As for that pavilion, you can stay there. As Qiao Zhong spoke, he looked at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth primal qi. A moment later, Qiao Zhong stepped into the air and arrived in front of the pavilion. His mouth moved slightly, but no one knew what he was saying. Soon after, a person flew out of the pavilion. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. "Milord, isn't this pavilion for those who are able to obtain it? Can I take it that you're abusing your power for personal gain by doing this?" Unlike Qiao Zhong who spoke softly, the middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice. His voice was clearly heard by everyone, including Duan Lingtian. For a moment, most people had a strange expression on their faces. Abusing his power for personal gain? This fellow really dared to say anything. I'm only suggesting that you give up this pavilion. If you're willing, then naturally, everyone will be happy. If you're unwilling to listen to my advice, then fight with him for the ownership of this pavilion. Qiao Zhong also raised his voice and turned to look at Duan Lingtian at the same time. As everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. The middle-aged man who came out of the pavilion also looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't know what relationship you have with this sir to be able to make him ask me to give up this pavilion. If you want to live in this pavilion, you'll have to defeat me or even kill me first. The middle-aged man stepped into the air and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing his stance, the people present on the scene had a strange expression on their faces. The ignorant are fearless. The same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. Many people even looked at the middle-aged man with pity on their faces. At this moment, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian had indeed killed one of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingxian Peak. Even his brother had come to kill him. It was unlikely that this matter was fake. However, at this moment, they were faced with Duan Lingtian, who had the ability to kill Emperor Wu's disciple. The middle-aged man who walked out of the pavilion was one of the best among the third-level martial monarch stage martial artists. He openly challenged him because he did not know his strength or his past deeds. Although there were many people present on the scene, none of them warned the middle-aged man. Perhaps, they were dissatisfied with the middle-aged man for staying in such a good place for so long and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. I don't like people standing on top of me. Chapter 1232. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a five-colored energy rose from his body and transformed into a gigantic hand above the middle-aged man's head in just a blink of an eye. Rumble. When the gigantic hand landed, the air vibrated and produced a sound that sounded like an earthquake. In an instant, before the middle-aged man could even react, he was enveloped by the gigantic hand and was pressed against the ground. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air as the gigantic hand landed on the ground and left a huge palm print on the stone platform before it disappeared without a trace. Barf! Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was slammed into the ground of the stone platform. He was severely injured and only moved after a long time. When he moved, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with blood clots. Subsequently, he looked at the purple figure nearby with fear on his face and fainted immediately. Silence. The scene was dead silent. After glancing at the unconscious middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian moved and leaped up the stone platform behind the stairs and entered the pavilion in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Xiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple, nobody could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. His ability is not inferior to ours. Xiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple looked at each other and spoke in unison through voice transmission. Their words and actions were in sync. As for the remaining group of people, while they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, they looked at the unconscious middle-aged man in unison. A hint of schadenfreude could be seen on their faces. Xiao Zhong, with his ability, it's certain that he'll become Emperor Wu's disciple in 3 months. Why don't you seize this opportunity to rope him into our camp? The other Emperor Wu's disciple asked curiously when he arrived next to Xiao Zhong. Are you afraid that he'll be roped in by that camp? Xiao Zhong smiled. Realization dawned on Xiao Zhong. With Lu Zhong's enmity toward Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Lu Zhong to let Duan Lingtian join their camp. When he's on the opposite side of that camp, we'll make an appearance and ask him to join us. At that time, he'll be grateful to us. Xiao Zhong said. You really are an old fox. The former could not help but sigh. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, do you know why he only revealed his cultivation base at the first level void interpretation 3 months ago? I'm guessing that he used some sort of secret technique to hide his true cultivation level. Xiao Zhong said solemnly. There's such a secret technique? The former had a strange look in his eyes. If there really is such a secret technique, it doesn't seem to have any other use other than pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? It's enough to play the pig to eat the tiger. Xiao Zhong sighed. Don't forget, before this, even we were fooled by him. The interior of the exquisite and spacious pavilion was dazzling. Compared to the cottage Duan Lingtian had lived in before, it was like 2 completely different worlds. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. After he entered the pavilion, he sat on the soft couch and prepared to start cultivating again. I can't believe that 3 months have already passed. 3 months later, Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection will begin. At that time, I'll definitely amaze the world and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not forget his purpose of coming here. The most important thing now is to continue improving my strength. Only with a powerful strength can I sweep away all obstacles and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. While he was cultivating, he also began to comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity in his own way. Time passed by quietly, and Duan Lingtian's strength was improving every second. A month later. In the north of Cloud Continent, there were 3 towering snow peaks in an area that was covered in snow all year round. In the middle of the 3 snow peaks was an ice lake that was constantly emitting fog. Even though the temperature was terrifyingly low, the water in the ice lake was not frozen. It was only emitting bone-chilling cold air. It was extremely unique. The ice lake had a nice name, Yuhan Lake. With Yuhan Lake as the center, there was another name for the place surrounded by the 3 towering snow peaks. Yuhan Valley. Yuhan Valley was also the cultivation place of Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. That Emperor Wu was known as Yuhan and was known as Yuhan Emperor Wu. Speaking of Yuhan Emperor Wu, she was definitely the strongest female powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Her strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the 9 known Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Because of this, when Yuhan Valley released the news that Yuhan Lake was going to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection half a year ago, many female martial artists came from all over. The reason why there were only female martial artists was that Yuhan Valley did not accept male disciples and followers. In Yuhan Valley, there were only female martial artists, including Yuhan Emperor Wu. There was no exception. Today, there were 2 uninvited guests in the sky above Yuhan Valley. They were 2 women, young women. One of the ladies was wearing a light purple dress. She was extremely beautiful and had an invisible charm that seemed to be able to turn everyone upside down. The other woman wore light yellow clothes, and her appearance was not inferior to the former. However, unlike the former, her peerless appearance seemed to be mixed with some youthfulness. If the lady in front was described as a passionate red rose, then, the woman behind him was a pure and unsullied, snow lotus who had emerged from the mud. The 2 ladies were equally beautiful, but they each had their own unique features. Fortunately, we came here early in the morning. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection. The lady in the light purple dress mumbled. Yes, I didn't expect Yuhan Valley to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection a year in advance. The other lady nodded lightly. She then frowned as if she was worried. I wonder if we can become Emperor Wu's follower with our current abilities. Kerr, you must believe in your own abilities. The lady in the purple dress comforted her softly. Sister Fei, I miss young master. When do you think we can see young master? The lady who was called Kerr said in a trembling voice. We'll go back to look for the bad guy after we've avenged master and senior sister. The lady in the purple dress trembled slightly. Her voice sounded a little off and she only recovered after a while. Kerr, let's go in. The 2 ladies were Kerr and Li Fei. They were Duan Lingtian's 2 fiancés who had not seen each other for many years. After they had escaped from the Yin Yang sect, they headed north and headed straight for Yuhan Valley. To their surprise, they heard that Yuhan Valley would be holding the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection 2 months later when they arrived at the northern region of the Inner Land. Compared to what they had heard before, it was a full year earlier. As Kerr and Li Fei continued to fly into Yuhan Valley, they were soon stopped by a lady in blue. She asked expressionlessly, Are you guys here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that will be held in Yuhan Valley 2 months later? Yes. The 2 ladies nodded. Follow me. The lady in blue called out to Kerr and Li Fei and brought them into Yuhan Valley. After a while, Kerr and Li Fei were brought to an independent valley. There were many wooden houses built in the valley. The wooden houses were covered in snow as if they were covered in a layer of silver. There are 2 empty wooden houses. You can stay in them. If you're any later, you'll have to snatch other people's wooden houses. The lady in blue said expressionlessly, Killing is allowed in this place. The strong ones are respected. You're on your own. The lady in blue left as soon as she finished speaking. Only Kerr and Li Fei were left. They looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Kerr, let's go in. Li Fei called out to Kerr, and the two of them were about to enter the two ownerless wooden houses that were next to each other. Wait. Just as the two ladies were about to enter the ownerless wooden houses, a sudden voice stopped them. Then, a lady walked out of the other wooden house. She was the one who had spoken earlier. The lady was limping as she walked with a limp. Moreover, she was blind in one eye and had a hideous scar on her face. It looked like a centipede that was lying there. She looked extremely scary. Seeing this woman, Li Fei was still okay and kept calm. However, Kerr could not help but frown slightly. The lady's appearance frightened her. Such a crippled and ugly woman, compared to Li Fei and Ku, who were as beautiful as flowers and jade, were simply two extremes, a difference of thousands of miles. These two girls are going to be in trouble. Then, many ladies walked out of the other wooden houses. They looked at Li Fei and Kerr with pity in their eyes. So far, 8 of them have died. Including them, there are 10 of them. A lady sighed. Although the 8 who died earlier were beautiful, they were not as good as them. These two girls are going to be in a worse state. Another lady shook her head. The ladies who walked out of the wooden houses had one thing in common, and that was they were not beautiful. What are you trying to do? Seeing the ugly woman walking towards the two of them, Li Fei's face sank as she shouted in a delicate voice. If there's an afterlife, remember not to be so good-looking. A femme fatale. The ugly lady looked at Li Fei and Kerr with a ruthless gaze as if she was looking at 2 dead people. So, you're an ugly freak who can't stand other people being good-looking. Li Fei sneered when she heard the ugly lady's words. At the same time, she took out her spirit weapon and was ready to attack. Chapter 1233. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the hideous lady's head. She was able to trigger the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with only her origin energy. That was the mark of an 8th level martial monarch martial artist. As the hideous lady's multicolored energy rose again, Li Fei and Kerr knew that she was communicating with the profundity that she had comprehended. Wait. Li Fei stopped her with a grave expression. What? Do you have something to say before you die? The hideous lady asked in a deep voice. Her origin energy and profundity were ready to be unleashed. She was ready to kill Li Fei and Kerr anytime. You want to kill us just because we're prettier than you? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. It's not that you're prettier than me. Women who look like demons deserve to die. The hideous lady said in a deep voice. What if the one who looks good is Emperor Wu of Yuhan? What if it's Emperor Wu's direct disciple or Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley? With your ability, I'm afraid you're only a threat to Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. Li Fei continued. I'll admit that women who look like demons are more powerful than me. Those who are weaker than me won't be able to live. The hideous lady continued with her fallacious logic. At the same time, she quickened her pace and went straight for Li Fei and Kerr. Li Fei's expression changed drastically. She just realized that the hideous lady before her was a crazy woman with a twisted mind. She hurriedly said to Ku, you go first. I'll stop her. As she spoke, Li Fei's figure moved and she extended her hand to meet the ugly woman. Although she knew that she was no match for the hideous lady, she still wanted to fight for Kerr's life. Bastard, we'll meet again in the next life. While facing the ugly woman, Li Fei was completely disheartened. A purple figure appeared in her mind. It was a tall, handsome young man in purple clothes. Sister Fei, Kerr shouted, and at the same time, she also moved to meet the ugly woman. The 3-foot-long sword that appeared in her hand was instantly covered with a layer of ice. It was entwined with a bone-chilling sword aura as it swept towards the ugly woman. A sword came from the west, as if it had the help of the gods. Although Li Fei asked her to leave, how could she leave just like that? If something really happened to Li Fei, even if she was lucky enough to survive, she would be depressed for the rest of her life. Just thinking about that kind of life made her afraid. Young master, if there is a next life, Kerr would still be willing to be a little girl by your side. Kerr's eyes were brimming with tears as she wielded the 3-foot-long sword that exuded an extremely cold aura. The same figure as the one in Li Fei's mind appeared in her mind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Li Fei and Kerr's attacks, the ugly woman sneered disdainfully. She did not even bother to use her spirit weapon as she swept her palm across. At the same time, 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above her head as she attacked. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Li Fei and Kerr in an imposing manner. Compared to the 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, the silhouettes of ancient black dragons and thousands of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the void above Li Fei and Kerr's head seemed exceptionally small. What a pity. At that moment, many ladies who came out of the wooden houses to watch the show closed their eyes as they could not bear to watch. It was as if they could already foresee the scene of 2 peerless beauties being brutally killed. Boom! Ah! As a deafening loud sound reverberated, waves of rolling airwaves spread in all directions. A shrill scream followed, piercing everyone's eardrums. Something's not right. At that moment, many ladies felt that something was amiss. This voice, when they opened their eyes again or regained their senses, they realized that there was a beautiful figure in front of the 2 unharmed beauties, protecting them behind her. On the other hand, the ugly woman was sent flying. She crashed heavily on the mountain wall that was covered in snow, leaving a human-shaped mark on it. Barf! The ugly woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale as she looked at the lady who was protecting Li Fei and Kerr. She said in a deep voice, "Isn't killing prohibited here? Are you trying to protect these 2 lowly servants for personal reasons?" Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. It was the woman who was standing in front of Li Fei and Kerr. She disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the ugly woman. She raised her hand and gave her a slap. "It's not up to you to tell me what to do." The lady who was standing in front of the ugly woman was a delicate lady. She was dressed in white and looked like she was one with the ice and snow. Although she looked delicate, there was a terrifying power hidden in her body. Otherwise, the ugly woman would not have been defeated by her. At that moment, the ugly woman did not dare to say anything. Although her ability was great, she would at most become a martial emperor's follower in the Yuhan Valley selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers 2 months later. She knew that very well. However, the lady in front of her was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley. She was far more powerful than the ugly woman. Therefore, although she was unwilling, she did not dare to say anything. 2 lowly servants. I'll let you live for 2 more months. In the selection of Emperor Wu's disciple and follower in 2 months, I'll make you disappear from this world completely. The ugly woman looked viciously at Li Fei and Kerr as she thought to herself. "Thank you for saving our lives, sister." At that moment, Kerr and Li Fei thanked the lady in white. They knew very well that if the lady in white had not helped them, they would not have escaped death today. However, they were filled with doubts. The lady in blue who had brought them in earlier was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley and one of Emperor Wu's followers. She had told them from the beginning that killing was prohibited and that only the powerful ones were respected. However, the lady in white who they suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley had saved them. They found it strange. Why did the lady in white want to save them? "Follow me." After glancing at the ugly woman coldly, the lady in white turned to look at Kerr and Li Fei. She nodded slightly and stepped into the air. Although they did not know where the lady in white was bringing them, Kerr and Li Fei chose to listen to the lady in white and followed her out of the valley. After Kerr and Li Fei left, there was a commotion in the valley. "Who do you think those 2 girls are? They should be one of Emperor Wu's disciples. Otherwise, why would she save them? I heard that some women don't like men but prefer women. Do you think she's one of them?" She saw that those 2 girls were pretty, so. Now that you mention it, it's possible. As the saying went, 3 women make a show. When a group of women gathered in the valley, they could even turn black into white. At that moment, the ugly woman returned to her wooden house with a grave expression. On the other hand, Li Fei and Ker followed the lady in white silently and headed to the other side. "Sister, where are you bringing us?" Ker could not help but ask softly. "To see senior sister Su." The lady in white turned around to look at Ker. A rare smile appeared on her face that was as calm as an ancient well. It was a smile that was like the blooming of a green lotus. It was refreshing. Seeing this scene, Ku Er was still fine and only returned a smile. However, there was a flash of surprise in Li Fei's eyes. She realized that the lady in white, who was suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley, seemed to be very polite to Ker. What was the reason? Her heart was filled with doubts. Soon, the lady in white brought Ker and Li Fei to the mountainside of one of the snowy peaks around Yuhan Valley. There was a wooden house that was covered in white snow. It was impossible to see the wooden house from afar. They could only see it clearly when they got closer. Senior sister Su. After the lady in white brought Ker and Li Fei over, she greeted the wooden house that was covered in thick snow respectfully. Li Fei and Ker's gazes also landed on the wooden house. To be precise, they were looking at the door of the wooden house. They were curious about the person who was about to come out from the house. Ker, the lady in white who saved us must be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. I guess she has to be the direct disciple of Yuhan Valley's Emperor Wu to be treated so respectfully. Li Fei said to Ker through voice transmission. Ker's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Before she could reply, the door of the wooden house opened with a creak. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out slowly from the house. It was an ordinary-looking young lady in green. She looked to be in her early 30s with a cold face. She looked straight at the lady in white when she walked out. "What's the matter?" The green-clothed lady spoke unhurriedly. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to have come from an extremely cold ice cave, causing Li Fei and Ku Er to involuntarily shiver. "Senior apprentice sister Su, I saw someone using a sword skill similar to the one you used." The lady in white seemed to feel the pressure when facing the lady in green. She took a deep breath and said, "The sword skill that I used?" The lady in green frowned. "It's the sword skill that came with the technique that Emperor Wu passed on to you." The lady in white reminded her. "What?" As the white-clothed woman's voice fell, the green-clothed woman's face could no longer remain calm, and her expression changed completely. "Who?" At the same time, she looked at Li Fei and Ker. "It's her." The lady in white looked at Ker and said to the lady in green. "You, show me your sword skill," Yi Futian said. At this moment, the lady in green tried her best to calm herself down and said to Ker. When Ker heard that, she looked at Li Fei. After seeing Li Fei's nod of approval, she moved and displayed the sword skill that she had mastered. "Is your sword skill derived from a technique called Han Bing's Holy Sword Technique?" Chapter 1234. How? How did you know? Ker looked at the lady in green and asked in surprise. Only a handful of people knew the name of her cultivation method, and they were all close to her. But today, someone spoke the name of the cultivation method she cultivated through the sword skill she displayed, which made her feel inexplicably shocked. Whoosh! Facing Ker's surprise, the lady in green did not answer. She raised her hands slightly. In an instant, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a sword that was completely formed by Yuan Li. In the next moment, she moved. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the lady in green's action was exactly the same as Ker's when she performed the sword skill. The sword was also filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Of course, the cold air on the lady in green's sword was even more terrifying. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to freeze. When the breeze blew, it turned into a bone-chilling cold wind. How? How did you know this sword skill? As the lady in green kept her sword, Kerr was dumbfounded. The sword skill displayed by the lady in green was exactly the same as the one she practiced. No matter the movement or the charm. Of course, the lady in green's attainment in this sword skill was far better than hers. Where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. The lady in green did not answer Kerr's question. Instead, she suddenly said these words to Kerr. Hearing these words, Kerr's eyes suddenly shrank. She said with a face full of shock, You also practiced Han Bing's god sword skill? No one knew these words better than Kerr. These were the last words of the general outline of Han Bing's god sword skill, and also the most important words. Once Han Bing's god sword skill was cultivated to the extreme, where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. Han Bing's god sword skill. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was puzzled by what had just happened. Now, after hearing Kerr's words, she was completely enlightened. The woman in green in front of him actually cultivated the same cultivation method as Kerr? That's not right. According to what Scoundrel said back then, no matter if it was the art of the sun and moon star that he passed on to me or the Han Bing god sword technique that he passed on to little sister Kerr, there shouldn't be a second person who knows them. Li Fei shook her head. She couldn't figure it out. Now, she finally understood why the woman in white had saved her and Kerr. It turned out that the woman in white had recognized the sword skill that Kerr had cultivated. Scoundrel, you know what? The cultivation method you passed on to little sister Kerr saved both my life and hers. Li Fei muttered in her heart. If I'm not wrong, you're practicing the complete Han Bing's god sword technique. The woman in green looked at Kerr, her eyes gleaming as she muttered, I can't believe that there's a third person who has cultivated the complete Han Bing's god sword technique on Cloud Continent apart from Master and me. Apart from you, there's another person who has cultivated the Han Bing's god sword technique? Kerr was shocked. She was already shocked when she saw another person who had cultivated the Han Bing's god sword technique. However, from what the woman in front of her had just said, there seemed to be a third person who had cultivated the Han Bing's god sword technique. Senior Sister Su's cultivation method was passed down personally by Lord Emperor Wu. It's also the most powerful cultivation method in Yuhan Valley. Regardless of the generation of Yuhan Valley Master, he would only pass it down to one person. At this moment, the woman in white standing at the side spoke. As she spoke, she did not forget to look at the woman in green with respect. The person who was passed down the cultivation method is also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Lord Emperor Wu. Once the woman in white said that, Li Fei looked at the woman in green and could not help but exclaim, You're really Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. Although she had already guessed it, Li Fei was still shocked when it was confirmed. Not only is Senior Sister Su the lineal disciple of Emperor Wu, but she's also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Sooner or later, she'll become a powerful person like Emperor Wu. As the woman in white spoke, her eyes were filled with fanatical admiration for the woman in green. Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. Li Fei's words also shocked Kerr. Kerr could not help but look at the woman in green in shock. Your Han Bing's god sword technique was passed down to you by Yuhan Emperor Wu? That's right. The woman in green nodded. The frost on her face that was originally as cold as ice seemed to have melted. Come with me. Master will definitely be very interested in you. Who knows, she might even make an exception and take you in as her lineal disciple. The woman in green said. Lineal disciple. The woman in green's words not only shocked Kerr but also Li Fei. The woman in green's master was the owner of Yuhan Valley, Yuhan Emperor Wu. Becoming her master's lineal disciple meant that she would become Yuhan Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. I can go with you, but Sister Fei has to go too. Kerr said. Humph. Little girl, Senior Sister Su is bringing you to see Lord Emperor Wu. It's your good fortune. Now, you still dare to negotiate with Senior Sister Su? The woman in white who was standing at the side snorted and frowned. If Sister Fei doesn't want to go with me, then I won't go either. Kerr ignored the woman in white and looked at the woman in green stubbornly. Seeing that, Li Fei felt warmth in her heart. She knew that Kerr was fighting for her opportunity. At the same time, Li Fei looked at the woman in green with fear. She was afraid that Kerr would anger her because of that. That would be a loss. Let's go. Surprisingly, the woman in green nodded and agreed to Kerr's condition. At the same time, she stepped into the air and slowed down, intentionally waiting for Kerr and Li Fei. Kerr and Li Fei looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Then, they followed the woman in green. Along the way, they also found out the full name of the woman in green. Su Rong. Under Su Rong's lead, Kerr and Li Fei arrived at the peak of a snowy peak. The peak of the snowy peak was covered in clouds. From afar, it looked like a vast expanse. Through the clouds, they could see a vast stone platform standing there. On the stone platform, there was a palace made entirely of ice. This was a sparkling and translucent palace. It was so beautiful that it looked like a palace that only existed in the heavens. Master. Su Rong led Kerr and Li Fei to the ice palace and bowed respectfully. Almost as soon as Su Rong finished speaking, Kerr and Li Fei did not have time to react before a woman appeared in front of them. It was a young woman. The young woman looked to be in her 30s, but Kerr and Li Fei knew that the woman in front of them was at least 100 years old. The young woman stood in front of them. Her aura was restrained and she looked just like an ordinary person. Lord Emperor Wu. Facing this ordinary-looking young woman, Kerr and Li Fei did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly bowed respectfully as they were filled with excitement. It was their first time seeing a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in their lives. However, from the beginning to the end, the ordinary-looking young lady did not even look at Kerr and Li Fei. She looked at Su Rong and asked indifferently, "Rong, why are you looking for me?" "Master, she has cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique just like us." Su Rong looked at Kerr and said to the young woman, who was Yuhan Emperor Wu. The reason why she said she had cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique was because the other lineal disciples of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley had more or less cultivated the surface of Han Bing's divine sword technique. The incomplete Han Bing's divine sword technique that they had cultivated was passed down to them by Yuhan Emperor Wu under the pretext that he had kept it a secret. Yuhan Valley's rule was that the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique could only be passed down to one person. It had been that way for generations. As Su Rong spoke, Yuhan Emperor Wu's calm face finally changed. At the same time, her gaze landed on Kuer. Her eyes suddenly became sharp as she asked in a deep voice, "Have you really cultivated the complete Han Bing's God sword technique?" "Yes." Kerr could not breathe as she looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was looking at her fiercely. Subsequently, under Martial Emperor Yuhan's request, Kerr performed the sword skill that came with Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a sword skill that could only be performed by those who had cultivated the complete version of Han Bing's divine sword technique. It's really the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked. But shouldn't only Yuhan Valley have Han Bing's divine sword technique? Yuhan Valley had been passed down for 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, there had been many powerful Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. They had all become Emperor Wu because they had cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique. Of course, not everyone could become Emperor Wu by cultivating Han Bing's divine sword technique. It also depended on one's talent. Han Bing's divine sword technique is a cultivation method passed down by our Yuhan Valley's ancestor. According to the handwritten record left behind by our ancestor, she obtained Han Bing's divine sword technique from a martial emperor's tomb. Yuhan Emperor Wu quickly suppressed his shock. He calmed down and pondered seriously. According to her judgment, the tomb of Emperor Wu had been passed down for at least 10,000 years, or even longer. The Emperor Wu who was buried in the tomb was the one who had excavated the tomb. She was a female Emperor Wu, the Ice Emperor Wu. Back then, apart from Han Bing's divine sword technique, our ancestor had also obtained a voice transmission jade slip. The voice transmission jade slip contained the last words of the Ice Emperor Wu. The Ice Emperor Wu was an Emperor Wu who had existed 20,000 years ago. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she had cultivated had only been passed down to one person before she was buried in the tomb. That person was an Emperor Wu who was even more powerful than her. That Emperor Wu was known as Samsara, and was known as Samsara Emperor Wu. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the cultivation method that Samsara Emperor Wu had cultivated was called Three Lives Samsara Technique. The Three Lives Samsara Technique had the ability to reincarnate. Chapter 1235. The Frost Emperor Wu knows a little about the Three Lives Rebirth Technique. It's said that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu can reincarnate once every 10,000 years. When he entered the Emperor Wu realm during his third reincarnation, he would be considered to have cultivated the Three Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. All of this was recorded in the handwritten letter left behind by the Yuhan Valley's ancestor. Looking at the time, it should be the time for the Reincarnation Emperor Wu to reincarnate for his third reincarnation. Once he cultivates to the Emperor Wu realm in this reincarnation, the Three Lives Rebirth Technique will be perfected. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked when he thought of this. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago had gone through 3 reincarnations just to cultivate a cultivation method called the Three Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. Just how powerful was this set of techniques? One should know that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu could defeat the Frost Emperor Wu who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique in his first reincarnation. One could only imagine how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was. It seems like the Han Bing's divine sword technique that this little girl is cultivating was passed down to her by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his third reincarnation. The Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Kerr as he speculated in his heart. Kerr, who was being stared at by the Yuhan Emperor Wu, could not help but feel uneasy when she saw that the Yuhan Emperor Wu did not respond after a long time. No matter what, the person standing in front of her was an Emperor Wu, the supreme existence on Cloud Continent. Who passed down the Han Bing's divine sword technique to you? Finally, the Yuhan Emperor Wu regained his senses and asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. It's young master who passed it down to me. Kerr took a deep breath and said slowly. Young master? The Yuhan Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows. He is the fiancé of my sister Kerr and I. Seeing that Kerr seemed to be a little restrained, Li Fei answered for her. Fiancé? Upon hearing this, the cold Emperor Wu's eyes lit up imperceptibly. It seems, the third reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu hasn't fully matured yet. According to the records left behind by my ancestors in Yuhan Valley, the Frost Emperor Wu mentioned in the voice transmission jade slip that she left behind. Apart from being a powerful martial artist, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Grade 1 is the limit for an ordinary alchemist. On the other hand, Emperor Wu of the reincarnation cycle blazed a new trail and became a quasi-royal grade alchemist, or even a royal grade alchemist. It's said that the royal grade healing pill refined by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu can even revive a dead person and grow flesh and bones. Moreover, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu has gone through 2 reincarnations. He must have left many good things for his third reincarnation. Greed flashed in the depth of the Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes as she thought about this. Subsequently, she snapped back to her senses and looked at Kerr. I'd like to take you in as my direct disciple. Are you willing? Although she had no idea why the fiancé of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu would come to Yuhan Valley in his third reincarnation, she naturally had to make good use of her since she was here. Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The things that you left for your third reincarnation after 2 reincarnations are destined to be mine. The Yuhan Emperor Wu thought to himself. I can be your direct disciple. However, you must take Sister Fei, as your direct disciple too. Kerr's eyes lit up when she heard what the Yuhan Emperor Wu said. She then looked at Li Fei who was next to her and said to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Su Rong frowned at the side. This ungrateful girl. Never mind that she was talking about conditions in front of her. How dare she talk about conditions in front of her master, the high and mighty Yuhan Emperor Wu? I agree. Su Rong thought that her master would be angry. However, she was surprised to find that not only was her master not angry, she even agreed to Kerr's condition without hesitation. Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu. Kerr's eyes lit up when she heard that. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu. Li Fei also expressed her gratitude. Are you still calling me Sir Emperor Wu? The Yuhan Emperor Wu smiled faintly and asked meaningfully. Master. Ke and Li Fei immediately reacted and bowed respectfully to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Right now, they were completely overwhelmed by joy. They were completely unaware that a huge trap was being set up for them and their fiancés. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Another month passed just like that. There was only a month left until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak. There was a long flight of stairs halfway up the mountain on one side of Lingxian Peak that completely separated the two stone platforms. The flight of stairs was like a natural moat that separated the two stone platforms into two different worlds. There was an exquisite pavilion on the stone platform above. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth origin energy that was almost tangible. The cultivation environment was so good that it was enough to make others envious. On the other hand, the stone platform below had cracks on the ground that looked like a huge spider web. There were also cottages on the platform that were filled with a stench that would not go away for a long time. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the pavilion. It was a purple figure. It was Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for another 2 months. There's only a month left. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, he moved and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had left the place he was at previously. From the beginning until the end, he was not stopped at all. Of course, it was not because Qiao Zhong and the other disciple of Emperor Wu did not know that Duan Lingtian had left. Although they knew, they did not plan to stop Duan Lingtian. Not to mention that they might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian with their strength. However, with Duan Lingtian's strength, since he had decided to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak, he would definitely not go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not go back on his word. He left temporarily because he wanted to take a breather. As he stepped into the air, he performed his movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heaven, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. He circled around Lingxian Peak and headed to the peak at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many of Emperor Wu's followers. However, none of them noticed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Lingxian Peak. The peak was completely shrouded in clouds. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard the clear sound of a sword chime. There's someone else practicing sword here? Duan Lingtian continued to go deeper while he was puzzled. He soon discovered that there was someone practicing sword on the peak of Lingxian Peak. This person did not use his origin energy or profundity when he practiced the sword. He was completely using his spiritual energy to control the spirit sword. It was similar to the Nine Tribulations sword control technique that Qi Mi cultivated. Inscription Master? Duan Lingtian guessed when he discovered that the person was controlling the sword with his spiritual energy. That was why he did not use his spiritual energy to probe the person's cultivation base. The person was an inscription master, so it would be easy for him to discover his spiritual energy probing. It was impolite to probe other people's cultivation base. The person controlling the sword with his spiritual energy was a young man. He was tall and wore a green robe that moved with the wind. He looked elegant and carefree. Since his back was facing Duan Lingtian could not see his face clearly. One had to admit that the young man's attainment in the sword Dao was quite profound. If it was the Duan Lingtian from before, he would definitely admit that he was not as good as him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head at this moment. What? You can do better than me? Suddenly, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and it shocked him to the point he shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He only realized now. The young man who had his back facing him had somehow noticed his presence and was talking to him. When the young man was talking to him, he turned around and revealed his face. It was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. He stood there as though he had transformed into a sharp sword that was ready to soar into the sky at any time. You think you're doing well? Duan Tian, who regained his senses, asked in a slightly amused manner. The young man in front of him used his spiritual energy to control the sword. It was far better than the Nine Tribulation sword control technique that he had used in the past. However, it was not worth mentioning to him now. After comprehending the Sword Dao comprehension that had accumulated in his mind, his attainment in the Sword Dao had improved tremendously. You're all talk and no action, the young man said. Duan Tian glanced at the young man nonchalantly. Without wasting any time, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Subsequently, he did not split the quasi-royal grade spirit sword into 9. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to control it to fly in the air. It began to circle around him and its speed became faster and faster. His attainments in the Sword Dao that had been raised recently due to his comprehension of the Sword Dao was fully displayed. The young man stood to the side, and his gaze gradually changed from the initial disdain. In the end, it was filled with shock. Who is he? There's such a person in Lingxian Peak. The young man muttered softly. Soon, the young man's gaze became a little dull. His mind was completely immersed in Duan Lingtian's movements. To be more precise, he was immersed in the movements of the spirit sword around Duan Lingtian's body. After all, Duan Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there as still as a mountain. The young man's gaze changed from the initial sluggishness to confusion, and then to enlightenment. His expression was changing with every passing moment. You can do that? Amazing. Amazing. As time passed by, the young man could only sigh in admiration at the attainment Duan Tian displayed in the Sword Dao. He felt ashamed of his inferiority. What's your name? As Duan Tian withdrew his spiritual energy and the spirit sword returned to his hand, the young man could not help but ask curiously. Duan Tian. Duan Tian replied calmly. Duan Tian? You're Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak. The young man's eyes gleamed as he asked. No. Chapter 1236. You're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingxian Peak a month later? The young man could not help but be surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With your attainments in the Sword Dao, it's only a matter of time before you comprehend the Emperor Stage Sword concept. I don't think there's a need for you to become a disciple of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, right? Comprehending the Emperor Stage Sword profundity was only a matter of time? Duan Lingtian snickered inwardly. He had already comprehended the Emperor Stage Sword profundity a long time ago. However, he did not point it out. I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. I'm here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Lingxian Peak mainly because I want that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu to do me a favor. If I have to become his direct disciple in order to get his help, then I can only force myself to do it. If it's possible, of course, I'm not willing to become his direct disciple. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Force yourself to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Duan Lingtian's words made the young man's mouth twitch slightly. In the entire Cloud Continent, there were countless martial artists who wanted to become a direct disciple of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the purple-clad young man before him did not care about it at all. If someone else had said that, he might have mocked them. However, the purple-clad young man before him had the right to say that because of his previous performance. Soon after, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What do you want from Spirit Profound Emperor Wu?" To him, it's just a small favor, but to me, it's extremely important. Duan Lingtian muttered softly. Although he had regained some of his memories in the past few months, he still knew nothing about his identity and origin. That memory seemed to have been completely sealed away. He did not know where he came from or where he was going. He felt that there was only one reason for him to live, and that was to understand his past. That was all. I see. The young man nodded and continued, as far as I know, Ling Xian Peak Spirit Profound Emperor Wu is extremely picky when it comes to choosing his direct disciples. Over the years, he has only accepted 3 direct disciples. Although your attainments in the Tao of the Sword are high, he might not make an exception and take you as his direct disciple. The young man said to Duan Lingtian. Hearing you say that, it seems like you know quite a bit about Spirit Xian Emperor Wu. You wouldn't be one of the 3 direct disciples of Spirit Xian Emperor Wu, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man and asked. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the young man only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Duan Lingtian, I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Also, remember that I'm called Yang Hui. Yang Hui. After introducing himself, Yang Hui left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds and missed before Duan Lingtian. If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. What's there to be so mysterious about? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and left the peak of Ling Xian Peak as well. He returned to the pavilion where he cultivated earlier and continued to cultivate and comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity. At the same time, south of the inner land of Cloud Continent, an old man in a fiery red robe looked at the red-clad lady next to him and said softly, Girl, we don't have much time left. It's time to leave. When the red-clad lady heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly. A hint of worry could be seen on her peerless face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Elder brother Duan, where are you? Tian Wu is very worried about you. Do you know that? The red-clad lady was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had been looking for Duan Lingtian for half a year. She was muttering to herself. In the end, she sighed inwardly. Elder brother Duan, my intuition tells me that you're still alive. When Tian Wu achieves something, she'll definitely come back to look for you. Feng Tianwu muttered in her heart. The 2 figures disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye and headed north. They were like 2 streaks of red lightning that flashed across the sky. Their speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Whoosh! 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 When Feng Tianwu left with the red-clad old man, Chi Hua, on the other side of Roa Shui River, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in the outer land of Cloud Continent. Among the 4 of them, the leader was a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The young girl was dressed in yellow, and her youthful appearance was beautiful. One could tell that she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grew up. There was a hint of slyness in her eyes. With just a glance, one could tell that she was a mischievous young girl. There were 3 children who were 2 heads shorter than the yellow-clad young girl standing next to her. There was a little boy in black, a little girl in white, and a little girl in gold. The black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl looked very similar. It was as though they were carved out of the same mold. They looked like a pair of twins. As for the golden-clad little girl, she looked like the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. She was only 7 or 8 years old. Her pink little face was very cute, and it made one want to reach out and pinch it. However, there was a hint of slyness in her eyes that was similar to the yellow-clad young girl's. It was obvious that she was also a mischievous young girl. Cloud Continent, Han Xuan, am back. The yellow-clad young girl's mischievous eyes flashed as she muttered. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. She had obtained her father's permission to come out this time. She finally did not have to worry about being brought back by the people her father sent. Sister Xuan, do you think brother will be able to recognize us when he sees us like this? The white-clad little girl looked very quiet. Although she was young, she already had the potential to become a little lady. She looked at the yellow-clad young girl and asked with her bright eyes. If the 3 of you appear together, Brother Ling Tian will definitely be able to recognize all of you. Han Xuan sized up the 3 children by her side. A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How about this? When we find Brother Ling Tian, I'll go see him first. All of you don't appear first. We'll come out one by one later. I guarantee that he won't be able to recognize us. Sure. Sister Xuan, you'll see brother first, then I'll see him. Then little white, then little black. The golden-clad little girl agreed with Han Xuanai's words. At the same time, she came up with a plan. Little gold, why should I be the last to see brother? Sister Xuanai, I should be the first to see brother. You should be the last to see him because you're the most disobedient. You're a bad child. The black-clad little boy snorted in dissatisfaction and said angrily. You're the bad child. Your whole family are bad children. No, little white is also from your family. You're the only bad child. The golden-clad little girl called Little Gold made a funny face at the little boy and playfully stuck out her tongue. Moreover, you're a man. Don't you know that ladies go first? I'm not a man. I'm just a little boy. The black-clad little boy said. All right, both of you stop quarreling. My head hurts from quarreling. After we find Brother Ling Tian, you can use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will see him first. Han Xuanai said with a slight headache. She originally thought that she was mischievous enough. However, in front of these three little fellows, she had no choice but to admit defeat. These three little fellows were the three demon beasts that Han Xuanai took away from Duan Ling Tian back then. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Little Black and Little White were the two mutated little pythons that had been following Duan Ling Tian since a long time ago. After that, they were taken away by Han Xuanai twice. After so many years, they had also transformed into human form. Little Gold was the mischievous little golden mouse that was taken away by Han Xuanai along with Little Black and Little White. Of course, to be precise, it was not Han Xuanai who wanted to take them away. It was Han Xuanai's Qing Nu who wanted to take them away. All right. I'll listen to Sister Xuanai. Little Gold nodded and then made a funny face at Little Black. You impolite brat who doesn't know that ladies go first. Brother will definitely not like you when he sees you. Brother will not like you. Little Black snorted in dissatisfaction. All right, both of you stop quarreling. You're really born to be enemies. Little White stood at the side and shook her head lightly, looking like a little adult. Little White is still the sensible one. Han Xuanai stretched out her hand and rubbed the white-clothed little girl's head before looking at Little Gold and Little Black. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Although the three little fellows before her had transformed into human form and had matured intelligence, their temperament had always remained at the stage of a human child. Besides Little White, who was more sensible, the other two were like children that would never grow up. Of course, the three little fellows had transformed into such an appearance. Unless they could break through the shackles of the congenital stage, otherwise, they would not be able to transform a second time. Being unable to transform a second time also meant that they would only be in such an appearance for their entire lives. After all, before breaking through the shackles of the congenital stage, any demon beast only had one chance to transform. If they wanted to transform a second time, they must first break through the shackles of the congenital stage. Let's go. Let's go to the Skydog Fort to look for that big dog. I told him before I left that if he still hasn't found Big Brother Ling Tian's whereabouts by the time I come back, I'll stew him and eat him. At Han Xuanai's command, she led the three brats towards the south. Big dog? I hope he can't find brother's whereabouts. I haven't eaten dog meat yet. Little Gold's eyes lit up as she spoke. You only know how to eat. You'll die from eating sooner or later. You've forgotten about brother just because of a meal of dog meat. What a heartless fellow. Little Black snorted in displeasure. Little Gold, I won't help you this time. How can you forget about brother just because of a meal of dog meat? Although I really want to taste dog meat as well. Little White stuck out her little tongue and licked her dry lips as she spoke. When Han Xuanai heard the first half of Little White's sentence, she was still secretly praising Little White for being sensible. However, when she heard the second half of Little White's sentence, she felt that something was amiss. There really are three little devils. Little White muttered to herself. Chapter 1237. In next to no time, Han Shu and I brought along the three little fellows and arrived at the ancient desert city in the northern desert. In the Skywolf Fort, the fort master, Qing Lang, was shocked when he saw Han Shu and I return. Fortunately, he told Han Shu and I about his meeting with Duan Lingtian in time. Otherwise, he would have probably been stewed and eaten. The three little fellows that followed behind Han Shu and I looked at him covetously as if they were looking at a plate of delicious delicacies. 3 pairs of bright little eyes caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. I should return to the 10 dynasties to take a look first. The clues Qing Lang gave were of no use, so Han Shu and I decided to return to the 10 dynasties to take a look and see if her big brother Ling Tian was still in the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty was the root of her big brother Ling Tian. Little black, little white, little gold. Let's go. Han Shu and I called out to the 3 little fellows and took the lead to flash out, leaving the ancient desert city and heading towards the south. That was the direction of the 10 dynasties. After Han Shu and I left with the 3 little fellows, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, returned to his senses after a short while, and he heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Those 3 little fellows seemed to not be humans. They gave me the feeling as if I was facing my ancestor when they stood before me. Of course, the feeling wasn't so strong. Qing Lang felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled the scene from before. As a demon that was close to the dog type, his sense of smell and intuition were extremely acute, and he noticed that the 3 little fellows by Han Shu and I's side weren't humans. Not only weren't they human. Those 3 little fellows that seemed harmless even gave him a feeling of horror. Especially the gazes they shot at him seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow him alive. Han Shu and I brought the 3 little fellows along and entered the area of the 10 dynasties before long. They went to the Dark Han dynasty and circled around, yet they weren't able to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. For a time, they left the Dark Han dynasty and the 10 great dynasties. They passed through the northern desert and headed north. If Big Brother Ling Tian really left, he should have left from this direction. Han Shu and I secretly guessed. After leaving the northern desert, they continued to head north. Not long after, she brought the 3 little fellows to the northern mountain land. She finally found a clue in the northern mountain land. Big Brother Ling Tian once stayed in the Lu clan in the northern mountain land. This was the news that Han Shu and I learned. However, when she was about to go to the Lu clan, she heard that the Lu clan had been destroyed and no longer existed. Who is it? How dare he annihilate the Lu family where Brother Ling Tian used to live? Han Shu and I's expression darkened as she muttered in a cold voice. Her eyes were filled with a cold light. If I find out who did this, I won't let him off. I'm going to eat him. Little Gold said through gritted teeth. However, she looked like a little girl now. She did not look ferocious at all. Will Big Brother be all right? Little Black and Little White were worried. Soon after, Han Shu and I found out about another matter. It was related to her big brother Ling Tian. Big Brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan before it was annihilated. It's very likely that he crossed the Ruoshui River and went to the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Han Shu and I learned about this from someone who was close to the clan leader of the Lu clan in the past. Let's go to the inner land. Han Shu and I would not let go of any clue that she could find. She brought the 3 little fellows and continued to head north. Soon, they arrived at the Ruoshui River. The Yin Yang sect's swift boat no longer existed at the Ruoshui River. It was replaced by the Ling Tian sect's swift boat. Initially, Han Shu and I did not plan to take the swift boat. With her and the 3 little fellows' strength, the Ruoshui River was no threat to them. They had crossed the Ruoshui River to come to the outer land previously. The Ling Tian sect. However, Han Shu and I coincidentally overheard people talking about the Ling Tian sect at the Ruoshui River this time. Han Shu and I frowned slightly. I remember the last time I came to the Cloud Continent. The swift boat at the Ruoshui River should belong to the Yin Yang sect or something. It's only been a few years. How did it change to the Ling Tian sect? This Ling Tian sect has the same name as Big Brother Ling Tian. Don't tell me it's related to Big Brother Ling Tian? Soon after, Han Xuanai and the three little fellows looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. What's the Ling Tian sect that you're talking about? I remember the swift boat here belonged to the Yin Yang sect a few years ago. Han Xuanai landed on the ground and stared at the person who mentioned the Ling Tian sect and asked bluntly. Little girl, you don't know about the Ling Tian sect? The person looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe in surprise and said, the Yin Yang sect that you mentioned is a thing of the past. The Yin Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect 2 years ago. Why did it change its name? At this moment, Han Xuanai vaguely realized that the Ling Tian sect might really be related to her big brother Ling Tian. This was because the time when the Yin Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect and the time when her big brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan were only a few months apart. It said that a powerful person came to the Yin Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect after killing the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak out of anger for a woman. The person who was questioned by Han Xuanai told her everything he knew. After that, he changed the name of the Yin Yang sect to the Ling Tian sect. Speaking of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, he's really a legendary figure. First, he killed many leaders of first-rate forces on his own. Later on, he recruited a large number of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for the Ling Tian sect. He sighed emotionally as he spoke. Do you know his name? Han Xuanai's breathing quickened as she asked quickly. Duan Ling Tian. The person who was questioned replied immediately. It's really Big Brother. Little White's eyes lit up immediately. Her chubby little face flushed instantly. It was a beautiful sight. Big Brother actually became the sect leader. I want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. Little Black's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. Humph. I want to be the great guardian of the Ling Tian sect. Little Gold said, unwilling to fall behind. She wanted to be superior to Little Black. I want to be the great guardian. Little Black said again. If you want to be the great guardian, then I'll be the great guardian. Little Gold said. Seeing that Little Black and Little Gold had begun to argue again, Han Xuanai could not help but feel a headache coming on. However, a smile appeared on her face again when she thought about the news about the Duan Ling Tian sect. Many people in the surroundings were speechless when they heard the conversation between Little Black and Little Gold. They want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect? Just these two little brats? In the beginning, they thought it was impossible for these two terrifyingly young children to have the ability to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. However, when they thought about it again, they felt that something was amiss. My goodness! How old are they? How can they fly? Many people reacted and revealed astonished expressions. If they want to fly, they must at least break through to the void prying stage. Could it be that the cultivations of these three little kids have all broken through to the void prying stage? Even more people were shocked by this. No matter how they looked at it, the three little kids before them were not more than 10 years old. Void prying stage martial artists that were not more than 10 years old? Could it be that they're demons? Some people guessed like this. However, it was quickly rejected by some people. Look at their pure and innocent innocence, it's completely something that a child should have. Demons that can take human form are basically all old. Do you think they can maintain this innocence? The words of these people obtained the agreement of many people. For a time, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold became the center of attention. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. We ought to go. Under the gazes of everyone, Han Xuanai called out to the three little fellows before taking the lead to fly out towards the Ruo Shui River, and her figure vanished before the eyes of everyone at the Ruo Shui River. So fast. The group of people at the Ruo Shui River never imagined that the young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Just by looking at the speed, they were able to discern that the young girl's strength was extraordinary. They were unable to capture the young girl's figure, and this indicated that their strength was inferior to the young girl. However, in next to no time, they were stunned. Because they noticed that the 3 little boys and girls that they guessed to be void-prying stage martial artists had chased after the young girl in the blink of an eye, and their figures vanished before their eyes. How is this possible? I'm actually unable to capture their speed in the slightest. Looks like it's very likely that they're really demons that have taken human form. Because they lack communication with humans and demon beasts, they're able to maintain their innocence. Now, even more people guessed that Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were demons. Han Xuanai wasn't spared as well. After all, a young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old possessed such terrifying speed. According to common sense, it was very unlikely for her to be a human. They're heading towards the Ruoshui River. Could it be that they want to cross the Ruoshui River with their bodies? In next to no time, someone reacted and realized that the direction that Han Xuanai and the 3 little fellows were flying towards was precisely the direction of the Ruoshui River, and for a moment, they broke out in cold sweat for them. Figures that can cross the Ruoshui River with their bodies are all extremely terrifying existences. If they're not courting death, then their strength is absolutely beyond our imagination. Someone gasped and said. They don't seem to have the intention of courting death. In this way, it would seem that they're 4 extremely formidable demons. Someone guessed. They should be. His guess obtained the agreement of many people. Han Xuanai didn't know what happened at the Ruoshui River after she left. She was currently flying swiftly across the Ruoshui River with the 3 little fellows and heading towards the inner land. Big Brother Ling Tian is actually a sect leader. When I see him this time, I'll ask him to arrange a position for me to play with. Chapter 1238. The Ling Tian sect was located at the south of the northern desert. Ever since the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, left without returning, the senior officials of the Ling Tian sect were in low spirits. Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who left with Duan Ling Tian, did not know whether Duan Ling Tian was alive or dead because they did not enter the Lost Stone Forest. To the Lost Stone Forest, Duan Ling Tian's intrusion was undoubtedly a taboo. Emperor Wu had personally issued a gag order so none of Emperor Wu's disciples or followers dared to spread the news. Under such circumstances, the Ling Tian sect was much more low-key compared to before. However, after losing Duan Ling Tian, it was like the Ling Tian sect had lost its backbone. As time went by, the sect's cohesiveness began to weaken. The first to bear the brunt of this were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. They had come to the Ling Tian sect mainly to improve their weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao. Initially, when they had just arrived at the Ling Tian sect, they had received pointers from the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. They had learned a lot and felt the trip was worth it. However, with Duan Ling Tian's disappearance, many Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists began to have thoughts of leaving the Ling Tian sect. If it was not for the fact that they did not want to be the first to leave and bear the infamy of being ungrateful, they would have left long ago. Whoosh! Today, the Ling Tian sect welcomed an uninvited guest. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He was skinny and had a cold expression. His eyes were cloudy, but they were filled with killing intent. Is this the sect that the Duan Ling Tian who killed is in charge of? The gray-robed old man muttered as he looked down at the mountain peak beneath his feet. A person from the outer land has become the leader of a first-rate force in such a short time. Although it's only a low-level first-rate force, it's still not bad. Unfortunately, you killed someone you shouldn't have killed. Murderous intent shot out from the gray-robed old man's eyes as he muttered. Duan Ling Tian, you have 10 breaths to appear in front of this old man. Otherwise, this old man will exterminate your entire family. When the gray-robed old man spoke, he secretly used Yuan power. When his voice was transmitted, it was earth-shattering, causing a commotion in the entire Ling Tian sect. Within the Ling Tian peak where the Ling Tian sect was located, from the Ling Tian sect's higher-ups to the members of the Ling Tian sect, all of their expressions changed. This voice. It's him. In a wooden house on the north side of Ling Tian Peak, a figure flew out of the sky with an extremely unsightly expression. This was a young man. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. It was hatred that came from the bottom of his heart. The young man was none other than Lu Bai. He was the second young master of the Lu clan in the northern mountain. After the Lu clan was destroyed, he crossed the Ruoshui River and came inland to the Ling Tian sect. After that, he stayed in the Ling Tian sect to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. He only came out a few days ago. I have to warn Duan Ling Tian. Lu Bai's figure moved, heading to the south side of Heaven Ascension Peak. Since Lu Bai had only come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago, he did not know that Duan Ling Tian had gone missing for a long time. It was only when he met Gold Thug and Xiong Quan that he found out that Duan Ling Tian was no longer in the Ling Tian sect. You know that person? Gold Thug lifted his head and looked at the peak of Ling Tian Peak. Although he could not see the situation clearly, the voice earlier came from there. He did not come with good intentions. He's a powerhouse from the Han clan. Our Lu clan was annihilated by him. It seems like he has found out about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. That's why he came to Ling Tian Peak. Lu Bai said in a deep voice. He could guess many things since the other party came here. Lu clan? Gold Thug frowned. I know a little about this matter, Xiong Quan said. Lu Bai nodded. He had already known about it when Lu Bai came to Ling Tian sect. He had also learned about the Lu clan's annihilation from his young master. He even knew the reason behind it. It was all because his young master had killed Xinghe, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Xinghe himself was nothing. However, the problem was that Xinghe had an uncle who was a powerhouse from the Han clan. The Han clan was one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. They were also the two great forces on Cloud Continent. Even Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent had to be wary of them. The Han clan had been around for 10,000 years. It was already a powerful force on Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of inheritance, its foundation had become extremely powerful. Not many people would believe that the Han clan did not have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Of course, the Han clan did not have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu on the surface. Even so, Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent did not dare to offend the Han clan. Who knew if a crazy powerhouse would suddenly appear in the Han clan? Don't tell me the Han clan you mentioned is one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent? At this moment, Gold Thug finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. That's right. It's the Han clan. Lu Bai nodded. A powerhouse from the Han clan. How did Master offend him? Gold Thug was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. After all, the ancient clan, the Han clan, was too famous. In the entire Cloud Continent, even Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses could not do anything to it. Otherwise, as a powerful force on Cloud Continent, it would not have been able to survive until today. After all, the bird that pokes its head out gets shot. After so many years, there must be many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who did not like it and even attacked it with the intention of destroying it. Even so, it still managed to survive. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Since it has come to this, we can only face it calmly. Xiong Quan sighed. Soon, the peak of Ling Tian Peak was filled with people. A group of high-ranking officials and Ling Tian sect disciples gathered together. All of them looked at the gray figure in the sky with fear on their faces. The gray figure was an old man in a gray robe. He was also a powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing. There's still 3 breaths of time left. Han Jing calmly looked at the crowd before him and said nonchalantly, after 3 breaths of time, if Duan Ling Tian doesn't come out, I'll annihilate the entire Ling Tian sect. Of course, before that, all of you can choose to leave the Ling Tian sect. As long as you leave the Ling Tian sect, you'll be able to escape death. Han Jing continued to speak. The moment Han Jing's words left his mouth, the group of people from the Ling Tian sect looked at each other. However, no one dared to take the lead. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Han Jing, and I'm from the ancient Han clan. Of course, I'm just a nobody in the Han clan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Han Jing's eyes narrowed. The origin energy on his body stirred and caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to surge. In just a blink of an eye, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. An ancient black dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually appeared. 9th level martial monarch stage. Upon hearing the old man's self-introduction and seeing the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the old man's origin energy stirring the heaven and earth energy, many people's faces changed drastically. The group of high-ranking officials from the Ling Tian sect, including the two vice sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, had a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect this old man to be a powerhouse from the Han clan. Moreover, he was a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse. A 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist's cultivation base was obvious. Naturally, the profundity that he had comprehended would not be weak. Disregarding the old man's identity, just his strength alone was enough to render the entire Ling Tian sect helpless. Ever since the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, left, the Ling Tian sect no longer had a powerful powerhouse who could stand in the limelight. The reason the Ling Tian sect could continue to exist was because of their sect leader's reputation. Of course, it was mostly because the news of Duan Lingtian's disappearance was not known by many people, so it had not spread out. However, at this moment, someone who was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, had come knocking on their door and announced that he would annihilate the Ling Tian sect. Senior Han, our sect leader has not returned since he left the sect some time ago. Zhang San took a deep breath and looked at Han Jing anxiously. Duan Ling Tian is not here? Han Jing raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, I'll give all of you another 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, I won't let go of anyone who has not betrayed the Ling Tian sect and stands behind me. When Han Jing reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. As though it was supporting his words, the milky white flame on his body was entwined by a multicolored energy in just a blink of an eye. The milky white flame also transformed into a multicolored flame in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an even more vast heaven and earth energy appeared above Han Jing's head and gathered to form an even more terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above Han Jing's head. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that Han Jing had not even used his spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would definitely be more than 6 ancient black dragon strength and 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. How powerful! At once, many people from Ling Tian's sect narrowed their eyes in shock. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, many people took the lead and flew out to stand behind Han Jing. These people were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had joined Ling Tian's sect previously. They had originally planned to leave Ling Tian's sect, but now that they were forced to do so by a powerhouse like Han Jing, it was only natural for them to do so. You're all ungrateful. Zhang San cursed with a grave expression when he saw that all the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had left except for him and another person. Vice Sect Leader Zhang, I advise you to stand with us. The sect leader has been missing for more than half a year, and we don't even know if he's coming back. Some of the people standing behind Han Jing advised Zhang San. What? The sect leader is missing? At once, most of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian's sect who were present were shocked. It was their first time hearing this news. Their Ling Tian sect leader had been missing for more than half a year. At once, these people no longer hesitated and hurriedly stood behind Han Jing. Chapter 1239. The two vice sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, were among the few people who did not leave. Following them were Lu Bai, Chen Xiao Shui, Gold Thug, Xiong Quan, and another middle-aged man in a silver robe. Li Si, you're not leaving? Zhang San asked in surprise as he looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man. Apart from being his old friend, Li Si was also an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he came to the Ling Tian sect out of admiration. Naturally, Li Si had joined the Ling Tian sect partly because he was here. However, in Zhang San's opinion, Li Si was not like the other grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen. He did not receive any favor from the Ling Tian sect, so it was reasonable for him to leave. However, Li Si's choice was beyond his expectations. Zhang San, although I'm not convinced by you, since I've decided to join the Ling Tian sect, naturally, I won't betray you. That's not my style, Li Si said. Zhang San nodded. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Han Jing did not expect that there would be 7 people who did not know what was good for them and completely ignored his threat. At that moment, he was filled with rage. In an instant, Han Jing took a step forward and raised his hand before he struck out a series of palm strikes. Boom! 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 Immediately, along with a series of loud noises, 7 solid palm prints charged towards Xiong Quan's group of 7. They were so fast that they could not react at all. They only had time to notice the strong wind that was coming at them, causing them to almost suffocate. Although they knew that Han Jing was strong, it was only when Han Jing made a move against them that they truly felt Han Jing's strength. Young master, Xiong Quan will leave first. If there's a next life, Xiong Quan hopes to still be by your side and be at your beck and call. Xiong Quan was completely disheartened. Bang! 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 Just when Xiong Quan and the other 6 thought they were going to die, a deafening sound reverberated in their ears, causing them to regain their senses. This was because they realized Han Jing's attack did not land on them. Unknowingly, an invisible wall seemed to have appeared in front of them. No matter how Han Jing's attack landed on it and caused ripples in the air, it did not penetrate the wall. They knew someone had saved them. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Han Jing did not even have time to figure out who did it. With a raise, a saber appeared in his hand. It was a grade 1 spirit saber. Whoosh! 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 The sabers rose and fell, and the attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth continued to sweep towards Xiong Quan and the others, with a ferocious momentum. However, when the saber lights that filled the sky approached Xiong Quan's group of 7, they were all blocked. The invisible wall in front of Xiong Quan and the others was extremely sturdy, thus they were not afraid of Han Jing's attacks, even if Han Jing were to use his full strength with his mystical weapon. Whoosh! 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 This time, Han Jing's expression finally changed. It became extremely ugly. His strength was considered top-notch among the peak martial emperors. He believed that it was almost impossible for anyone below the martial emperor realm to be able to block his attack so easily and not reveal themselves in front of him. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The person who attacked was an Emperor Wu powerhouse. An Emperor Wu powerhouse? The moment Han Jing's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At once, those who had regained their senses began to look around as though they were trying to find the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had attacked them earlier. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. At this moment, Xiong Quan and the other 6 bowed respectfully in the air to express their gratitude. They knew very well that if it was not for the person who had attacked them secretly, they would have been dead by now. No. Perhaps, they would not even have a corpse left. Xiong Quan, long time no see. Just when Han Jing's face was ghastly pale and cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead, and he did not dare to run away, a tender voice resonated in the air. The tender voice belonged to a little girl. You are? Xiong Quan was stunned when he heard someone calling his name. Moreover, it was a little girl's voice. Whoosh! Soon, Xiong Quan's eyes flashed as he saw a golden figure appear in front of him. It was a little girl dressed in golden clothes. The little girl was pink and cute. Were you the one who called my name? Xiongquan asked uncertainly as he looked at the little girl in golden clothes in front of him. Who else could it be? Xiongquan, have you forgotten about me? The little girl in golden clothes put her hands on her hips and looked at Xiongquan angrily. You are? Xiongquan looked at the little girl in front of him from head to toe. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any memory of this little girl. Little girl, I don't think I know you. Xiongquan smiled wryly. Little Gold, I told you that Xiongquan would not recognize you. At this moment, another tender voice of a little girl was heard as a white figure descended. This time, it was a little girl in white. Just when many people were looking at the two little girls in shock that they could fly at such a young age, another two figures descended from the sky. It was a yellow-clad girl and a black-clad boy. Among the four people who appeared, the yellow-clad girl seemed to be the oldest. However, she was only 15 or 16 years old. Although Han Jing was shocked by the sudden appearance of four people in front of him, his attention was not on them. He was still searching for the martial emperor who was hiding in the dark. Little girl, who are you? Xiongquan looked at the little girl in golden clothes, and the confusion on his face deepened. Xiongquan, she's Little Gold. At this moment, the little girl in white opened her mouth and explained to Xiongquan. Little Gold? Xiongquan was at a loss for words. It's that greedy little golden mouse. At this moment, the black-clad boy opened his mouth to remind Xiongquan. When Xiongquan heard the black-clad girl's words, a light bulb went off in his head. He finally recalled the little golden figure. You're the little gold mouse from back then? Xiongquan finally reacted. That's right, I'm the little gold mouse from back then. I'm sure you can guess their identities now, right? Xiao Jin glared at the little boy in black, then pointed at the little boy in black and the little girl in white, and asked Xiongquan. Little black and little white? Xiongquan studied the little boy and the little girl who looked like a pair of twins in front of him. Soon, he snapped back to his senses and asked in disbelief. That's right, I'm little white, and he's little black. The little girl in white said. At this moment, Xiongquan felt a little dizzy. The three little fellows from back then had transformed into humans now. So, they're demons. I was wondering how such a small human child could fly in the air. So it's a demon. Demons can transform into children even if they're over 100 years old. Many people who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect whispered among themselves. Demons? At this moment, Han Jing, who was originally looking around, retracted his gaze and focused on the three children before him. His heart skipped a beat. They're demons? Don't tell me the person who attacked earlier was her? Unknowingly, Han Jing's gaze landed on the yellow-clad girl next to the three children. The yellow-clad girl was obviously the leader of the three children. When he realized this yellow-clad girl before him might be Emperor Wu's powerhouse, Han Jing's expression turned grave. Let's catch up later. Little Gold, didn't you say you'll settle this matter? The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai, who had brought the three little fellows to the Ling Tian sect after crossing the Ruo Shui River with her physical body. They had just arrived when they saw the commotion earlier. Originally, they had already arrived before the group of people who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect. However, they were not in a hurry to come out. After the people who should have betrayed the sect had left, they decided to show themselves. Before they showed themselves, they had saved the few people who had not betrayed the Ling Tian sect. If you're not going to settle this, I'll do it. Little Black looked at Little Gold and said nonchalantly. You wish. I won this opportunity by beating you with rock, paper, scissors. I'll never give it up to you unless there's something wrong with my head. Little Gold rolled her eyes at Little Black before she turned around and looked at Han Jing. However, a wry smile appeared on her face soon after. This was because a yellow figure had appeared in front of her. To be more precise, it was Han Xuanai who blocked her path. Sister Xuanai? Little Gold was stunned. She had no idea what Han Xuanai was trying to do. Little Gold, I'll settle this person. Han Xuanai's expression was slightly grave as though she had discovered something. You're from the Han clan on Cloud Continent? Han Xuanai asked in a deep voice as she looked at Han Jing calmly. Yes. May I know how to address you, miss? Han Jing, who guessed Han Xuanai might be a demon emperor powerhouse, did not dare to be negligent in the face of Han Xuanai's question. You're not worthy to know my name. In the face of the courteous Han Jing, Han Xuanai did not care about her face as she cried out in a deep voice. Han Jing's face turned grave immediately. If it was not for the fact that the yellow-clad girl before him might be a Emperor Wu powerhouse, he would have attacked her a long time ago. Since you're from the Han clan, I'll settle you myself. How dare you cause trouble for my brother Ling Tian's sect? There's no need for you to live in this world anymore. When Han Xuanai muttered to herself, she seemed to be talking to Han Jing, but at the same time, she seemed to be muttering to herself. However, Han Jing could not help but have a change of expression when he heard her words. In his opinion, since the yellow-clad girl before him dared to say such words, it meant she was confident she could kill him. It seems like she's really the Emperor Wu powerhouse who attacked earlier. Just as Han Jing's heart trembled and was filled with fear, his eyes narrowed almost at the same time. There was a bloody hole in his body, a bloody hole that was emitting cold air. Chapter 1240. The bloody hole that appeared on Han Jing's chest was completely frozen. The ice continued to spread all over his body and eventually turned him into an ice sculpture. Just before Han Jing completely turned into an ice sculpture, a rapid stream of light suddenly shot out from his body. How dare you play tricks in front of me? The golden-clad little girl snorted and was about to chase after the communication jade slip that Han Jing had released before he died. Little Gold, there's no need to chase after him. I'd like to see who he can summon. The Han clan on Cloud Continent has been at peace for too long. Perhaps they've already forgotten who gave them everything they have. Han Xuanai stopped Xiao Jin in time and muttered to herself in a low voice. Then, her gaze landed on Han Jing again. To be more precise, she was looking at Han Jing, who had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Smack! All of a sudden, Han Xuanai slowly raised her hand. Ferocious cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture before it exploded and turned into ice shards that filled the sky. Han Jing, who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage, was completely dead in just a blink of an eye. At once, the entire place fell silent. Whoosh! 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 When most of the people regained their senses, their gazes landed on the yellow-clad girl standing nearby in unison. This seemingly harmless yellow-clothed young girl caused their hearts to tremble. The scene earlier was definitely the most shocking scene they had ever seen in their lives. That's a Han clan powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. He died just like that? Many people sucked in a cold breath. This girl. Could she really be a Emperor Wu powerhouse? She should be a demon emperor powerhouse. The gazes that landed on Han Xuanai were soon filled with dread. This girl, who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, possessed a power that made their souls tremble. Soon after, the group of people who stood behind Han Jing regretted their actions. These four powerful demons are obviously related to the Ling Tian sect. I'm afraid we can't return to the Ling Tian sect now that we've betrayed them. If I knew there was a demon emperor powerhouse behind the Ling Tian sect that would appear in such a timely manner, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to betray the Ling Tian sect. I was killed by that Han Jing. Many people said with regret on their faces. However, it did not cross their minds that since they had betrayed the Ling Tian sect, other than not being able to return to the Ling Tian sect, was there really nothing that could happen to them? Could they just swagger away? Soon after, the two little fellows gave them the answer. Little Black, let's make a bet. Whoever kills the most traitors will be able to see Big Brother Ling Tian first. The golden-clad little girl, who was also Little Gold, looked at the black-clad little boy at the side and said, Sure. The little black boy was none other than the little black python, Xiao He. He nodded his head coolly. T. Little Gold and Little Black's conversation was not soft. It clearly entered the ears of the group of Ling Tian's sex traders, causing horror to appear on their faces. They did not know the strength of these two little fellows. However, they had seen Han Xuanai's strength before. She was definitely at the Demon Emperor stage. Put aside the fact that these two little fellows might be stronger than them, even if they were not, they could not do anything to these two little fellows. After all, there was a Demon Emperor powerhouse next to them. Run! Run! At once, the group of traders fled in all directions, not daring to hesitate at all. Trying to run? Little Gold and Little Gold sneered when they saw the group of traders fleeing. Then, they moved at the same time and disappeared into thin air. At the very least, the two little fellows disappeared into thin air in front of Xiongquan and the others. Subsequently, the scene before their eyes caused Xiongquan and the others to be dumbstruck. Heavens! What did they just see? In their field of vision, the traders who were just about to flee suddenly stopped in their tracks and exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. In their eyes, these traders seemed to have exploded into a bloody mist out of thin air. However, they knew in their hearts that this was not the case. The reason they saw this scene was because they could not catch the movements of the two little fellows at all. The two little fellows' movements were too fast, to the extent that they could not see them at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. In merely 2 to 3 breaths of time, the group of traders who betrayed Ling Tian's sect, regardless of gender, were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. I killed 359 of them. At this moment, a calm voice resonated in the air, accompanied by the appearance of a golden figure. It was the little girl in golden clothes, Little Gold. Humph. I killed 362 of them. Almost at the same time, Little Gold appeared and said coolly. Whether it was Little Gold or Little Black, both of them remained calm when they said they had killed hundreds of people. It was as though they were not killing people but cutting grass earlier. At once, Xiongquan and the others felt their scalps go numb. The two of them had killed over 700 people, but there was not a single drop of blood on their bodies. This was enough to show how profound their cultivation base was. If I'm not mistaken, they should be Demon Emperor powerhouses as well. Zhang San muttered softly. Among the group of people in Ling Tian's sect who did not leave Ling Tian's sect, his strength was the strongest. He had just broken through to the 8th level martial monarch stage not long ago. Because of this, he had a certain understanding of the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the martial monarch stage. In his opinion, the strength of the little girl in golden and the little boy in black was definitely not as simple as demon monarch powerhouses. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. Both of them were Demon Emperor powerhouses just like the yellow-clad young girl. If it wasn't for your good luck that there were more people over there, I would have definitely defeated you. When Little Gold heard Little Black's words, she said unhappily. Remember, you have to be willing to admit defeat. Little Black said coolly. Humph. Little Gold snorted softly as a form of acknowledgement. You're Xiongquan. Just as Xiongquan, Zhang San, and the others were stunned, Han Xuanai looked at Xiongquan. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. You are? Xiongquan was flattered when he saw Han Xuanai greeting him. Xiongquan, she's Sister Xuanai. She's also my good friend and sister. Little Gold said to Xiongquan. So, she's young master's friend. Xiongquan finally understood. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Han Xuanai. Xiongquan greets Miss Xuanai. Greetings Miss Xuanai. At this moment, the remaining people, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, also bowed respectfully at Han Xuanai. Even Chen Xiao Shuai and Lu Bai were no exception. Chapter 1241. When did Brother Ling Tian go missing? How did he go missing? Han Xuanai looked at Xiongquan and asked with a solemn expression. Between her eyebrows, there was even a hint of anxiety. It was obvious that before she appeared, she had heard the discussion of the group of traitors who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect. That was how she found out about the Duan Lingtian's disappearance. This matter started more than half a year ago. Xiongquan sighed. Subsequently, he told her the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he sighed with a face full of self-blame. It's a pity that I'm too weak. I can't enter the Lost Stone Forest to find out about young master's whereabouts. Lost Stone Forest, huh? Han Xuanai narrowed her eyes. A cold light flashed across her eyes as she muttered to herself. Little Black, Little Gold, the two of you stay behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. Little White and I will make a trip to the Lost Stone Forest. Soon after, Han Xuanai looked at Little Black and Little Gold and said, Sister Xuanai, I want to go as well. The two little fellows hurriedly said, If the two of you leave as well, what if something happens to Brother Ling Tian's sect again? Han Xuanai glared at the two little fellows angrily. Subsequently, under the two little fellows' helpless gazes, she asked Xiongquan where the Lost Stone Forest was and left with the white-clad little girl. The white-clad little girl was the little white python from back then, Little White. After Han Xuanai left with Little White, Little Gold looked at the other 6 people apart from Xiongquan and said, The few of you are quite lucky. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the 6 of them could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, they knew why Little Gold said that. If they had betrayed the Ling Tian sect and stood behind the Han clan's powerhouse, Han Jing, from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. Li Si, it's fortunate that you made a wise choice back then. Zhang San looked at Li Si and spoke through voice transmission. He was glad for Li Si. Li Si smiled awkwardly. He really did think about leaving, but after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't right. Moreover, his old friend Zhang San didn't choose to betray the Ling Tian sect, so he decided to stay. Now, it seemed that he had made a wise choice. Actually, if one really wanted to talk about the luckiest people, it would not be Zhang San and the others. The luckiest ones were none other than those who had left the Ling Tian sect recently. A group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who had left the Ling Tian sect recently still had lingering fears after knowing what had happened today. They had no doubt. If they were present at that time, they would definitely have chosen to betray the Ling Tian sect. After all, the Demon Emperor expert would only descend later. Before that, they wouldn't hold any hope for the Ling Tian sect. Fortunately, I left these few days. Yeah, otherwise, we'd definitely be dead. Now, not only have we survived, we can even continue to stay in the Ling Tian sect. I heard that it wasn't just Miss Xuanai who had temporarily left our Ling Tian sect, even the 2 little ancestors who are currently staying in our Ling Tian sect are suspected to be Demon Emperor experts. With these few Demon Emperor powerhouses, wouldn't our Ling Tian sect be able to surpass all the first-rate forces on Cloud Continent in one leap? The group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who were lucky discussed from time to time. When they discussed, besides feeling lucky, their hearts were filled with excitement and joy. On the Cloud Continent, even the upper-class first-rate forces only had a peak martial monarch powerhouse guarding them. There was no martial emperor powerhouse. With a demon emperor powerhouse that was comparable to a martial emperor powerhouse, the Ling Tian sect had already left the first-rate forces on Cloud Continent in the dust to a certain extent. The 2 little ancestors they were talking about were naturally Little Gold and Little Black. Little Gold and Little Black stayed behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. They were not idle and liked to wander around. As long as it was someone from the Ling Tian sect, they would bully them before. How boring. If I knew this would happen, I would have left you here alone and followed Sister Xuanai to that Lost Stone Forest. Little Gold and Little Black sat on each side of Ling Tian Peak. Little Gold said regretfully, Do you think I'd let you go? Little Black asked coolly, or perhaps, you think Sister Xuanai asked both of us to stay because she said it casually and didn't mean it? Humph. Hearing this, Xiao Jin snorted and no longer paid attention to Xiao He. The 2 little fellows were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Ling Xian Peak. There were only 3 days left before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers began. I've regained some of my memories. Unfortunately, I still can't remember who I am. A voice suddenly resonated from the only pavilion on the vast stone platform at the side of Lingxian Peak. There was a hint of helplessness in the voice. Duan Lingtian, who had just woken up from his cultivation, shook his head, got off the bed, and walked out of the room. After a while, he left the pavilion. Since the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would begin in 3 days, Duan Lingtian could see many figures in front of the cottages on the other stone platform below when he came out. These figures were all people like Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the same people referred to the fact that they came to Lingxian Peak with the same purpose as Duan Lingtian. They were all people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak. Currently, these people were gathered in pairs and sparring. It was very lively. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he turned to look to his side. Then, a gust of wind blew by his side and a figure appeared. It was an old figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu, who had brought him here half a year ago. Duan Lingtian, the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers is about to begin. You have to be careful in these 3 days. That Lu Zhong is not easy to deal with. Qiao Zhong reminded Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was non-committal. It was as though he did not take Qiao Zhong's words to heart. Or perhaps, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Lu Zhong isn't the only one who's strong. Most importantly, he has a martial emperor's direct disciple behind him. That direct disciple of Emperor Wu views Lu Zhong as his right-hand man. If Lu Zhong suffers any losses in your hands, I'm afraid he won't just stand by and watch, Qiao Zhong continued. The more he spoke, the more solemn his expression became. Direct disciple? This time, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though he was particularly interested in Lingxian Peak's direct disciple. You mean? If I hurt or kill Lu Zhong, that direct disciple of Emperor Wu behind him will attack me? Duan Lingtian looked at Qiao Zhong and asked with uncertainty. That's right. Chapter 1242. Qiao Zhong quickly realized. Upon hearing his words, the purple-clad young man in front of him suddenly smiled. His smile sent chills down Qiao Zhong's spine. Emperor Wu's direct disciple? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face quickly disappeared. His eyes gleamed brightly as a hint of battle intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Qiao Zhong did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. He believed that Duan Lingtian was stronger than most of Emperor Wu's disciples in Lingxian Peak. However, he did not believe that he was stronger than Emperor Wu's direct disciple. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of an independent pavilion on a stone platform on the mountainside of Lingxian Peak. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize the leader of the 3 figures as Lu Zhong. Both of you may leave. At this moment, Lu Zhong spoke calmly to the 2 people behind him. Yes. The 2 of them left. After the 2 of them left, Lu Zhong looked at the independent pavilion in front of him and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Song. As soon as Lu Zhong finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the independent pavilion. It was a young man dressed in blue. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, the black mole on his right eyebrow was particularly eye-catching. Lu Zhong, are you looking for me? The young man in blue was one of the 3 direct disciples under Lingxian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu. He was also ranked 2nd, Song Ting. Senior Brother Song, I'd like to ask you to give me a spot to supervise the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 days. Lu Zhong did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Song Ting as he spoke respectfully. The supervisor was the person in charge of supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 days. He mainly monitored the people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers and recorded their results. The person in charge of supervising was the judge. The 2 judges were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Song Ting was one of them. Therefore, Song Ting had the authority to appoint a supervisor. "Why are you suddenly interested in this?" Song Ting asked, obviously curious about this. "Senior brother Song, to tell you the truth, the reason I want to be a supervisor is because I want to kill someone." Lu Zhong gritted his teeth and said. He didn't hide anything from Song Ting, nor did he dare to. If he hid the truth and Song Ting found out, he wouldn't have a good ending. To put it nicely, he was Song Ting's right-hand man. To put it bluntly, he was just a lackey, a dog that could be summoned at will. He would bite whoever he told him to. As a master, no matter how much he valued the dog around him, once the dog bit him one day, he would still kill the dog without hesitation. Oh. Song Ting's eyes flashed, and he became more and more curious. "You are Emperor Wu's disciple. Why would you have a grudge with someone who is participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers?" "Senior brother Song, my younger brother, Lu Yi, was killed by him," Lu Zhong said with grief and indignation. "Lu Yi was killed by him?" Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Lu Zhong's words. In Lingxian Peak, apart from a small number of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who chose to be neutral, most of the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu had chosen to side with him. They either chose to side with Song Ting, Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, or they chose to side with Emperor Wu's third direct disciple. The two sides were opposing each other. Whether it was Lu Zhong or Lu Yi, they were both on Song Ting's side. Now that Song Ting heard that someone from his side had been killed, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of anger. As the saying went, one has to look at the master before beating a dog. In his opinion, if someone dared to kill Lu Yi, it meant that they didn't take him seriously. Since he was able to kill Lu Yi, it means he's quite strong. "Are you sure you can kill him to avenge Lu Yi?" Soon after, Song Ting's expression returned to normal as he asked nonchalantly. "Yes." Lu Zhong nodded fiercely. He was very confident in his strength. Unless it was someone at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple or some extremely strong powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch realm, he was confident he could deal with the rest. "Then you should prepare yourself. 3 days later, we'll go to the place where the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers will be held. At that time, you'll be the supervisor and wait for an opportunity to kill that person," Song Ting said. Lu Zhong nodded respectfully. "Yes." Lu Zhong nodded respectfully. His eyes were filled with a hint of madness. It was as though he could already see the scene of the enemy who killed his younger brother falling in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that Lu Zhong was already plotting against him. At this moment, he was walking up and down Lingxian Peak. It had been a long time since he came to Lingxian Peak, but this was his first time looking at Lingxian Peak in such detail. Unknowingly, this steep mountain peak that shot up into the sky like a sword had given him a brand new understanding. Looking at this mountain peak in front of me, I seem to have absorbed and digested some of the obscure information in the depths of my mind. It won't be long before my sword profundity breaks through again. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he was staring at the mountain peak that looked like a sword in front of him. His eyes were fixed on it, and he was extremely focused. At this moment, the entire mountain peak seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword in his eyes. It was a gigantic sword that soared into the heavens. I heard from Xiao Zhong that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers will be held in Lingxian Peak this time. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu won't be showing up, and the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu will be in charge of it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses as though he had recalled something. I wonder if Yang Hui is among the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. Yang Hui was the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak not long ago. He still remembered that when he met Yang Hui that day, Yang Hui was controlling and practicing his sword with his spiritual energy. Based on his speculation, apart from being an inscription master, Yang Hui was most likely one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in Lingxian Peak. Today, he had also gone to the peak of Lingxian Peak, but he did not see Yang Hui again. Ling Xian Peak was about to hold the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Everywhere in the inner land of Cloud Continent, the cultivation grounds of Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses were bustling with activity. This was because their cultivation grounds were also holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the surface of Cloud Continent were all holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They were wantonly recruiting disciples and followers. When the news spread, it shook half of the inner land. In the extreme cold north of the inner land, there was a valley that was surrounded by mountains. It was cold all year round. It was covered in white snow and was shrouded in mist. It was like a fairyland. However, there was a special lake in this fairyland-like place. It was a lake that emitted dense cold air. Although the weather was so cold that even the flowers and trees were frozen, the lake was still sparkling as usual. It was not affected by the cold air at all. Apart from the lake, there was another bright spot in the huge valley. That was, the people walking in the valley were all female martial artists. They were chattering and it was very lively. There were 3 more days before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Yuhan Valley would begin. At the place where Yuhan Valley hosted the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, there was a small independent valley. Beautiful figures began to walk out of the wooden houses one after another. The small independent valley became lively all of a sudden. Most of them had anticipation and anxiety on their faces. There was only one person who had a glum expression on his face. Those 2 little b** cheese haven't come back since they left. Don't tell me they really have a close relationship with that martial emperor's disciple? She was an ugly woman. One look at her would make one lose their appetite completely. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds of wind whistling were heard. They only stopped when they reached the sky above the small valley. Including the ugly woman, all the people who had left the wooden houses in the valley looked up into the sky. There were 3 women standing side by side. Among the 3 ladies, a lady in green stood in the middle. Beside her stood 2 peerless beauties. One looked enchanting and charming, while the other looked obedient and quiet. Both of them had their own characteristics. It's them. At that moment, many people in the small valley recognized the 2 ladies. Many of them looked at the ugly woman. They still remembered that it was this ugly woman who had almost killed the 2 beautiful ladies. When they thought that the 2 ladies were going to die, they felt that it was a pity. Who knew that things would take a turn for the worse? A disciple of Emperor Wu appeared and saved them. I remember. They haven't come back since the disciple of Emperor Wu took them away. I thought that something had happened to them, but I didn't expect to see them again. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples organized by Yuhan Valley is about to begin. It seems that they are here because of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples. That should be the case. But who is this lady in green? Why haven't I seen her before? As the saying goes, 3 ladies make a scene. The group of ladies gathered in the small valley, making it even more lively. Many of them started to look at the lady in green. Even the ugly woman, although she wanted nothing more than to kill the 2 beauties, had no choice but to be wary of this mysterious green-clothed woman. Junior Sister Li, is she here? Under the gazes of the crowd, the green-clothed woman spoke. When she spoke, she cast a sideways glance at the enchanting and charming woman beside her. The lady was wearing a light purple dress. She was so beautiful that one could not wait to take a bite out of her. Senior Sister Su, that's her. The lady was none other than Li Fei. She was Li Fei, the one who had become Emperor Wu's direct disciple some time ago. Chapter 1243. When the lady in green called Li Fei junior sister, many people's expressions changed. When Li Fei looked at the ugly lady, everyone, including the ugly lady, reacted and guessed the purpose of Li Fei's return today. You're the one who almost killed junior sister Ke and junior sister Li. The lady in green looked at the ugly lady and asked calmly. Although she looked calm, there was a murderous intent in her eyes. That's right. Who are you? The ugly lady nodded and looked at the lady in green with a gloomy expression. She had a feeling that the lady in green was not simple. How dare you? At this moment, a shout was heard. A white figure appeared in front of the ugly lady in the blink of an eye. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the ugly woman's head tilted to the side. She had been slapped in the face. The person who slapped her was the lady in white who had just appeared. You, the ugly woman reacted. She was enraged at once. The origin energy in her body surged. Her Upanishad followed like a shadow. She wanted to attack the person who had slapped her. However, when she saw the appearance of the white-robed woman, she swallowed the words that she was about to say. The person who appeared before her was none other than the martial emperor's disciple who had rescued the two devastatingly beautiful women that she wanted to kill back then. His strength was far from what she could compare to. Kneel down and apologize to Senior Sister Sue. The lady in white said coldly to the ugly lady. Then, while the ugly woman and most of the people present were stunned, the woman in white looked at the woman in green and greeted her respectfully, Senior Sister Sue. Senior Sister Kerr, Senior Sister Lee. Other than greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, the white-clad woman was also respectful when she looked at Ku, and Li Fei. She addressed them as Senior Sister. Perhaps Kerr and Li Fei were not as powerful as her. However, as Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Kerr and Li Fei were much more powerful than her in Yuhan Valley. Therefore, she had to address them respectfully as Senior Sister when she saw them. The ugly woman's expression changed when she saw the white-clothed woman greet the green-clothed woman respectfully. An ominous premonition rose in her heart. Now, when she heard the white-clad woman address the two women whom she wished she could kill as Senior Sisters, her pupils suddenly constricted, and a hint of despair appeared on her ugly face. Boom! The way the lady in white addressed Kerr and Li Fei was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked everyone who was going to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Senior Sister. This disciple of Emperor Wu actually addressed the two ladies who were going to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers as Senior Sister. Moreover, the ladies' respect was shocking. Could it be, at that moment, many of them guessed something but they did not dare to confirm it. That was because it was simply too frightening. Run! Soon, a swift figure that was dashing out of the valley attracted everyone's attention. It was the ugly lady. She wanted to run. This was because she had already vaguely guessed the identity of the green-clothed woman, as well as the identity of the two women whom she wished she could kill. Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Only the Emperor Wu's direct disciples would be treated so respectfully by the lady in white who was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Humph. The green-clad lady was Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple, Su Rong. She scoffed casually, and in the next second, a majestic energy gushed out of her body. The vast power appeared quickly and left quickly as well. However, during this period of time, a vast power that only appeared briefly appeared in the ugly woman's path and directly knocked her back. Pooh! The ugly woman, who was knocked back by Su Rong's power, spat out a large mouthful of blood before anyone else could react. Her face turned extremely pale. How powerful! Too powerful. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even see how she made her move. Of course. Didn't you see the heaven and earth energy above her head dissipating as soon as it appeared? Many people were shocked. It seems like she's really Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Although I had a guess earlier, I didn't dare to believe it. Now that I look at it, her strength is definitely at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The two ladies next to her must have become Emperor Wu's direct disciples as well. Otherwise, that Emperor Wu's disciple wouldn't address them as Senior Sister. As Su Rong made her move, everyone guessed her identity. They also guessed Kerr and Li Fei's current identities. For a time, many people looked at Su Rong with burning desire. Many people looked at Kerr and Li Fei with jealousy. Boom! Before the ugly lady could react, Su Rong made her move again and crippled her dantian at lightning speed before sending her flying. The ugly lady fell heavily in the distance with a loud bang. Her eyes were filled with despair. Junior sister Li, I've already crippled her. You can do it yourself. Su Rong said to Li Fei. Li Fei did not hesitate. With a raise of her hand, she slapped her palm out. A palm seal materialized and slammed heavily on the ugly lady's head. Before the ugly lady could react, Li Fei's palm seal had already landed on her head, killing her with just one strike. From the beginning until the end, even Kerr did not stop Li Fei from making her move. Although Kerr was kind, she was not a blind person. The ugly lady had almost killed her and her sister Fei. Even if she died, she deserved to die. Thank you, senior sister Su. After killing the ugly lady, Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She thanked Su Rong together with Kerr. We're sisters. There's no need to thank me. Su Rong said with a smile. Soon after, Kerr, Li Fei, and Su Rong left. They came and left in a hurry. Only the group of women in the valley were left in shock. They only regained their senses when Kerr and the other two disappeared from their sight. Their eyes fell on the ugly lady's corpse in unison. In their eyes, there was only schadenfreude. There was no pity at all. The ugly lady's actions in the past had already enraged everyone. Now that she was dead, everyone felt as though the sky had brightened up. I wonder how those two ladies managed to become Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciples. Soon after, someone was curious about this. I thought they were only acquainted with Emperor Wu's disciple. I didn't expect them to become people that I can only look up to when we meet again. Many people whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with awe. At least we can be sure of one thing. They must be very talented. Of course. Otherwise, why would Yuhan Emperor Wu be willing to accept them as his direct disciples? Soon after, many people made their guesses. However, they would never be able to guess it. The reason Emperor Wu of Yuhan accepted Kerr and Li Fei as his direct disciples was not because of their talents but because of other reasons. While the cultivation places of Emperor Wu powerhouses such as Ling Xian Peak and Yuhan Valley were bustling with activity. However, it was a different scene in Lost Stone Forest in the western region of Cloud Continent's inner land. Originally, Lost Stone Forest was bustling with activity because the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would begin 3 days later. However, the entire Lost Stone Forest fell silent when a young lady and a little girl arrived. Most of the people began to gather in the central area of Lost Stone Forest. The reason for this was because the two uninvited guests were currently in the central area of Lost Stone Forest. Sister Xuanai, don't tell me that Emperor Wu, Shi or something, doesn't dare to come out? Under the watchful eyes of the others, the little girl in white asked the young lady in yellow next to her. Her bright eyes were filled with innocence. Upon hearing her words, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were speechless. Did she just say that their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu did not dare to come out? This little girl really dared to say anything. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. He'll come out. Upon hearing the little girl in white's words, the young lady in yellow said calmly. She did not seem to be in a hurry at all. The young lady in yellow was Han Xuanai, who had rushed over from Ling Tian's sect. After she brought the little girl in white, Little White, to Lost Stone Forest, she had barged all the way here. The disciples and followers of Emperor Wu that they encountered along the way could not catch up to them at all. Naturally, when they arrived, many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers attacked them. However, all of them were killed by them without exception. Due to this reason, the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu who gathered around did not dare to attack them anymore. In their eyes, the young lady in yellow who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old and the little girl in white who did not look more than 10 years old were no different from devils. Who's there? How dare you trespass into our Lost Stone Forest? As a furious voice resonated in the air, 3 figures appeared. They were the 3 direct disciples of the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shi. After they appeared, they surrounded Han Xuanai and Little White. Little White, I'll leave them to you. From the beginning until the end, Han Xuanai did not even look at the 3 of them who had just appeared. It was as though she did not care about them at all. Naturally, Han Xuanai did not care about the three of them at all. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, a gleam flashed across Little White's big, watery eyes. Then, she disappeared under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At the same time, she also disappeared in front of the three martial emperor's direct disciples. Oh, no. At once, the three direct disciples of Emperor Wu had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Horror dawned on their faces. Their current expression was destined to be the last expression they would show in this world. The reason for that was because a hole had appeared on their throats in the very next moment. It was a bloody hole. Chapter 1244. The scene before their eyes shocked all of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who rushed over to Lost Stone Forest. Many of them could not help but rub their eyes hard as though they were trying to make sure their eyes were not playing tricks on them. 3 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were killed in just a blink of an eye by a harmless white-clad little girl who looked no more than 10 years old. What? They're Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Soon after, some of the onlookers had a drastic change of expression as they exclaimed in shock. These people were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that was going to be held in Lost Stone Forest. Initially, they wanted to join in the fun and see what would happen to those who barged into Lost Stone Forest. Who would have thought they would witness a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives? 3 tall young men and a middle-aged man disappeared from the spot in just a blink of an eye along with a little girl who looked no more than 10 years old. A bloody hole appeared on their throats at the same time. All of them were dead. This scene had already caused them to feel an indescribable shock. However, although they were shocked, it was not to the point where they found it unbelievable. After all, in their opinion, the little girl might be a powerful demon who had transformed into a human. Her real age might even be their grandmother. However, when they learned the identities of the 3 people who were killed from the mouths of many martial emperor's disciples and followers, each and every one of them was shocked and dumbfounded. The 3 people who were killed were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. They were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Naturally, they had a certain level of understanding about Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Emperor Wu's direct disciples were either peerless geniuses who had yet to mature or those who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage and had few opponents below Emperor Wu's stage. However, today, 3 such existences had been killed by a little girl who seemed to be a demon before they could even react to the situation. Demon Emperor Powerhouse. She must be a Demon Emperor Powerhouse. She killed 3 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in just a blink of an eye. She must be a Demon Emperor Powerhouse. Oh my God. Why would a shifter Emperor expert barge into our Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of Emperor Wu's personal disciples? From their conversation just now, it seems that they are here for Emperor Wu. Could it be an enemy of Emperor Wu? Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, as well as those who had come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, were engaged in a lively discussion. When they looked at the white-clothed little girl in the distance again, their gazes were completely different. Why isn't Emperor Wu here yet? Some of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were puzzled. They believed that at this time, their Emperor Wu of Lost Stone Forest definitely knew what had happened here. While some of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were lost in their own thoughts, a voice that seemed to come from all directions rang out and entered everyone's ears. Who are you? Why did you barge into Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of my personal disciples? Along with this slightly gloomy voice, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the crowd. From his words, it was obvious who he was. Emperor Wu, Xianxia. Emperor Wu, Xianxia. As soon as the person appeared, Han Xuanai and Little White's gazes landed on him. Both of them raised their eyebrows. Han Xuanai asked calmly. That's right. I'm Emperor Wu, Xianxia. A sharp light flashed in Emperor Wu's eyes as he felt the fury in his heart was about to burst out. He only had a total of 5 personal disciples. One of them had escaped after cheating him of his items. Now, another 3 had died. This meant that he only had 1 personal disciple left. He didn't really care about the life and death of his personal disciples. However, he cared about his reputation. If the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses found out that 4 of his 5 personal disciples were dead, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Both of you barged into Lost Stone Forest and killed my personal disciples. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice. Since the white-clad little girl could kill his 3 personal disciples in the blink of an eye, it meant that she was a Demon Emperor powerhouse. The other yellow-clad girl was the leader of the 2. Her ability was most likely on par with the white-clad little girl. Therefore, he guessed that both of them were Demon Emperor powerhouses. Moreover, both of them were Demon Emperor powerhouses. Explanation? Before Han Xuanai could speak, Little White snorted and smirked. Since you want us to give you an explanation, shouldn't you give me one as well? What do you mean by that? Martial Emperor Shi Qi asked in a deep voice when he realized the white-clad little girl before him was a Demon Emperor powerhouse. He did not dare to underestimate her just because of her young age. What do I mean? This time, Han Xuanai sneered. You're Emperor Wu, right? I heard that more than half a year ago, you have a personal disciple called Zhou Yi who abducted my brother Ling Tian's confidant? After that, ever since my brother Ling Tian came to your Lost Stone Forest, there has been no news of him at all. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you accompany your 3 direct disciples in hell. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai's pair of lively eyes seemed to have an additional sharpness, as if she was waiting to devour someone. Zhou Yi? Brother Ling Tian's confidant? At this moment, Emperor Wu finally regained his senses. He understood the purpose of the yellow-clad girl and white-clad little girl's visit. As it turned out, they were here for the purple-clad young man who had wreaked havoc in his Lost Stone Forest more than half a year ago. When he thought of the purple-clad young man, he felt annoyed. Fear still lingered in his heart when he thought of the battle more than half a year ago. The purple-clad young man who possessed terrifying strength with the help of the mysterious stone tablet had almost killed him. That was the biggest crisis he had ever faced since he had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. If the purple-clad young man had not left in the end, it was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. It's Zhou Yi again. When Martial Emperor Shi Qi recalled this matter, he immediately thought of Zhou Yi and gritted his teeth in hatred. In his opinion, Zhou Yi was furious. This matter was instigated by Zhou Yi. If it wasn't for Zhou Yi snatching back the purple-clothed youth's soulmate, there wouldn't have been so many things happening later on. Most importantly, Zhou Yi had actually replaced the mysterious stone tablet left behind by the purple-clad young man. This was definitely the biggest provocation to him. When Emperor Wu thought of how Zhou Yi was still hiding somewhere to study the mysterious stone tablet, he felt annoyed again. Humph. I don't know what you're talking about. Chapter 1245. All I know is that you've killed 3 of my direct disciples. You must give me an explanation today. An explanation that I'm satisfied with. Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. You want us to give you an explanation? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, disdain could be seen in the depth of Han Xuanai's eyes. At the same time, she asked curiously, I wonder what kind of explanation you want us to give you. You've killed 3 of my direct disciples and caused a great loss to Lost Stone Forest. Both of you must be demon emperors. Swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll work for me for 30 years. Emperor Wu said. This was the explanation he wanted. Although he guessed the yellow-clad girl and the white-clad little girl were demon emperor powerhouses, he did not think their strength could defeat him. After all, he was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. With his strength, he could be ranked in the upper middle among Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. In his opinion, the 2 demon emperors before him were no match for him at all. This was because he knew all the demon emperors who were more powerful than him on Cloud Continent. However, the 2 before him were not one of them. Working for you for 30 years? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, Han Xuanai and Little White were stunned. On the other hand, the eyes of the onlookers, whether they were Emperor Wu's disciples, followers, or those who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lost Stone Forest lit up. In their opinion, there was a good show to watch. Do you think Lord Emperor Wu can really force them to work for him for 30 years? I think so. I think Lord Emperor Wu seems to be very confident in his strength. He's not afraid even when he knows these two are Demon Emperor powerhouses. If they really work for Lord Emperor Wu, then our Lost Stone Forest will have 2 more Demon Emperor powerhouses. I'm excited just thinking about it. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were excited. I didn't expect to see Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection in Lost Stone Forest before it even started. It is said that Emperor Wu Shiqi has been in the 3rd level of the Emperor Wu realm for a long time. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid he has already broken through to the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm. He should have already made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in front of 2 suspected demon emperors. The people who were about to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held in Lost Stone Forest were also discussing and voicing their thoughts. For a moment, they were filled with confidence in Emperor Wu's strength. Xiao Bai, someone wants us to work for him for 30 years. Han Xuanai was the first to regain her senses. She looked at Little White and said, "That will depend on whether he has the ability or not." Upon hearing that, Little White's eyes gleamed coldly as she stared at Emperor Wu. Her tone was calm, but it was filled with killing intent. "I'll let you know whether I have the ability or not. Very soon, all of you will submit to my strength and be willing to work for me for 30 years. In the face of Little White's provocation, Emperor Wu refused to back down. "If that's the case, I'll play with you," Little White said nonchalantly. "I'm more than happy to play with you." Emperor Wu replied nonchalantly as well. The moment his words left his mouth, his robe fluttered and emitted waves of terrifying aura. Most of the onlookers could not help but take a few steps back. Some of the people with lower cultivation bases were even forced to retreat further away. Emperor Wu's strength was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. On the other hand, Little White was not afraid of the aura emitted from Emperor Wu's body. It was as though she did not sense it at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Emperor Wu and the little girl in white disappeared into thin air in front of most of the onlookers. Only the sound of the wind was left. Boom! 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 Before they could react to what was going on, they heard a series of deafening booms that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Before they could even focus their eyes, they felt waves of terrifying gales sweeping over, causing most of them to be sent flying like arrows that had left the bowstring. Only Emperor Wu's disciples did not move at all. However, they all squinted their eyes at the same time. Boom! Just when the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and more than 90% of the participants in the selection were in a sorry state, another loud sound was heard. It was accompanied by an even more terrifying gust of wind. This time, Emperor Wu's disciples were also sent flying. As for the others, it was even more exaggerated. Their faces were pale and they were vomiting blood. Some of them were even sent flying by the gust of wind and completely disappeared. For a moment, in the center of the storm, other than the 2 people who caused the storm, only Han Xuanai was left standing there. She was as steady as Mount Tai, allowing the gust of wind to sweep her away. Puff! The group of pale Emperor Wu's disciples had just stood still when they heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. As they looked at the center of the storm, they happened to see Emperor Wu vomiting blood. After Shiqi vomited blood, Emperor Wu's face was extremely pale. His hand that was holding a 7-foot-long spear was trembling. Obviously, Emperor Wu had even used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the little girl in white who was holding a short dagger stood there. She was only panting a few times. There were some traces of sweat on her forehead, but there was nothing unusual. The difference between the 2 of them was obvious. Lord Emperor Wu is defeated. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples was stunned. They were completely stunned. Emperor Wu, who was like an invincible god of war in their eyes, was defeated. Who are you? While the group of Emperor Wu's disciples was still in a daze and most of the remaining people had yet to react, Emperor Wu looked at the little girl in white with a grave expression and asked with dread in his eyes. However, Little White did not answer him. Instead, she asked nonchalantly, "Now, do you still want us to give you an explanation and work for you for 30 years? When Little White's words entered Emperor Wu's ears, it was especially ear-piercing. It caused his already pale face to turn even paler. Slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. This was the only thought in the hearts of the onlookers. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and the others finally regained their senses. All of them looked at the scene before them in shock. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, was defeated in the battle earlier. He seemed to be injured as well. Tell me. What happened to my brother Ling Tian after he came to Lost Stone Forest? Where is he now? Chapter 1246. Emperor Wu was stunned. He was completely stunned. He did not even hear what Han Xuanai said. The scene from earlier kept replaying in his mind. He had used his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength when facing the white-clad little girl who did not look more than 10 years old. However, he was still defeated. At this moment, he finally realized something. Not only was the white-clad little girl a demon emperor powerhouse, but she was also a demon emperor powerhouse whose ability far surpassed his. Moreover, this demon emperor powerhouse was here for the purple-clad young man. Didn't you hear what my sister Xuanai asked you? As the childish voice that was filled with coldness entered Emperor Wu's ears, Emperor Wu shuddered and snapped back to his senses. Naturally, he was no stranger to this voice. It was the voice of the white-clad little girl who had just defeated him. Instantly, he looked at the yellow-clad little girl who was not far away in fear. There was only fear in his eyes. What a joke! That white-clad little girl was even more powerful than him. This yellow-clad little girl whom she called sister was another existence who seemed to be a demon emperor powerhouse. Perhaps, her ability was even more powerful than her. See, can you say that again? Emperor Wu said to Han Xuanai in fear. His tone was extremely polite. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to the aggressive him from before. Of course, this was also because he did not know the white-clad little girl's ability. If he had known, he would not have dared to act that way. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Even if he was a powerhouse like Emperor Wu who was high and mighty in front of ordinary martial artists, he would still have to be as humble as a grandson in front of someone who was more powerful than him. Emperor Wu was a powerhouse. The hardships he had to go through were not something ordinary martial artists could compare to. In order to survive, they would even do anything crazy, let alone admit defeat and act like a grandson. Han Xuanai glanced at Emperor Wu coldly and repeated her words impatiently. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu did not dare to delay and quickly answered. He started from the moment he saw Duan Lingtian until Duan Lingtian obtained a power that was on par with him through a mysterious stone tablet and fought with him. He did not dare to hide what happened after that and told her everything. He told her everything, including how Duan Lingtian lost his mind and left, how Feng Tianwu was taken away, and how his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, swindled the mysterious stone tablet away. At that moment, he did not care about his reputation. Nothing was more important than his life. He did not dare to lie because it was too risky. If the two ladies in front of him were not satisfied and killed him in a bad mood, then he would really lose more than he gained. Stone tablet? Brother Ling Duan Lingtian lose his mind? Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at Martial Emperor Shi Qi and asked, "Now, describe that stone tablet to me." Han Xuanai already had a guess about the mysterious stone tablet that could make people lose their mind and possess terrifying power. However, she did not dare to be 100% sure. If it's really the Devil Seal tablet, I'm afraid Brother Ling Tian is in trouble. Han Xuanai's heart skipped a beat when she asked Emperor Wu. She was worried. In the face of Han Xuanai's question, Emperor Wu did not dare to be negligent. He quickly described the characteristics of the stone tablet that he knew. It's strange. That stone tablet is missing a corner. It's really the Devil Seal tablet. After listening to Emperor Wu, Han Xuanai's expression turned grave. How can there be such a coincidence? The Devil Seal tablet is actually in Brother Ling Tian's hands? Han Xuanai still remembered. That year, she came to Cloud Continent with Qing Nu. Apart from the fact that she was here to relax and have fun, Qing Nu was here on her father's order to search for the Devil Seal tablet. This was because her father had received news that the Devil Seal tablet should be in Cloud Continent, the mortal continent. She originally thought that to Cloud Continent, she was only a passerby passing by. However, she did not expect to meet her brother Ling Tian and 3 little fellows with extraordinary innate talents here. Because of this, she formed an indissoluble bond with Cloud Continent. That year, Qing Nu spent a few years to search every corner of Cloud Continent, but she still couldn't find the Devil Seal tablet. I didn't expect it to be in Brother Ling Tian's hands. At this moment, Han Xuanai's feelings were very complicated. At the same time, she was worried about Duan Ling Tian. She knew very well how terrifying the Devil Seal tablet was. You said my brother Ling Tian left the stone tablet behind and left? Han Xuanai asked again. Yes. Shiqi Emperor Wu did not dare to be negligent and quickly nodded. Not only did he not take the stone tablet with him, but he didn't even take his lover with him. How can you prove that what you said earlier is true? Han Xuanai stared at Shiqi Emperor Wu without blinking. Her eyes narrowed unconsciously as a cold gleam flashed in them. I, Shiqi Emperor Wu, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation. If I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Emperor Wu's heart trembled when he noticed the cold gleam in Han Xuanai's eyes. He hurriedly swore by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky in response to Emperor Wu's oath. The 99 heavenly tribulation was the tribulation of oaths. If one swore by it, even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could not go against it. Otherwise, he would be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Since Emperor Wu dared to swear by it, it meant he did not lie earlier. Duan Ling Tian had left behind the Devil Seal tablet. In the end, the Devil Seal tablet was stolen by his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, who secretly swapped it out for himself. Feng Tianwu was taken away by a powerhouse called Qihua. After swearing, Emperor Wu could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had foresight and did not lie. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get through the trial earlier. You better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Lost Stone Forest. Han Xuanai glanced at Emperor Wu coldly before she moved and disappeared before Emperor Wu's eyes at an extremely fast speed. From the beginning until the end, Emperor Wu did not see Han Xuanai's figure clearly. It's just as I guessed. Her ability is even higher than that white-clad little girl. Emperor Wu secretly wiped his cold sweat. At the same time, he looked at the white-clad little girl standing nearby with an anxious expression on his face. He was afraid this little girl would not let this go easily. Humph. As Little White snorted softly and left with Han Xuanai, Emperor Wu finally sighed in relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Soon after, Little White caught up with Han Xuanai, who had slowed down. She asked, Sister Xuanai, he actually wanted to kill brother back then. Why didn't you kill him directly? Don't you think? It's better to keep him alive and wait for brother Ling Tian to take revenge on him? Han Xuanai said. Little White was suddenly enlightened. Then, she seemed to have recalled something and asked worriedly, but what if brother? Little White did not finish her sentence, but it was obvious what she wanted to say. If something really happens to brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate his entire Lost Stone Forest. No matter where he, Emperor Wu, hides, I'll find him and kill him. Little White's words were like a fuse that completely ignited Han Xuanai, who was a barrel of gunpowder. Brother will definitely be fine. Little White muttered. I hope so too. Han Xuanai nodded, but her eyes were filled with worry. According to Emperor Wu's description, she could guess what her brother Ling Tian had gone through. Brother Ling Tian forcefully activated the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet into his body and was devilified in one fell swoop. That's how he obtained extraordinary strength. However, after he's devilified, he'll lose his rationality. Now, I can only hope that this is his first time using the Devil Seal tablet. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. This was what Han Xuan'ai was most worried about. Perhaps there would be some side effects when a person used the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, but it would not be fatal. However, if it was used repeatedly, the side effects would be fatal. Even if the person's body was still alive, it would only be an empty shell. An empty shell that was controlled by the soul remnant energy that came from the Devil Seal tablet. Sister Xuan'ai, I heard you mention something about the Devil Seal tablet. Don't tell me the mysterious tablet that Emperor Wu mentioned is the Devil Seal tablet that you mentioned? Soon after, Little White recalled Han Xuan'ai's muttering earlier. Although her voice was not loud, she still heard it. That's right, it's the Devil Seal tablet. Han Xuan'ai nodded. What's the Devil Seal tablet? How did it allow brother to possess such powerful strength in such a short time? Moreover, the side effects seemed to be quite severe. Little White had learned a lot from Emperor Wu's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The Devil Seal tablet. It's one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao martial saint land. Han Xuan'ai said. What? Little White was shocked when she heard that. It said that the saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao martial saint land are all super saint weapons. They're extremely rare treasures. Ordinary people can roam the Dao martial saint land with just one of them. That's just deifying them. No matter how strong a saint weapon is, if the person using it is too weak, it won't be able to bring out its full potential. However, apart from the Devil Seal tablet, the super saint weapons that can be ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking are indeed able to help a martial artist increase their offensive strength. Han Xuan'ai added. Why is the Devil Seal tablet an exception? Isn't the Devil Seal tablet a super saint weapon as well? Little White asked curiously. The reason the Devil Seal tablet can become a super saint weapon and be ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking is not because it boosts a martial artist's offensive strength. The offensive strength the Devil Seal tablet boosts a martial artist's offensive strength is far from many ordinary saint weapons. The reason it can become a super saint weapon and be ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking is because it has a shocking ability to suppress devil cultivators. Chapter 1247. The Devil Seal tablet had always been a legend in the Dao martial saint land. It was also a variant in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. If the Devil Seal tablet was used to deal with a devil cultivator, it could easily suppress the devil cultivator. However, if the Devil Seal tablet was used to deal with an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator, it was not as effective as using an ordinary saint weapon since the Devil Seal tablet was not an offensive saint weapon. After Little White learned about the Devil Seal tablet's function from Han Xuan'ai, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. When she learned about the Devil Seal tablet's side effect and how those who used it too many times would lose their consciousness or even go crazy and become a walking corpse, she began to worry about Duan Lingtian. Sister Xuan'ai, will brother be all right? Little White looked at Han Xuan'ai worriedly. Her big, watery eyes looked pitiful. Don't worry, brother Ling Tian is a good person. He'll be fine. Han Xuan'ai comforted her with a smile. However, although she was comforting Little White, she was not confident in her heart. This was because she did not know how many times her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal tablet. If she knew that this was the third time her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal tablet, she would not be so optimistic. The most important thing now is to find brother Ling Tian. Han Xuan'ai said. Little White nodded. Then, she and Han Xuan'ai headed in the direction Emperor Wu had told them that Duan Lingtian had left. They searched for Duan Lingtian, intending to find him. Currently, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that there were people who were worried about him and looking for him everywhere. Ling Xian Peak. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had arrived as scheduled. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would be held in Lingxian Peak on a spacious stone platform halfway up Lingxian Peak. This vast stone platform was far from being comparable to the small stone platform where the residents stood. It occupied an extremely large area. Early in the morning, many people appeared in the air above the vast stone platform. They were either Emperor Wu's disciples or followers from Lingxian Peak, or those who had come to participate in the selection of Lingxian Peak's disciples and followers. Unknowingly, the originally noisy atmosphere had completely quieted down following the appearance of a figure. It's Senior Song Ting. Senior Song Ting is here. After a moment of silence, the scene became noisy again. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at the people in the distance with excitement. Their eyes were full of excitement as if they had seen their idol. Song Ting? Who is Song Ting? It doesn't seem simple. Those who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers did not know who Song Ting was. Someone who can make a group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers treat him so respectfully must have a high status. Don't tell me he's one of the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Lingxian Peak. When someone made a guess, it resonated with many people. It should be. However, although the group of people resonated with the guess, they could not help but ask the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu who were not far away. It seemed like they would only feel at ease after they confirmed it. That's right. He's Song Ting, the second disciple of our Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu. Moreover, senior brother Song Ting is not only Emperor Wu's direct disciple today, but he's also one of the 2 main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that Lingxian Peak is holding today. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers responded. Although they had already guessed it, when they learned about Song Ting's identity from the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, many of them were still amazed and even had looks of admiration on their faces. Emperor Wu's direct disciple. That was someone they had to look up to. When Song Ting appeared, there were 2 people following behind him like shadows. Lu Zhong. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the crowd, recognized one of the people behind Song Ting with just a glance. It was Emperor Wu's disciple who had caused trouble for him before but was stopped by Qiao Zhong. Lu Zhong was also the brother of the bandit leader he had killed before he came to Lingxian Peak. When Duan Lingtian killed the bandit leader, he did not know that the bandit leader had another identity. He was Emperor Wu's disciple. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not have shown mercy. When Duan Lingtian noticed Lu Zhong noticed him as well. When Lu Zhong noticed Duan Lingtian, his eyes were instantly dyed red. It was as though he had transformed into a ferocious beast that was hibernating in the dark, ready to attack or even kill someone at any time. He's the one who killed Lu Yi. Although Song Ting did not deliberately look at Lu Zhong, it was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. He noticed that something was wrong with Lu Zhong and immediately looked in the direction Lu Zhong was looking at. Soon, his eyes locked onto Duan Lingtian. Yes. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was as though he could not wait to swallow Duan Lingtian alive. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Lu Zhong at that moment. He did not care about Lu Zhong at all. His gaze met Song Ting's, and it was as if they could create the most intense sparks from the collision. However, Duan Lingtian and Song Ting's eyes did not last long, because Song Ting quickly withdrew his eyes. It seemed that he did not care to look at Duan Lingtian and did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. Emperor Wu's disciple? In Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a strong desire to fight, a desire to fight against Song Ting. Unfortunately, Song Ting did not notice it. Senior Zhongan. Senior Zhongan. Not long after, a series of respectful greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that another young man who looked to be in his 30s had arrived nearby while being escorted by 2 people. From the discussion among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, Duan Lingtian learned about the young man's identity. He was Zhongan, the 3rd direct disciple under Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's command. In the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the general situation in Lingxian Peak from Qiao Zhong. He knew that Lingxian Peak was divided into two camps, and these two camps were led by the two direct disciples under Emperor Wu's command of Emperor Wu. Now, he finally met the leaders of the two camps. Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting. Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an. I originally thought that one of Emperor Wu's second and third direct disciples would be Yang Hui. Now, it seems like I was wrong. A figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind again. The young man who had used his spiritual energy to wield the sword at the peak of Lingxian Peak was still vivid in his mind. Could it be? Yang Hui is the elusive martial emperor's eldest direct disciple like martial emperor Lingxian that Xiao Zhong mentioned? Chapter 1248. Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was Nangong Yi, who had come to Lingxian Peak with him to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, there were two faint sounds of wind approaching him. Therefore, he could easily tell that it was not only Nangong Yi but Nangong Chen as well. "You're here." Duan Lingtian nodded his head lightly. "Duan Lingtian, did Lu Zhong look for you?" After Nangong Yi came to Duan Lingtian's side, he could not help but look at Lu Zhong, who was standing behind Song Ting in the distance. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response to Nangong Yi's question. "You won against him?" Nangong Yi asked in surprise. "We didn't fight." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Lu Zhong had looked for him, he did not attack him. Therefore, it did not matter whether he won or not. "You didn't fight?" This time, it was Nangong Yi's turn to be surprised. One should know that when Lu Zhong found him, he was furious. If it were not for the fact that he was here to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, and that he was not the culprit, he would have definitely attacked him. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Lu Zhong's younger brother had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Logically, Lu Zhong would not let him go so easily. "If you were to fight him now, would you be confident?" Nangong Yi did not ask for the reason, but he was curious. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Zhong's younger brother, Lu Yi, who was a disciple of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had taken him by surprise. If Lu Yi had been prepared, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to kill him. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low. The boost from his spirit weapon was limited. Lu Yi had died because of his carelessness. If it was Duan Lingtian from half a year ago, Nangong Yi was certain he would not be able to defeat Lu Zhong, the disciple of Emperor Wu, who was said to be even more powerful than his younger brother, Lu Yi. Among Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingxian Peak, his strength was ranked in the top 3. However, now that half a year had passed, he did not know how much Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had recovered, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, Duan Lingtian had only spent a month to recover his cultivation base from the first-level core formation stage to the first-level void interpretation stage. Now that half a year had passed, how much had Duan Lingtian's cultivation base recovered? He didn't know about this. Confident? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's question. Then, he smiled mysteriously. This made Nangong Yi even more curious. "Why? Are you confident?" Nangong Yi could not help but ask again. However, Duan Lingtian still did not answer him. It made him feel depressed. In the distance, Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting, and Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, had gathered together. This meant that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was about to begin. Song Ting and Zhong'an were the two main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. Naturally, other than the two judges, there was another group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. The group of martial emperor's disciples acted as supervisors today to monitor the specific situation of the selection today. "Third junior brother, it's been a long time." Song Ting smiled as he greeted Zhong'an. If one did not know better, one would think that he and Zhong'an were close brothers. Yes, it's been a long time. Second senior brother, Zhong'an replied indifferently. Zhong'an replied indifferently with a fake smile on his face. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of hostility. Since both of us are here, shall we begin the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today? Song Ting asked. Let's begin. Zhong'an nodded. At the same time, he looked around and announced in a loud voice, all martial artists who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, please descend to the stone platform below. The first selection will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as Zhong'an's words echoed in the air, the group of people began to descend one after another. They landed on the vast stone platform below like dumplings and stood there. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian and Nangong did not join in the fun. It was only when there were fewer people descending that they stepped on the air and landed on the side of the stone platform. They waited for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Nangong Chen, are they your companions? Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other two landed, a voice that deserved a beating sounded in a timely manner. The tone was filled with ridicule. A middle-aged man in a silver robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Nangong Chen at all. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi intently. I don't think I've seen them before. Does this mean their cultivation base isn't even at the 7th level martial monarch stage? The silver-robed middle-aged man had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious he was someone who had been cultivating at the same place as Nangong Chen for the past 6 months. When Duan Lingtian and the other two first arrived at Lingxian Peak, they were assigned to different places to cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian was assigned to one place because his cultivation base was below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi's cultivation base was above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. He was assigned to another place. Nangong Chen's cultivation base was above the 7th level martial monarch stage. The place he was assigned to was different from Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi. Since the silver-robed middle-aged man was assigned to the same place as Nangong Chen, it meant he was above the 7th level martial monarch stage 6 months ago. Moreover, since he dared to disregard Nangong Chen and provoke Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi in front of Nangong Chen, it meant he was not afraid of Nangong Chen. His strength was on par with Nangong Chen at the very least. He might even be stronger than Nangong Chen. Scram! Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression on his face, shouted. It was rare for him to speak. As Nangong Chen shouted, the silver-robed middle-aged man's face turned completely grave. He glared at Nangong Chen and said fiercely, Nangong Chen, I hope your two companions don't meet me in the selection later on. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. When the silver-robed middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour someone. You'll have to have the ability to make sure we die a horrible death first. Nangong Yi, who did not know what was going on, sneered when he heard the silver-robed middle-aged man's threat. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not speak from the beginning until the end. He merely glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man coldly before retracting his gaze. A hint of killing intent that was difficult to detect flashed in the depth of his eyes. You'll find out very soon whether I have the ability or not. Even Nangong Chen doesn't dare to say that he can defeat me. You're just a kid who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be as easy as stepping on an ant for me to kill you. The silver-robed middle-aged man continued to mock Nangong Yi when he heard his words. Then, he left under Nangong Yi's furious gaze and stood at the side. Nangong Chen, you can't defeat him? Nangong Yi retracted his gaze and immediately looked at Nangong Chen as he asked. It's a tie. Nangong Chen replied calmly. He was a man of few words. No wonder he's so arrogant to challenge you, me, and Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi snorted. However, it's one thing for him to challenge you and me, but he actually dares to challenge Duan Lingtian. He's really courting death. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence. However, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not enraged by the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. Nangong Yi was instantly disappointed. To Duan Lingtian, the silver-robed middle-aged man's incident was merely a small interlude. He completely tossed it to the back of his mind after a short while. A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. 15 minutes have passed. The first round of selection is about to begin. I wonder what the first round of selection is going to be. We'll find out soon enough. Many people whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation and anxiety toward the upcoming selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were no more than 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, who could remain calm. Even Nangong Yi had a grave expression on his face. He was vigilant as he waited for the first round of selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Ting and Zhong'an flew out at the same time. In just a short while, they were above Duan Lingtian and the others. They stood there without saying a word for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? Just when the crowd was puzzled, Song Ting and Zhong'an finally made their moves. Their bodies trembled slightly as a majestic aura surged out of their bodies. The aura that belonged to a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage was completely released as it descended menacingly on Duan Lingtian and the others. When the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses overlapped, it was no longer as simple as 1+1. In the area that was shrouded by the aura, other than Duan Lingtian and a few dozen people, the others were on the verge of collapsing. Boom! After a short while, someone could no longer support himself and fell on his buttocks. His face was ashen. Boom! 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 Following that, more and more people fell. The people who fell first were those who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Lingtian for the past 6 months. They were all martial artists below the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Under the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses, they could not support themselves at all. Soon after, other than Duan Lingtian, all the people who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Lingtian for the past 6 months fell and were eliminated. Humph. A bunch of trash. Song Ting snorted coldly and said disdainfully as he watched the scene below him from the sky. Our Lingxian Peak doesn't have any strict requirements for those who participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to come. However, it turns out that even if they came, they were just overestimating themselves, Zhong'an said calmly. Zhong'an said plainly. He, who was also looking down, did not seem to be surprised by this. You want to become a martial emperor's disciple or follower of our Lingxian Peak with such little strength? They're overestimating themselves. Chapter 1249. All the martial artists below the 4th-level martial monarch stage instantly fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. As for the remaining martial artists above the 4th-level martial monarch stage, even the weakest among them could barely withstand Song Ting and Zhong'an's aura. Naturally, they were in a sorry state. After a while, Song Ting and Zhong'an withdrew their aura. Song Ting glanced at the people on the ground and shouted coldly, "Throw this group of trash out." Do they really think anyone can enter Lingxian Peak? The moment Song Ting's words left his mouth, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who had been waiting for a long time made their moves and took the people on the ground away. At once, only a group of people with extraordinary strength, including Duan Lingtian, were left on the vast stone platform. The first round of selection has ended. The second round of selection will begin immediately. Zhong'an looked down at the people who passed the first round of selection, including Duan Lingtian, and said slowly. Subsequently, he lifted his hand and shot out a beam of origin energy into the air. Suddenly, the void trembled, and circles of ripples spread out. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and circles of ripples spread out continuously. Inscription formation. At the same time, everyone present on the scene sensed the rich aura of an inscription formation. They knew Zhong'an had activated an inscription formation. Among the people standing on the vast stone platform, those who had passed the first round of selection to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, there were quite a few people, including Duan Ling Tian, who were not surprised. This was because they had long discovered that there was a hidden inscription formation here. This inscription formation was extraordinary. It was personally set up by an inscription master who was at least at the Emperor Wu's level. If they were not inscription masters themselves, they would not have noticed it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the inscription formation was activated. A translucent cylinder appeared in the air. It was hollowed out from top to bottom so one could pass through it at will. The cylinder was about 100 meters long. The space inside could accommodate about 10 adults at the same level. Any more and it would seem cramped. Apart from that, the translucent cylinder was divided into 7 colors. It was the 7 colors of the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Gravity ladder formation? The moment he saw the cylinder, Duan Ling Tian recognized the inscription formation. This inscription formation was not unfamiliar to him. There were records of this inscription formation in his mind. The gravity ladder formation was an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu realm or above. It was not an offensive or defensive inscription formation. If one really wanted to give it a position, it could only be considered as an auxiliary inscription formation. The gravitational stairs formation was mainly set up with a certain number of earth profundity fragments, a large number of supreme-grade origin stones, and some other materials. Once it was activated, it would form a gravitational stairs. The cylindrical object that appeared in front of everyone was a gravitational ladder. From bottom to top, there were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors of the rainbow represented the different degrees of gravity in the gravitational stairs. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to climb the gravitational stairs from the bottom up. That was because the higher one went in the gravitational stairs, the more terrifying the gravity became. This is the gravitational stairs formation. At this moment, Zhong'an began to introduce the gravitational stairs formation. What he introduced was the same as what Duan Ling Tian knew from the memories in his mind. There was no difference at all. So, this is the legendary gravitational stairs formation. It said that only the elites at the martial monarch stage can pass through the gravitational stairs formed by the gravitational stairs formation. It's very difficult for ordinary martial monarch stage martial artists to pass through it. I've heard about it as well. However, as Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples, will definitely be able to pass through it. Let alone Emperor Wu's disciples, even Emperor Wu's followers like us can pass through it easily. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. They were confident in their own strength. Naturally, this was also because they had heard of the gravitational stairs formation before. The gravitational stairs formation. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to pass through it without a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Many people sighed. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps a 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist can pass through the gravitational stairs with his profundities that far exceed his cultivation base. That's possible as well. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others with interest. They looked forward to seeing Duan Ling Tian and the others enter the gravitational stairs. They wanted to see how many people could pass through the gravitational stairs. It's very difficult for those below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass through the gravitational stairs formation. Nangong Yi looked at the gravitational stairs in the air with a solemn expression. However, there was a gleam of eagerness in the depth of his eyes. Usually, it's very difficult for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass through it. However, if one has a strong will and has comprehended a profundity that surpasses one's cultivation base, there's still a chance for them to pass through it. Duan Ling Tian said. There was a detailed record of the gravitational stairs formation in his memory. He believed that as long as his cultivation base broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, coupled with the familiar yet unfamiliar information in his memory, he would be able to inscribe and set up the gravitational stairs formation himself if he was given sufficient materials. The gravitational stairs is the second round of selection for all of you today. Only those who pass through it will advance to the next round of selection. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian and the others and continued to say. Those who advance to the next round of selection will be considered as Emperor Wu's followers in Lingxian Peak. Even if they can't pass through the third round of selection, they can still stay in Lingxian Peak as Emperor Wu's followers, Song Ting said. Duan Lingtian nodded. At once, apart from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the people on the vast stone platform lit up. Even Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression and was a man of few words, was no exception. Little E, I'll avenge you very soon. You can temporarily stop on the road to hell and wait for your enemy to kill you. At that time, you can taunt him. In the distance, Lu Zhong glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. If it was not for the fact that he did not dare to disrupt the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, he would have killed the enemy who killed his younger brother. In his opinion, it would not be long before he could avenge his younger brother with his own hands. There should be a good show to watch soon. On the other side, an old man stood there. His gaze landed on Lu Zhong as a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Qiao Zhong, what's the good show? Another old man next to the old man asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. The old man called Xiao Zhong smiled faintly. Xiao Zhong was the old man who brought Duan Lingtian to the cultivation place 6 months ago. At that time, he was the one who stopped Lu Zhong when he looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian. He was also Emperor Wu's disciple in Lingxian Peak. However, unlike Lu Zhong, he was on the side of Zhong'an, the third direct disciple of Emperor Wu. As long as I pass this round of selection, I'll be able to become Emperor Wu's follower. On the vast stone platform, many people's eyes lit up. They knew their limits. With their current strength, it was almost impossible for them to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to become Emperor Wu's follower. As long as they became Emperor Wu's follower, it meant that they would be able to stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the cultivation resources there. Moreover, as long as they had sufficient strength in the future, Emperor Wu's follower would have a chance to be promoted to Emperor Wu's disciple. They might even be chosen by Emperor Wu to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Now, the second round of selection will begin. 10 people will form a group and enter from the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Those who come out from the top will be considered to have passed the second round of selection. Song Ting's voice resonated in the air again. As soon as Song Ting's voice left his mouth, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, did not move at all. At this moment, nobody was willing to stand out and be the guinea pig. What? Are all of you going to forfeit? Song Ting asked with a frown when he saw this. At this moment, some people finally moved. They stepped into the air sparsely. After more than 10 breaths, they finally gathered 10 people and stood at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and realized none of them were above the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be difficult for these people to pass the gravitational stairs. He thought to himself. He was familiar with the gravitational stairs formation. Naturally, he was familiar with the gravitational stairs as well. It was almost impossible for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass the gravitational stairs. Naturally, this only applied to martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage. For martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for them to pass the gravitational stairs as long as their comprehension of profundity was strong and their overall strength was strong. Just like him now. Although he was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for him to pass the gravitational stairs due to the strength of his comprehension of profundity. Go in. Song Ting's expression softened when he saw the 10 people had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. He said calmly to the 10 people at the entrance of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh. 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 The 10 people standing at the entrance of the gravitational stairs immediately made their moves and rushed into the gravitational stairs. Their lightning-like figures slowed down as soon as they entered the gravitational stairs. The higher the gravitational stairs, the closer it was to the purple part, the stronger the gravity. On the other hand, the lower it was to the red part, the weaker the gravity was. The 10 people exerted all their strength and forced their way into the gravitational stairs. Although their speed gradually slowed down, they still passed through the red part, orange part, yellow part, and green part. They only slowed down when they reached the green part. It seemed like it was extremely difficult for them to continue going up. All 10 of them were stuck at the green part of the gravitational stairs. Chapter 1250. The people on the scene stared at the 10 people on the gravitational stairs without blinking. After the 10 of them arrived at the green section of the gravitational stairs, every step they took was extremely difficult. Some of them might not even make it through. That person's almost there. Soon after, the people on the scene noticed that one of them was so close to making it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Once he made it to the blue section, he would only need to make it to the purple section to pass the gravitational stairs. The reason this person was so close to making it to the green section was that not only did he unleash all of his origin energy and profundities, but he even took out his spirit weapon to resist the strong gravity. He raised both of his hands above his head and held a spirit sword tightly. His body was filled with origin energy from many profundities. It made him look like a giant sword. The tip of the sword was pointing upwards. It was trying its best to divert the endless gravity from the gravitational stairs to the surroundings to reduce the pressure on him. Whoosh! At the same time, he seized the opportunity to soar into the sky and made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Many people's eyes lit up when they thought this person had a chance of making it to the gravitational stairs. Boom! An even more powerful gravity suddenly surged out of the blue section of the gravitational stairs and slammed that person down, causing him to fall from the sky like an arrow. Barf! Under the watchful eyes of the others, this person only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood before he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. He had lost the opportunity to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. I was careless. After he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he left dejectedly. He was overjoyed when he made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. That was why he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. Otherwise, even if he could not make it to the purple section of the gravitational stairs, he would not be in such a wretched state. However, although he was eliminated by the gravitational stairs, he had provided experience for the people who came after him. They could use their spirit weapons to resist the endless gravity in the gravitational stairs. The remaining 9 people also took out their spirit weapons one after another. With the help of their spirit weapons, they successfully made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Unlike the person who was careless earlier, they made it to the blue section step by step. Duan Ling Tian, they've already reached the blue section. Do you think they have a chance to reach the purple section and pass the gravitational stairs? A voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Nangong Yi asking him. It's impossible for them to pass the gravitational stairs. As for reaching the purple section, perhaps one of them can. Duan Ling Tian, who was also paying attention to the situation inside the gravitational stairs, responded promptly after hearing Nangong Yi's question. Among the remaining 9 people, one of them was quite powerful. He was one of the best among the LV6 martial royal realm martial artists. Only one person can reach the purple section? No one can pass the gravitational stairs? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi's face turned ugly. He had an impression of the 10 people who had entered the gravitational stairs. They were all people who had cultivated in the same place as him for the past 6 months. They were all above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Among these people, the strongest ones were even stronger than him. Does this mean I have no chance of passing the gravitational stairs? At the same time, a hint of disappointment could be seen in the depth of Nangong Yi's eyes. A moment later, another person was thrown out of the gravitational stairs. This person wanted to rely on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way to the purple section of the gravitational stairs. In the end, as soon as the spirit weapon in his hand touched the purple section, it triggered a stronger gravitational force and sent him flying. Sigh. After he was sent flying out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and left in a daze. As time went by, more and more people were eliminated. In the end, only one person was left. It was also someone Duan Lingtian had high hopes for. This person relied on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way into the purple section of the gravitational stairs. Just when many people thought he was going to pass the gravitational stairs, he was blasted down and crashed onto the vast stone platform with a loud bang. When he stood up again, his body was covered in blood. He was in a wretched state. I advise all of you not to overestimate yourselves if you don't have a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage. Before he left, he looked at the people standing on the vast stone platform and said. His words caused many people to feel gloomy. Apart from Duan Lingtian, these people, including Nangong Yi, had yet to enter the 7th level martial monarch stage. Humph. Without a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage, how dare you dream of becoming Emperor Wu's disciple and follower of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak? You're really overestimating yourselves. At this moment, a disdainful low snort broke the silence on the vast stone platform. It was the silver-robed middle-aged man who had provoked Duan Lingtian and the other two. He had a mocking smile on his face. What a stench. Whose mouth is so smelly? Duan Lingtian said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Many people, including Nangong Yi, were enraged. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. It's indeed smelly. I can smell it too. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and could not help but laugh. The group of martial artists, including Nangong Yi, whose cultivation base was below the 7th level martial monarch stage, laughed along with Duan Lingtian's words as they vented their anger to their heart's content. Boy! You're seeking death. The silver-robed middle-aged man finally regained his senses and glared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. If it were not for the fact that he was not allowed to be presumptuous in this place, he would have killed this purple-clad young man immediately to warn others of the consequences of offending him. It smells even worse. Nangong Yi purposely pinched his nose and said in a strange tone. You two brats. Follow me into the gravitational stairs if you have the guts. I'll let you know that ants like you won't be able to pass the second round of the gravitational stairs. While the silver-robed middle-aged man glared at Nangong Yi, he looked at Duan Lingtian and provoked him. Nangong Yi's face darkened when he heard this. He really did not have the confidence to pass the gravitational stairs. In his heart, he was already prepared to be eliminated. However, he really did not know how to refute the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. You mean you can pass the gravitational stairs? Pass the second round of the selection? At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and asked calmly. Of course. The silver-robed middle-aged man said as a matter of course. Looks like you're very confident. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man deeply before he looked at Nangong Yi and smiled. Since he's so confident. Let's play with him then. All right. Although Nangong Yi did not know what Duan Lingtian was up to, he still agreed to it. In his opinion. Although he did not have enough strength to pass the gravitational stairs, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the gravitational stairs with his strength. I'll go as well. Nangong Chen said calmly. Nangong Chen, you'll soon see your two companions being eliminated by the gravitational stairs. Ants who haven't even entered the 7th level martial monarch stage dare to challenge the gravitational stairs. You're overestimating yourself. As the silver-robed middle-aged man rose into the air, he looked at Nangong Chen and mocked him to his heart's content. Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a provocative tone. What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man snorted. Let's bet if the three of us and you can pass the gravitational stairs and pass the second round of the selection. Duan Lingtian said calmly. What bet? What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man did not want to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a sneer. Let's bet our lives. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. Bet our lives. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, Song Ting and Zhong'an, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Interesting. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said with a smile, I like this kid. Humph. Unlike Zhong'an, Song Ting snorted coldly. It was obvious he recognized Duan Lingtian as the person who killed Lu Yi, Lu Zhong's disciple. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. After a long while, he finally returned to his senses when he sensed everyone's eyes on him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, How do you want to bet? Until now, he was still unwilling to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. We'll each swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that if any one of us fails to pass the gravitational stairs, or if you pass the gravitational stairs, I'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and said word by word, On the other hand, if the three of us pass the gravitational stairs and you fail to pass the gravitational stairs, you'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Has this purple-clad young man gone mad? When people regained their senses one after another, they could not help but whisper among themselves. All of them thought Duan Lingtian had gone mad. According to Duan Lingtian's words, if he, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi failed to pass the gravitational stairs, he would die. Even if all of them passed the gravitational stairs, as long as the silver-robed middle-aged man passed the gravitational stairs, he would still die. If all three of them passed the gravitational stairs and the silver-robed middle-aged man failed, he would die. Are you sure you want to bet like this? After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and asked with a smirk on his face. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was digging his own grave. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Do you dare? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone shifted their attention to the silver-robed middle-aged man. He became the center of attention again. Interesting, interesting. Zhong'an smiled brilliantly. Song Ting, who was standing at the side, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the purple-clad figure thoughtfully. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 1251. After the silver-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Chen. The sneer on his face deepened. Nangong Chen, your companion wants to bet his life with me. Do you dare to participate? Why wouldn't I dare? Nangong Chen glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man nonchalantly and said calmly, Will do as you say and add my life to the bet. He trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Half a year ago, if it was not for Duan Lingtian's help, he and his twin brother, Nangong Yi, would have died. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had saved their lives. Putting aside the fact that he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, even if he did not, he would not embarrass Duan Lingtian. Good, very good. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Nangong Chen's words, he smiled brilliantly. In that case, the three of us will swear an oath together. The silver-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. His face was filled with eagerness as though he could not wait to see Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen being killed by the lightning punishment. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the others, the three of them swore an oath together. Boom! 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 27 consecutive claps of thunder reverberated in the air. It tore through the sky and pierced the eardrums of the people present on the scene. It echoed the oath made by Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen, and the silver-robed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to bet your lives. This time, only the four of you will enter the gravitational stairs and participate in the second round of selection, Zhong'an said slowly. He nodded his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Song Ting and asked with a smile, second senior brother, do you have any objections? No objections. Song Ting replied nonchalantly. Nangong Chen, you and this fellow who overestimates himself will be killed by the lightning punishment soon. The silver-robed middle-aged man glanced at Nangong Chen and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked, Kid, you'll soon find out that the life wager you initiated will cost you your life. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the face of the silver-robed middle-aged man's mockery. Let's go. Immediately after, he called out to the Nangong brothers and led them to the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Above their heads were the 7-colored gravitational stairs. The part closest to them was the red part of the gravitational ladder, which was also the part with the weakest gravity. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man also arrived. The mocking smile on his face never faded. You go first. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Yi and said via voice transmission, don't care about anything. Take out your spirit weapon and charge up with your strongest strength and fastest speed. All right. Just like Nangong and Chen, Nangong Yi trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately made his move without another word. Boom! Nangong Yi's origin energy and profundity energy exploded from his body. Then, he took out his spirit weapon and soared into the air. He charged into the gravitational stairs and charged up with all his might. You overestimate yourself. The silver-robed middle-aged man sneered and soared into the air unhurriedly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You go first. When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced. Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony with him. He soared into the air and followed after Nangong Yi. When Duan Lingtian entered the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man and Nangong Chen soared into the air. They entered the gravitational stairs at almost the same time and charged all the way up. Whoosh! As the first person to enter the gravitational stairs and a 6th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, Nangong Yi successfully reached the blue section of the gravitational stairs with the help of the spirit weapon in his hand. After the blue section, it would be the purple section. After that, he would be considered to have passed the gravitational stairs and passed the second round of selection. However, Nangong Yi was currently stuck in the blue section. He could not enter the purple section because the gravity there was too strong. There's nothing I can do. At this moment, Nangong Yi's heart was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he hated himself for being too weak. If Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen were killed by the 99 Heavenly Tribulations lightning punishment because he did not pass the gravitational stairs, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. The moment Nangong Yi thought of this, he became anxious immediately. He charged up with all his might in an attempt to enter the purple section and pass through the purple section to pass through the gravitational stairs. I must pass through the gravitational stairs. I must pass through the gravitational stairs. Boom! Just as Nangong Yi unleashed all his energy and charged up with the spirit weapon in his hand. He was shocked to discover something. Unlike the strong gravity he encountered when he entered the purple section of the gravitational stairs previously, apart from successfully entering the purple section this time, he also felt that the gravity in the purple section was extremely weak. It was even weaker than the gravity in the red section of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh! While he was filled with confusion, Nangong Yi charged through the last hurdle of the gravitational stairs and successfully passed through the gravitational stairs. He was the first person to pass through the gravitational stairs today. Whoosh! After Nangong Yi charged out of the gravitational stairs, the crowd of onlookers fell silent. Gulp! Gulp! On the vast stone platform, the group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers gulped hard. The scene before their eyes shocked them. Nangong Yi was no stranger to martial artists who were above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had been cultivating in the same place as them for the past 6 months. Isn't he a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist? How can he pass through the gravitational stairs like it's a game? They found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the other group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were at the 7th-level martial monarch stage. They had long recognized that Nangong Yi was not a martial artist above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. When they heard the whispers in front of them, they found out Nangong Chen's exact cultivation base. They found it strange and surprising. The gravitational stairs are formed by the gravitational stairs formation. Could there be a problem with the gravitational stairs formation? It's hard to say. Theoretically, even a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist wouldn't be able to pass through the gravitational stairs so quickly, let alone a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. There's something strange about this. It's indeed strange. Many people felt that something was amiss. It was completely out of their expectations that Nangong Yi could pass through the gravitational stairs so easily. What's going on? At this moment, even Zhong'an and Song Ting, the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, could not help but look at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. The strength that Nangong Yi had just displayed was something that they had all seen clearly. With his strength, it was impossible for him to even enter the purple section of the gravitational stairs, let alone pass through the gravitational stairs. At this moment, they also wondered if there was a problem with the gravitational stairs formation. Impossible. At the same time, the silver-robed middle-aged man who was in the gravitational stairs also discovered that Nangong Yi had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs in the second round of selection. He was shocked and in disbelief. Nothing's impossible. In the next moment, a calm voice reverberated in his ears like thunder. When he returned to his senses, he discovered that apart from the purple-clad young man who had entered the gravitational stairs before him, even Nangong Chen's speed was ridiculously fast. In just a blink of an eye, he discovered that the 2 people he wanted to kill had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs after Nangong Yi. At this moment, he was the only one left in the huge gravitational stairs. No. The silver-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He did not even have time to think about anything else. He immediately realized the danger that was about to befall him. He quickly took out his spiritual weapon and wanted to pass through the gravitational stairs as soon as possible. He still had a chance. Even if the 3 of them passed through the gravitational stairs, he would not be the one to die as long as he passed through it. Of course, if he could not pass through the gravitational stairs, he would be the one to die. It's a piece of cake for me to pass through the gravitational stairs. Even at this moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was still full of confidence. Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen passed through the gravitational stairs together. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It seemed like they were not affected by the gravity in the gravitational stairs at all. After Nangong Yi, the 2 of them passed through the gravitational stairs easily as well. It left a deep impression on everyone. Is there really a problem with the gravitational stairs? Song Ting and Zhong'an looked at each other again. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Soon, they realized that there seemed to be a problem with the gravitational stairs. Boom. 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 7-colored gravity in the gravitational stairs stirred. In the end, it seemed to gather and landed on the silver-robed middle-aged man. No. Soon after, the crowd heard a shrill and unwilling scream. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silver-robed middle-aged man was enveloped by the 7-colored gravity. The energy on his spirit weapon and body was completely annihilated. Boom. Another loud sound reverberated. The silver-robed middle-aged man was forcefully thrown out of the gravitational stairs. He's finished. Many people thought to themselves when they saw the silver-robed middle-aged man being thrown out of the gravitational stairs. Almost at the same time, the sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and at the same time, a clear and deafening sound of thunder resounded. No. No. Hearing the thunder, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked as though he had seen a ghost. He moved his body and wanted to escape. However, could he escape? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment landed. The silver-robed middle-aged man was blasted into pieces. Even his profundity fragment was no exception. Only a spatial ring was left. It was all alone. The silver-robed middle-aged man died just like that. He died completely. He had bet his life. Moreover, he had made an oath using the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation. No one could violate it. Once they violated it, they would be killed by the lightning punishment no matter where they were. Duan Lingtian, what happened just now? Originally, Nangong Yi was puzzled about how he had somehow passed through the gravitational stairs. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen had passed through the gravitational stairs at lightning speed. This made him even more puzzled. Although he knew Duan Lingtian and Chen Lingtian had the ability to pass through the gravitational stairs, it was impossible for them to be so fast. Chapter 1252. Whoosh. While Nangong Yi was questioning Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the place where the silver-robed middle-aged man was killed by the lightning punishment and put away the spatial ring that the silver-robed middle-aged man had left behind. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Isn't it obvious? The three of us passed the gravitational stairs, but he didn't. That's why he was killed by the lightning punishment. After Duan Lingtian returned to Nangong and Zhong Ling's side, he finally opened his mouth to reply to Nangong Yi. However, Nangong Yi could tell that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. He increasingly felt that the earlier incident had something to do with Duan Lingtian, including the fact that he had successfully passed the gravitational stairs and the sudden change in the gravitational stairs that sent the silver-robed middle-aged man who was stronger than him flying. However, he could tell that Duan Lingtian had no intention of telling him. Therefore, he did not ask any further questions even though he had a million questions in his heart. Whoosh. Whoosh. While everyone present was still in shock from the earlier incident, Song Ting and Zhongan, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. At this moment, the gravitational stairs that were divided into 7 colors that represented the 7 levels of neutrality had returned to normal. Whoosh. Whoosh. Song Ting and Zhongan looked at each other before they moved at the same time and disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, everyone saw their figures appear in the gravitational stairs. Moreover, they quickly passed through the gravitational stairs. From the beginning until the end, the short-lived energy in their bodies was not even enough to activate the heaven and earth energy, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Whoosh. Whoosh. When Song Ting and Zhongan appeared again, they were already in front of Duan Lingtian. What did you do earlier? Song Ting asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Song Ting's questioning tone. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're not bad. If Master was here, I think he'd definitely like you. Unlike Song Ting, Zhongan was quite friendly to the Duan Lingtian. He looked at the Duan Lingtian from head to toe and seemed to be very interested in the Duan Lingtian. The master he was referring to was naturally the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, the master of Ling Xian Peak. Whether it was Zhongan or Song Ting. He didn't notice anything unusual when he passed through the gravitational stairs. There was only one possibility. That was the purple-clothed young man's doing. Although they didn't know how he did it, this was the only possibility. He likes me, but I don't necessarily like him. Upon hearing Zhong An's words, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. For a moment, the smile on Zhong An's face became a little forced. How dare you? Just as Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a loud shout resonated in the air. Then, a figure appeared behind Song Ting and glared at Duan Lingtian. He continued to shout in a deep voice, "Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu so rudely? You should be killed. The person who appeared was none other than Lu Zhong. Initially, Lu Zhong was already upset when he saw Duan Lingtian winning the bet. However, he could only choose to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought he would only have a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the third round of the selection. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would dare to blaspheme their Ling Xian Peak's Lord Martial Emperor. He instantly realized this was an opportunity. An opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian legitimately. What? You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zhong. I don't know what you mean by that. All I know is that you disrespected Lord Emperor Wu, so you should die. Senior Brother Song, Senior Brother Zhong, please let me kill this boy as a warning to others. Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Song Ting and Zhong'an and asked respectfully. This time, Zhong'an did not speak. Although he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye, Duan Lingtian's words had completely enraged him. A dragon had a reverse scale that would kill anyone who touched it. And his master was his reverse scale. For this reason, he acquiesced to Lu Zhong's request. Go. As for Song Ting, his eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was about to devour him. Yes. When Lu Zhong heard Song Ting's words, his eyes brightened. He was extremely excited. He had been waiting for a long time. He could finally avenge his younger brother. Boy, how dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you today. As Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian again, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, while that was what he said through his voice transmission, he said something else with his mouth. Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu of our Ling Xian Peak? Forget about the fact that you won't be able to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. From today onward, you'll leave this world forever. I, Lu Zhong, will kill you today and send you on your way to show the might of our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. Lu Zhong's words were dignified. At the same time, he stepped into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. Each step he took was faster than the previous one. Every step he took caused the air to tremble as the sound of air exploding rose and fell. I think you want to avenge your bandit brother, right? Duan Lingtian mocked Lu Zhong, who was charging toward him menacingly. Whatever you say. Anyway, you won't be able to escape death today no matter what. Lu Zhong did not care about Duan Lingtian's words. The origin energy on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Many profundities followed him like shadows, making him look like a god of war who was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, everyone present, including the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong'an, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. They had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, so they moved to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong without blinking. Other than being senior brother Song Ting's right-hand man, senior brother Lu Zhong is also ranked in the top 3 among our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is going to be unlucky. These were the thoughts of the group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Zhong. On the other hand, the group of people who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to fight for them. After all, to a certain extent, they were not considered as people from Ling Xian Peak. Even the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong'an, did not think Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Lu Zhong, even though they thought Duan Lingtian was strange. They knew Lu Zhong's ability. He could be ranked in the top 3 among all of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. Boy, if there's an afterlife, remember that not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Lu Zhong's voice resonated again. It was filled with a hint of ruthlessness. This time, he took out his spirit weapon. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most people's eyes. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. When he disappeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above his head also rushed out rapidly. Its target was Duan Lingtian. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. This was Lu Zhong's ability. Lu Zhong's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of the crowd, including the Nangong brothers. It was so fast that it was difficult to capture his movement. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zhong's speed was so slow that it was pitiful. He only had to lift a hand casually to grab the spirit weapon in Lu Zhong's hand. Smack! A crisp sound rang when he caught Lu Zhong's spirit weapon with his bare hands, causing the entire place to fall silent. Many people had a look of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that everything before their eyes was real. Impossible. As the person involved, Lu Zhong was the first to react. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was close to him in shock and shook his head in a daze. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, the 5-colored energy that had just appeared on his body suddenly soared. It was as though it had transformed into a 5-colored giant beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit Lu Zhong. In an instant, Lu Zhong was directly swallowed. Not even his bones were left behind. He followed in the footsteps of his younger brother, Lu Yi. After Lu Zhong's entire body turned into ashes, only a few profundity fragments and a spatial ring were left behind. Duan Lingtian conveniently kept all of them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also withdrew the 5-colored energy on his body. It was as though it had never appeared in the first place. In fact, the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even have time to appear from the moment the 5-colored energy appeared until it disappeared. From this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's attack was. Even the heaven and earth energy did not have time to react. Silence. The scene was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of people inhaling cold air. The Nangong brothers were dumbfounded by the scene that they had just witnessed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian must have improved a lot in the past 6 months, they did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to improve so much. Lu Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, who had used his spirit weapon, could unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, he was killed by Duan Lingtian in just one blow. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian not use his spirit weapon, but he did not even make any obvious movements. He killed Lu Zhong with just the raging flame-like energy that erupted from his body. He's too powerful. I'm afraid his strength is at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He killed senior brother Lu Zhong as easily as stepping on an ant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became the focus of everyone's attention. This was because the strength that he had displayed earlier was too terrifying. It was shocking. Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to Ling Xian Peak? At this moment, Song Ting also snapped back to reality. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked sternly. Chapter 1253. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as Song Ting questioned sternly. Apart from the Nangong twins, the rest of the people were curious. That was right. This purple-clad young man's ability was on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, it was strange that he came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful than Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's ability was at most in the middle. In their opinion, a peak martial monarch powerhouse like Duan Lingtian who had such ability since the beginning should have chosen Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful to be their direct disciple. What purpose could I have? Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Song Ting indifferently in the face of his question. He shrugged lazily and said, "You're thinking too much, aren't you? It seems like you won't tell me if I don't attack." Song Ting's face darkened, and his tone became even colder. What? You want to attack me? Duan Lingtian laughed. His smile was brilliant, and as he laughed, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. Do you think you're invincible just because you killed one person from Lingxian Peak? You should know that the Lu Zhong you killed was just an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak. Song Ting's tone was firm. I admit that you're strong, but if you think I'm as useless as Lu Zhong, then I must say that you're stupid. No matter what, Lu Zhong was still someone close to him. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating a dog. The purple-clad young man had killed Lu Zhong in front of him. It was equivalent to slapping him in the face, causing him to be humiliated. At this moment, he seemed to be able to sense the mocking gazes from all directions. Even Zhong'an, who was standing at the side, was shocked. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him would dare to kill Lu Zhong, the dog, who was the best at biting people around Song Ting. It had to be said that at this moment, he was secretly pleased. Zhong'an, this person's identity is mysterious. I'm afraid he has a motive for coming to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Let's work together to subdue him and force him to reveal Lingxian Peak's motive. If he refuses to speak, we will kill him to prevent future troubles. Meanwhile, Song Ting's voice transmission entered into Zhong'an's ears. Zhong'an frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not willing to fight alongside Song Ting. However, the identity of the purple-robed young man before him was indeed mysterious. He had to be wary of him. Although he and Song Ting were on opposite sides, they were still on the same side when it came to the safety of Lingxian Peak. Thus, he flew out and stood beside Song Ting. The two of them faced off against Duan Lingtian. Senior Marshal Brother Zhong'an wants to join forces with Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting. This scene shocked many people. This Duan Lingtian. I can't believe. Nearby, Qiao Zhong stood there with his mouth agape. He could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Lingtian easily killed Lu Zhong, he was already shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had long known that Duan Lingtian was powerful, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. However, when he saw Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, and Song Ting standing together against Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel agitated. This Duan Lingtian had actually caused two direct disciples who were usually at odds with each other to join forces against him. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Whether it's Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting or Senior Marshal Brother Zhong'an, they're both Emperor Wu's direct disciples of Lingxian Peak. This purple-clad young man's strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples. It's fine if it's one-on-one, but it's impossible for him to win if it's 2 against 1. How do you know his strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Humph. As everyone knows, Emperor Wu's direct disciples are already at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The only people who are more powerful than Emperor Wu's direct disciples are Emperor Wu's powerhouses. Don't tell me you think he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu's powerhouses? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to gain the upper hand against the two direct disciples. Your strength is truly admirable. I'm Zhong'an, the third direct disciple of Lingxian Peak's Lingxian Emperor Wu. I'd like to know why you're participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Lingxian Peak with your strength. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, as far as I know, at this time, all the Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses in the inner land of Cloud Continent should be holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at their cultivation places. Why are you asking him so much? I can tell he's not a good person with just one look. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Song Ting spoke coldly as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Without a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by a vast airwave that swept out from all directions. The airwave set off a series of thunderous explosions and turned into gusts of strong wind. It blew so hard that everyone present, except for Zhong'an, had to squint their eyes instinctively. Although they did not see what happened clearly, they could tell that Duan Lingtian and Song Ting had fought. Song Ting, Zhong An's face turned grave. He did not expect Song Ting to be so impatient. Naturally, he knew Song Ting's plan. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could speak so that he could vent his own desires. Whoosh! Although Zhong'an had guessed Song Ting's intention, he could not just stand by and watch. This was because he could tell that Song Ting was no match for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, although he was prepared to make a move, he did not plan to cooperate with Song Ting to kill Duan Lingtian. At most, he would cooperate to suppress Duan Lingtian and force him to reveal Ling Xian Peak's purpose. If his purpose was simple, Ling Xian Peak might have a fourth direct disciple of Emperor Wu. When Zhong'an thought about how Duan Lingtian might become his fourth junior brother, he was so excited that he was even more tactful when he attacked. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian's strength did not allow him to be tactful. Boom! 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 As the deafening sounds reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian fought Song Ting and Zhong'an, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, on his own. Both Song Ting and Zhong'an had taken out their own spirit tools. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian fought Song Ting and Zhong'an empty-handed as usual. However, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was even gaining the upper hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Song Ting and Zhong'an used a sword and a saber respectively. After a long battle, they finally decided to fight with all their might. As they were both direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, when they attacked, the saber and sword shadows whistled through the air. Their coordination was flawless as they charged toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. The saber and sword shadows crisscrossed in a torturous manner. Wherever they passed, the onlookers would avoid them. The group of people standing on the vast stone platform below also stepped into the air and dodged to the side. As the saber and sword shadows fell, the vast stone platform was cut into countless pieces as though it was tofu. There was not a single piece that was neat. The stone platform that had countless cracks began to crumble under the force of the two people's strength. It turned into ruins in just a blink of an eye. There was not a single piece that was complete. Moreover, as the two people attacked, some of the rubble on the vast stone platform that had turned into ruins rose into the air. They were completely attracted by the two people's powerful strength. When the two people attacked, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered into a vast heaven and earth phenomenon. In the void above their heads, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared respectively. This meant that their attacks contained the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. Oh my god! He's so powerful as well? Many people were shocked by the full strength of Song Ting and Zhong, and someone could not help but exclaim in surprise, causing everyone's attention to shift to the other side. Everyone shifted their attention to the other side. A purple-clad young man was standing there. The purple-clad young man stood there. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. As for his headband, it had long been shattered by the powerful force. 5 colored flames shot up into the sky from the purple-clad young man's body, emitting waves of terrifying aura. At this moment, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above his head. This meant that his strength was not inferior to Song Ting and Zhong'an. No wonder Zhong'an and I couldn't take him down earlier. It turns out that he's already used the strength of 7 ancient black dragons from the beginning. When Song Ting saw this, he was not shocked. Instead, he smiled. However, now that Zhong'an and I have unleashed our full strength, our strength is not inferior to his. The moment Song Ting thought of this, killing intent filled his eyes. Who's he exactly? He can unleash the strength of 7 ancient black dragons without using any spirit weapons. At this moment, many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. When their exclamations entered Song Ting's ears, it caused his heart to tremble, and his expression changed drastically. Only then did he regain his senses. That was right. His opponent had displayed such a powerful strength without using any spirit weapons. Third junior brother, we must kill him before he takes out his spirit weapons. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who die today. Song Ting hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Zhong'an, who was charging towards Duanling Tian with him at the same time. When Zhong'an heard Song Ting's voice transmission, he shuddered and finally regained his senses. Earlier, he was also stunned by the strength Duanling Tian displayed without using any spirit weapons. At that moment, he knew his opponent's strength was far above him and Song Ting. Now that he heard Song Ting's reminder, his expression was extremely solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Once his opponent took out his spirit weapons, he and Song Ting would definitely lose miserably. At that time, not only Song Ting, but even he would be meat on his opponent's chopping board. Chapter 1254. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of the two great Emperor Wu's direct disciples who were charging at him at lightning speed. It wasn't until the two of them were right in front of him that he made a move. The overwhelming saber light and sword shadows were right in front of him. To be more precise, it was not him who made a move, it was the five-colored flame that surged on his body that made a move. Boom! The five-colored flame trembled, causing the air to tremble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Seeing that Song Ting and Zhong'an's attacks were about to land on Duanling Tian's body, the five-colored flame trembling violently around Duanling Tian's body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. In an instant, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gigantic five-colored sword as he slashed down at the two people who were charging at him. It was as though he was splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Boom! 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 Wherever the gigantic sword passed, the air trembled and a series of deafening explosions were heard. It was earth-shattering. The rolling airwaves seemed to have transformed into a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Have mercy! Before most of the people present had the time to react, an anxious cry came from afar, causing many people to be shocked. They raised their heads one after another, wanting to see who it was. At this moment, boom! The crowd only saw a person standing next to Song Ting and Zhong'an, who were standing in front of Duanling Tian. Before they could see who it was, they heard an even more terrifying explosion. The explosion was so loud that it was as though the sky and earth were falling apart. A rolling shockwave spread out in all directions with the loud noise as the center. It sent the surrounding group of people flying. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples were still fine. They were only sent flying for more than 10 steps. On the other hand, the Emperor Wu's followers and the group of people who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers were sent flying far away. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base turned pale as blood spurted from their mouths. It was obvious that they were severely injured. What a powerful force! The collision of two forces caused a shockwave. Such a force has exceeded the martial monarch stage. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked and stared ahead. Only then did they realize. Whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, they were both sent flying far away. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. And at the place where the loud sound came from, which was also the center of the shockwave, stood two people. Aside from the purple-clothed youth, there was another person. It was a middle-aged man in plain clothes. The middle-aged man stood there as if he was one with the world. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was the kind of man that could not be found in a crowd. However, his complexion was not very good right now. He was slightly pale. Pooh! Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he staggered back 2 steps and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him with fear. You're Emperor Wu? The purple-clad young man was naturally Duanling Tian. Earlier, he was prepared to kill Song Ting and Zhong'an, the 2 direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, with a swing of his sword. Who knew the middle-aged man in front of him would appear at the critical moment and save the 2 of them in time? First-level Emperor Wu stage. Your spirit profound Emperor Wu? Duanling Tian asked calmly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was obvious he could see the other party's cultivation base. If the middle-aged man in front of him was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, then he would be disappointed. This was completely different from the spirit-profound Emperor Wu that he had imagined. Emperor Wu stage first level. Spirit-profound Emperor Wu. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it attracted everyone's attention. He's Lord Emperor Wu. When the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers looked at the middle-aged man, they were shocked. At the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen in their eyes. They did not dare to believe it. Their Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu was at a disadvantage to someone who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. It was too unbelievable. He's spirit-profound Emperor Wu. The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, including the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were all staring at the middle-aged man in front of Duan Lingtian with their mouths agape. Impossible. If he's spirit-profound Emperor Wu, doesn't that mean the purple-clad young man can defeat spirit-profound Emperor Wu? That's right. This middle-aged man is at a disadvantage in front of him. As far as I know, only when Emperor Wu elites fight each other will there be shockwaves. Maybe they're both Emperor Wu elites. If this purple-clad young man is an Emperor Wu elite, why did he come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak? Maybe he's here to make a scene. Who knows? As the group of people discussed among themselves, their faces were filled with confusion and doubt. An Emperor Wu elite? The two brothers, Nangong Chen, glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at each other. They saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. He can't really be Lord Emperor Wu, right? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak had bitter expressions. If this middle-aged man was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, then Ling Xian Peak would really be humiliated this time. Although they were disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, they had never seen spirit-profound Emperor Wu in person. Therefore, they were not sure if the middle-aged man in front of them was spirit-profound Emperor Wu. However, based on the middle-aged man's performance earlier, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in front of the purple-clad young man. If he was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, he would definitely become a laughingstock once the news of today's incident spread. At that time, the people outside would say, Ling Xian Peak's spirit-profound Emperor Wu was no match for a person who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers. How ironic would that be? Whether he is Lord Emperor Wu or not. I'm afraid only senior brother Song Ting and senior brother Zhong'an will know. As one of Emperor Wu's disciples spoke, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers all looked at Song Ting and Zhong'an expectantly. Now, the two of them who were seriously injured finally recovered after taking healing elixirs. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. When they raised their heads to look at the purple-clad young man in the distance again, they were greatly shocked. Emperor Wu Elite. He is actually Emperor Wu Elite. They never expected that the purple-clad young man who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers was actually an Emperor Wu elite. An Emperor Wu elite came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out why he would do this. Soon after, their eyes moved away from the purple-clad young man and landed on the middle-aged man who was standing opposite the purple-clad young man. They bowed respectfully. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. When the group of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers heard Song Ting and Zhong'an addressing the middle-aged man, their tense nerves finally relaxed. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. So, it's Lord Emperor Wu's eldest direct disciple, senior brother Zhou Di. This is my first time seeing senior brother Zhou Di. Senior brother Zhou Di is as elusive as Lord Emperor Wu in our Ling Xian Peak. I just didn't expect senior brother Zhou Di to be an Emperor Wu elite. According to the purple-clad young man, senior brother Zhou Di is at the first-level Emperor Wu stage. However, I wonder where this purple-clad young man came from. Even senior brother Zhou Di, who's at the first-level Emperor Wu stage, was at a disadvantage in front of him. The group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. Their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was far away in unison, causing him to become the center of attention. Everyone, including Nangong and his brother, looked at Duan Lingtian after briefly glancing at Zhou Di. So, it's not spirit profound Emperor Wu. However, with Zhou Di's ability, he's undoubtedly the strongest person in Lingxian Peak after Emperor Wu. Yet, he's still at a disadvantage in front of him. Don't tell me he's really here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak? If that's the case, I'm afraid the title of the strongest person in Lingxian Peak after Emperor Wu will have to change. Many people whispered among themselves. Some of the smarter ones looked at Nangong and his brother. Some of them more or less knew Nangong and his brother. Nangong Chen, you seem to know him? Nangong Yi, I remember you were with him when I first met you. Did you already know he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Many people asked Nangong and his brother curiously. Nangong and his brother looked at each other. They were speechless and shocked at the same time. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian still held back his ability. It's impossible for him to have the ability that's comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in just half a year, right? In their hearts, other than shock, there was only shock. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Zhou Di who was confronting Duan Lingtian, both of them had already restrained their energy when the shockwave swept out. That was why the heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. Due to this reason, the people present could only deduce that their abilities were comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu based on their conversation and the shockwave that appeared earlier. He's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Qiao Zhong, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses from the shock. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not expect the purple-clad young man whom he personally received half a year ago would be a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Qiao Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he recalled how cold he was to him. He felt that he was so close to death. Both of you, come here. At this moment, Zhou Di spoke calmly. It was obvious he was calling out to Song Ting and Zhong'an. When Song Ting and Zhong'an heard this, they did not dare to delay. They hurriedly went to Zhou Di's side and lowered their heads as they greeted him respectfully again, eldest senior brother. In front of Zhou Di, Song Ting and Zhong'an were as docile as cats. Both of you, apologize. Zhou Di said to Song Ting and Zhong'an as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apologize? Chapter 1255. Then, the two of them realized that their eldest senior brother wanted them to apologize to the purple-clad young man in front of them. Eldest senior brother, although Song Ting was shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed, he could not bring himself to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was unwilling to do so. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Di as soon as he spoke. Zhou Di said calmly, he's master's guest. Zhou Di emphasized the word guest. Master's guest? Song Ting was stunned when he heard Zhou Di's words. Sir, I didn't know you were master's guest. Please forgive me for offending you. At this moment, Zhong'an bowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized. Although the other party looked frighteningly young, the strength that he had just displayed was enough for him to bow and apologize. Moreover, who knew if the other party was a demon emperor powerhouse? Song Ting took a deep breath and apologized as well. Now, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to act recklessly. What a joke. Eldest senior brother Zhou Di had already said that the other party was master's guest. If he continued to act recklessly, it would mean that he did not respect master. Because of this, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he had 10 times the courage. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhong'an and Song Ting's apology. His gaze fell on Zhou Di as he asked curiously, does Spirit Master Emperor Wu know me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was not Spirit Master Emperor Wu, but Spirit Master Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Sir, you must be joking. If Master doesn't know you, why would he ask me to invite you over to have a chat with him? Zhou Di said to Duan Lingtian, Sir, please follow me. After saying that, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His heart was filled with curiosity and doubt as he followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left with Zhou Di, although there were many people in the air above the vast platform that had been turned into ruins, the atmosphere at this moment was deathly silent, so quiet that it was frightening. After a short while, they recovered from their shock, and their faces and eyes were filled with shock. Guest? That purple-clothed young man is Emperor Wu's guest? Everyone was shocked. Song Ting, you seem to be a little abnormal today, as if you can't wait to kill that person. Could it be that he has some deep grudge with you? I'm going to die because of you today. Zhong'an looked at Song Ting and complained through voice transmission, don't tell me it's only because of Lu Zhong's death. When he heard Zhong'an's voice transmission, the slightly dazed Song Ting finally reacted. Unknowingly, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. He wanted to kill that person because of Lu Zhong's death. To be more precise, it was because of the death of Lu Zhong and his brother. Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Someone had killed his subordinates time and time again, and he felt that his dignity was being challenged. That was why he wanted to kill that person at lightning speed. However, who would have thought that the person not only had a strength that was comparable to Emperor Wu's, but also surpassed his great senior brother. Moreover, the person was his master's guest. If he had known this earlier, he would not have made things difficult for the person and would not have fallen deeper and deeper. I hope Master won't blame me for this. At this moment, Song Ting finally felt afraid. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's guest? Why haven't I heard Duan Lingtian mention this before? Nangong and his brother looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, when they recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, their hearts were filled with shock. The second round of the selection will continue. Finally, Zhong'an caught his breath and announced. Everyone present recovered from their shock one by one, and their attention shifted to the second round of selection that was about to begin. On the other side. I don't think I know that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di and frowned slightly. His heart was filled with doubts. Finally, under Zhou Di's lead, Duan Lingtian met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. They met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu on a stone platform that was surrounded by clouds at the side of Lingxian Peak. Behind the clouds, there was a small stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a house with a small courtyard. It looked very simple. In the small courtyard, there was a stone table quietly standing there, and there was a stone bench on both sides of it. Master, the guest is here. After Zhou Di brought Duan Lingtian over, he bowed to the person sitting in front of the stone table. His tone was filled with respect. The person sitting in front of the stone table was a young man. When he turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian, his face was completely revealed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It's you. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked because it was not the first time he had seen this person. I originally said that you had a chance of comprehending the sword profundity. It seems like I was wrong. You have already comprehended the sword profundity. The young man, who was the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. When Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di over, his body was filled with sword profundity. As a sword cultivator, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu could easily see through it. Same here. I was wrong. So you're the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The Spirit Profound Emperor Wu in front of him was none other than the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak. Yang Hui. He still remembered that when he first met Yang Hui was using his spiritual energy to control the sword. At that time, he thought Yang Hui was an inscription master, so he did not use his spiritual energy to check his cultivation base. Now, it seemed like Yang Hui might not be an inscription master. Emperor Wu was a powerhouse and could release his spiritual energy. Not to mention controlling the sword with his spiritual energy, he could even attack or defend with his spiritual energy. Thanks to your guidance that day, I finally managed to raise my sword profundity to the next level. Coincidentally, my cultivation base also managed to break through to the next level after I raised my sword profundity. The spirit profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu, looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. He did not have the arrogance of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Have a seat. Yang Hui gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit in front of the stone table. Zhou Di, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Although he knew the purple-clad young man in front of him was his master's guest, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to have given pointers to his master and helped his master achieve a breakthrough in his sword profundity and cultivation base. Congratulations, master. Zhou Di quickly congratulated Yang Hui when he regained his senses. At the same time, he was excited. His master was originally at the third-level martial monarch stage. With this breakthrough, he had successfully entered the fourth-level Emperor Wu stage. Coupled with the sword profundity that he had broken through earlier, his master's current strength was above average among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. All right. Yang Hui nodded faintly when he heard Zhou Di's congratulations. You may leave first. Master. However, Zhou Di did not leave immediately. He decided to tell his master about what happened earlier. Who knew if his master's guest would vent his anger on his two junior brothers? After listening to Zhou Di's recount, Yang Hui frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Those two blind bastards. Brother Ling Tian, my two personal disciples have offended you. I hope you can forgive them." "Please forgive them," Yang Hui said apologetically as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If they were just ordinary disciples or followers of Emperor Wu, he would not mind even if they were executed. However, whether it was Song Ting or Zhongmen, both of them were his direct disciples. He only had a total of 3 direct disciples. Naturally, he could not bear to lose them. You don't have to apologize. Just do me a favor. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I remember Brother Ling Tian said you wanted my help that day. May I know what you need my help with, Brother Ling Tian? Yang Hui asked curiously as he nodded. I want to know where I came from. Duan Lingtian said. Where I came from? Yang Hui could not help but be stunned. Brother Ling Tian, don't tell me you don't even know where you came from? Due to some things, my soul was damaged to a certain extent and I lost a part of my memory. That includes where I came from. You're a well-known Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. You have eyes and ears everywhere. I think you can help me. Duan Lingtian said. I see. This is just a small matter. Yang Hui nodded and looked at Zhou Di who was about to leave. Pass down the order and make sure it's done properly. As the Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, Ling Xian Peak that Yang Hui controlled had its own intelligence network. Once he gave the order, many intelligence personnel would work for him. Yes. Zhou Di replied respectfully and left. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. With Ling Xian Peak's intelligence network, I'm sure we'll be able to find out where you came from very soon. I believe with your strength, as long as you're not a reclusive person, you're definitely not a nobody, Yang Hui said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse, he did not need the demon revealing mirror to faintly see if the person before him was a demon. Yang Hui could see that Duan Lingtian was not a demon. It was precisely because of this that he realized how outstanding Duan Lingtian was. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your guidance last time, my sword profundity wouldn't have broken through so quickly. The breakthrough in my cultivation base is also due to the opportunity one found through the breakthrough in my sword profundity. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. Yang Hui smiled. I heard from Zhou Di earlier that you can easily suppress him, Brother Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, forgive me for being blunt, but you don't seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and asked in confusion. Ever since he had broken through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui's spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change. He could already faintly sense if a person was at the Emperor Wu's level. According to his spiritual energy, the purple-clad young man before him did not seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Chapter 1256. That's right. I'm still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, could tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. At the same time, he guessed that Yang Hui's cultivation base was above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm. This was because only someone above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm would be able to tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. You're still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm, but you've already comprehended the sword profundity. Brother Ling Tian, you're really a genius in the sword Dao. Yang Hui exclaimed. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's attainments in the sword Dao a long time ago. He was shocked and admired him from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Yang Hui's exclamation. He then asked curiously, I seem to have heard that not only did Ling Xian Peak organize the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, but the other Emperor Wu's cultivation places also organized the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? That's right. Yang Hui nodded. All the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent have been recruiting disciples and followers recently. Of course, just like Ling Xian Peak, their ultimate goal is to become an outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple or even Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple had to be at least at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The requirement for Emperor Wu's direct disciple was even higher. Most of them had to have 1 foot in the Emperor Wu realm. What's the purpose of recruiting outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple with such fanfare? Duan Lingtian guessed. Brother Duan Lingtian, you're right. We do have a purpose. Yang Hui nodded. His expression turned solemn. Actually, the reason we're recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time is because of the Overseas Saint Islands Edict. Overseas Saint Islands? Edict? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. What's that? The Overseas Saint Islands have always been mysterious. It's not strange that you don't know about them, Brother Lingtian, Yang Hui said. The Overseas Saint Islands are islands located in the far north of the Cloud Continent. Of course, there are many islands in the Overseas Saint Islands, but only 4 of them are really vast and rich in origin stones and mineral deposits. They're the 4 Overseas Saint Islands. Among the 4 Overseas Saint Islands, one of them is the leader. The remaining 3 Overseas Saint Islands surround it and have a subordinate relationship with it. This time, our Cloud Continent's martial emperors and demon emperors received the edict from the subordinate island near our Cloud Continent. That subordinate island is called the Hidden Fog Island. A few years ago, the Hidden Fog Island sent an envoy here and asked us to bring 10 of our most outstanding disciples to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition a few years later. Not long ago, the Hidden Fog Island envoy came again and said that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be brought forward by a year. Therefore, we held the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers a year earlier than planned. Yang Hui continued. Is the Hidden Fog Island that scary? It can actually order all of you around? Duan Lingtian asked. Indeed, the Hidden Fog Island is scary. However, the reason why we complied with the Hidden Fog Island's edict is not only because the Hidden Fog Island is scary, it's more because of the rewards promised by the Hidden Fog martial competition. In the Hidden Fog martial competition, whichever martial emperor's or shifter emperor's disciple performs well will be able to obtain the Saint Stone. Yang Hui's breathing quickened when he mentioned the Saint Stone. Saint Stone? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That's right, the Saint Stone. Yang Hui nodded. To a certain extent, the Saint Stone is similar to the Origin Stone. However, even the supreme-grade Origin Stone is not as precious as the Saint Stone. Even if it's an Emperor Wu powerhouse, his cultivation base will improve rapidly once he obtains the Saint Stone. Let me put it this way, if a person at the first-level Emperor Wu stage obtains a Saint Stone and completely absorbs the energy in it, he'll be able to break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go. Moreover, he'll be able to break through in a short period of time. Yang Hui explained. It's that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It was his first time hearing about the Saint Stone. Although he had a profound memory in his mind, there was no record of the Saint Stone. Now that he heard about the Saint Stone's function, he could not help but be shocked. A Saint Stone could allow a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist to break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go in a short time. It was simply heaven-defying. It's that exaggerated. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with desire. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he finally restrained himself. Now, you should know why we're so interested in the Hidden Fog Islands Edict, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After knowing the function of the Saint Stone, he could understand the feelings of the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Hui. Which Emperor Wu powerhouse and Demon Emperor powerhouse did not want to elevate their cultivation base quickly? For this reason, they wouldn't even frown even if they were asked to do other difficult tasks, let alone participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Saint Stone. Where did it come from? Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity. I'm not too sure where the Saint Stone came from. However, I'm certain that the Saint Stone is not a product of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. I even asked the Hidden Fog Islands emissary about this. Yang Hui said. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of questions about the Saint Stone, he knew that he had not come into contact with that level yet. Therefore, he did not ask too much. He believed that as long as he came into contact with that level, all the questions in his heart would be answered. How much do you know about the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked. I only heard about the Hidden Fog Island after I broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui said. Yang Hui said, the Hidden Fog Island is located far to the north of the northern polar region of the Cloud Continent. Even a first-level martial emperor martial artist would need half a year to travel to the Hidden Fog Island from the Cloud Continent at full speed. A first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist would need half a year to travel at full speed? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. That far? That's not the main point. The main point is that one would occasionally encounter many demons in the sea on the way to the Hidden Fog Island. There's no lack of Demon Emperor stage existences among them. Also, the Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent would head to the Hidden Fog Island to start a new journey once their strength has increased to a certain level and they no longer have anything to pursue on the Cloud Continent. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Island is filled with powerhouses. For example, although I'm a 4th-level Emperor Wu stage existence, I still have to tuck my tail between my legs when I reach the Hidden Fog Island. Yang Hui continued to explain everything about the Hidden Fog Island to Duan Lingtian. The Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent went to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he felt as though a mysterious world was slowly opening its door to him, waiting for him to enter. Yes. Yang Hui nodded and said at the same time, let's not talk about the others. The Hidden Fog Island's messenger who came to look for me a while ago was a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. When he became famous on the Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial monarch stage not long ago. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be reminiscing about his past. Since the Hidden Fog Island is willing to give you the Saint Stone for the Hidden Fog martial competition, it must not be an ordinary martial competition. Do you know the Hidden Fog Island's motive? Duan Lingtian asked. Since the Saint Stone was so precious, he did not think that the Hidden Fog Island would be so kind. There must be a great conspiracy behind the Hidden Fog martial competition. I haven't heard about that. However, I'm guessing that the Hidden Fog Island must be after something. Yang Hui said. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse, he was, naturally, not stupid. It was easy for him to figure this out. Are there any requirements for the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. According to the Hidden Fog Island's messenger, the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition must be able to determine their age using the age measuring pearl. Under 70 years old? Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the age measuring pearl. He knew that the age measuring pearl could only determine the age of a person who was 70 years old at most. It could not determine the age of a person who was over 70 years old. Yes. Yang Hui nodded again. Subsequently, the two of them chatted for a while before Yang Hui arranged a place for Duan Lingtian to stay. It was an independent courtyard on a small stone platform not far away from where he stayed. There was a small house in the courtyard. Brother Ling Tian, I'll try my best to find out where you came from. However, I hope that you won't tell anyone about the Saint Stone. You must know that even my first direct disciple doesn't know about the Saint Stone's existence. Yang Hui said to Duan Lingtian after he sent Duan Lingtian to the door of the small house. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Yang Hui hid the Saint Stone from him. He was afraid that Emperor Wu's disciples would think that he was asking them to risk their lives for the Saint Stone. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yang Hui was about to leave. Wait. However, Duan Lingtian called out to him in a timely manner. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yang Hui asked. There's something that I hope you can help me with. Duan Lingtian said. Tell me. Yang Hui replied straightforwardly. Among the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Lingxian Peak, there's a pair of twin brothers with the surname Nangong. They've already passed the second round of selection, and it's certain that they'll become Emperor Wu's followers. If it's possible, I hope that you can take care of them a little. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui. Brother Lingtian, there you're. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian. Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. They're my friends. Since they're your friends, Brother Lingtian, they're naturally my friends as well. Brother Lingtian, don't worry, I won't neglect them. Chapter 1257. After Yang Hui left, Duan Lingtian sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and muttered to himself, Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Earlier, when they were talking about the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, Yang Hui had the intention of letting him represent Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Yang Hui was willing to give him all the Saint Stones he obtained. To Yang Hui, apart from wanting to obtain the Saint Stones, he also hoped that the people from Lingxian Peak would be able to suppress the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, there were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses. Naturally, they would compete with each other. Especially this time, Yang Hui's strength had improved tremendously. If his disciples did not perform well in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, they would undoubtedly become a laughing stock. Emperor Wu powerhouses valued their reputation very much. Bastard, do you know about the Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian asked the soul hidden in his body, Wang Ba's soul. He had a feeling that Wang Ba should know about the Saint Stones. However, no matter how he called, Wang Ba did not respond at all. It was as though he had fallen into a deep sleep. That's strange. This guy hasn't moved for more than half a year. Seeing that Wang Ba did not respond for a long time, Duan Lingtian did not call him again. He stood up and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form. It could help raise one's cultivation base from the Martial Monarch stage all the way to the Emperor Wu stage. In the past half a year, Duan Lingtian had also cultivated his cultivation base again. It was even stronger than when he was at his peak. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level Martial Monarch stage. However, after half a year of cultivation, with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, his cultivation base had improved tremendously. Currently, he had broken through to the 6th level Martial Monarch stage. He was not far away from the 7th level Martial Monarch stage. Of course, the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much was not entirely because of the overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill. Instead, it was mostly because of the concept of rebirth after destruction. Although it sounded mysterious, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the great changes brought to him by these 4 words. Ever since his Dantian was restored, his cultivation was indeed twice the result with half the effort. With the addition of the medicinal power of the rebirth pill, it was even more exaggerated. Naturally, in the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved the most, not his cultivation base, but the two profundities he had comprehended, the fused profundity and the sword profundity. Perhaps it's because my soul was once suppressed by the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet, so some changes have occurred to it. That's why it's so easy for me to comprehend the two profundities. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think of this as the only possible reason. Gradually, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the two profound meanings. He believed. Based on his cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Ling Xian Peak began to activate its own intelligence network to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. With Ling Xian Peak as the center, the investigation was conducted in a carpet-style manner. As for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak, it was still ongoing. It was worth mentioning that the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were brought away by Zhong'an when they were preparing to participate in the third round of the selection. Lord Zhong'an, where are you bringing us? Nangong Chen and his brother followed behind Zhong, and Nangong Yi asked anxiously. He was worried that Zhong'an would do something to the two brothers in order to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Brother, please don't call me Lord. I can't accept it. Also, I only know that both of your surnames are Nangong Chen, but I don't know how to address both of you. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Zhong'an shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Chen and his brother with a friendly expression. What a joke. The two people in front of him were guests that his master, Ling Xian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu, had asked him to invite over. If his master found out that they had addressed him as Lord, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Nangong Yi's friendliness stunned Nangong Chen and his brother. Nangong Chen. Nangong Yi. After a while, they returned to their senses and introduced themselves. At this moment, they could faintly guess that the reason Zhong'an, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, was so polite to them was most likely because of Duan Lingtian. So it's brother Nangong Chen and brother Nangong Yi. If both of you think highly of me, can you call me Big Brother Zhong? What do you think? Zhong'an said with a smile. Big Brother Zhong, are you bringing us to see Duan Lingtian? Nangong Yi, who had guessed why Zhong'an was so polite to them, felt at ease for a moment and asked curiously. No. Zhong'an shook his head. You're not. Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, apart from Nangong Yi, even Nangong Chen could not help but be stunned. Earlier, Master instructed me to bring both of you to see him, Zhong'an said. Zhong'an said. Boom. The moment Zhong'an's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck down from the clear sky. It shocked both Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. The master Zhong'an was referring to was undoubtedly the master of Ling Xian Peak, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. Now, the spirit profound Emperor Wu wanted to see them? When both of them returned to their senses, they looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen was still relatively calm. Nangong Yi, on the other hand, had a terrified expression on his face. Although he really wanted to see the spirit profound Emperor Wu, he did not expect to see him so soon. Of course, he also knew that all of this was due to Duan Lingtian. At the south of the inner land, two figures flew through the air and headed toward a steep mountain in the distance. It was Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian Peak was where the Ling Tian sect was located. After a while, the two figures arrived at Ling Tian Peak and revealed themselves. It was a young girl in yellow and a little girl in white. The young girl in yellow's eyes shone with a mischievous gleam. As for the little girl in white, she had a childish and cute little face. She looked like a little adult. Sister Xuanai, what should we do now? How can we find brother? The little girl in white looked at the young girl in yellow and asked. The little girl in white was the little white python from back then, Little White. As for the young girl in yellow, she was Han Xuanai. After they obtained clues about Duan Lingtian in Lost Stone Forest, they searched for him. However, they could not find any traces of Duan Lingtian. In the end, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and look for another way. Let's look for Little Gold and Little Black. Perhaps we should make a big commotion, Han Xuanai said with a gleam in her eyes. A big commotion? Little White had a puzzled expression on her face. However, she still followed Han Xuanai, who was going to look for Little Gold and Little Black. She knew that as long as she saw Little Gold and Little Black, she would know what the big commotion that Sister Xuanai mentioned was. After Han Xuanai and the three little fellows got together and plotted for a while, a plan that would shake the entire Cloud Continent for a period of time was born. When the plan reached the ears of the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect, Luo Ping and Zhang San, it shocked them so much that they were speechless for a long time. The plan was quickly put into action. Han Xuanai, Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold left Cloud Continent and went in 4 different directions. Soon after, shocking news came one after another. First-rate forces announced that they would become Ling Tian's sect subsidiary forces one after another. Apart from handing over a large amount of origin stones to the Ling Tian sect every year, they also gave up the most outstanding disciples from their respective forces. These outstanding disciples from the various forces also joined the Ling Tian sect one by one and became a part of the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect, which was originally empty, suddenly became lively. Those 4 little ancestors. They're really, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect, gathered together. Apart from shock, there was only shock on their faces. Where did Duan Ling Tian's sect get to know these little freaks? Chen Xiao Shui could not help but smile wryly when he found out about all this. Young master, Ling Tian's sect is no longer what it used to be. I'm afraid it won't take long for Miss Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to unify all the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land. Xiong Quan stood at the peak of Ling Tian Mountain and muttered softly, "Now, we're just waiting for you and Miss Tian Wu to return." "That's right, master. Come back soon." Gold Thug stood next to Xiong Quan. He was also waiting for the return of his master, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. "Hey! Gold Thug." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. When Gold Thug and Xiong Quan finally reacted, there was already a person in front of them. It was a little girl dressed in gold. Little Gold. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the person. Gold Thug, on the other hand, shuddered for no reason. He said with a bitter expression, "Little miss, why are you looking for me?" He feared the little girl in gold from the bottom of his heart. "Of course, I'm looking for you for a good reason." The little girl in gold was none other than Little Gold. She was also the jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Duan Lingtian's side in the past. Good reason? Gold Thug looked at Little Gold skeptically. Slap. However, before he could react, Little Gold slapped him on the forehead. "I say, Gold Thug, you don't believe me, do you?" I wouldn't dare. Gold Thug immediately shrunk his head and said softly. As a golden hellhound, he was as docile as a cat in front of Little Gold. "Take this." Little Gold raised her hand and passed a dazzling pill-like object to Gold Thug. "Little miss, this is..." Gold Thug was stunned at first. However, when he carefully examined the item that Little Gold passed to him, his eyes could not help but narrow. His body began to tremble for no reason. Inner core? Chapter 1258. Usually, only powerful fierce beasts and demon beasts could form inner cores. However, only fierce beasts and demon beasts that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent would leave behind inner cores after they died. In other words, they were demon emperors. It was common knowledge. Once a fierce beast broke through to the void-prying stage, it would transform into a demon beast. The moment a fierce beast transformed into a demon beast, the inner core and its body would form a close connection with its own energy. It was a symbiotic relationship. This symbiotic relationship could not be removed unless one broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. This was why ordinary demon beasts would not leave behind their inner cores even if they were killed. This was because the moment they were killed, their inner cores would shatter along with their energy. Only powerful demon beasts that had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage could separate their inner cores from their own energy. At this time, if they were killed, their inner cores would become someone else's wedding dress. A demon emperor's inner core, on the other hand, could help a demon monarch improve his cultivation base rapidly if he consumed it. For a demon monarch with a high cultivation base, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the demon emperor stage with the help of the demon emperor's inner core as long as he comprehended the emperor stage profundity. Naturally, only demon monarchs could consume the demon emperor's inner core directly. Human martial monarchs could not consume it directly. It was not impossible for human martial monarchs to consume it. All they had to do was ask a grade 1 alchemist to spend some time refining the inner core and some medicinal herbs into a medicinal pill. Naturally, the success rate of refining such a medicinal pill was extremely low even for the most outstanding grade 1 alchemist. Therefore, the demon emperor's inner core was not as helpful to human martial monarchs as it was to demon monarchs. That's right. This is the demon emperor's inner core. Little Gold nodded in the face of the excited gold thug. At the same time, she passed the demon emperor's inner core to him. When Gold Thug took the inner core, his hands trembled even more violently. Demon Emperor's inner core? Xiongquan was shocked. Little Gold, why you killed a demon emperor? Yes. Little Gold nodded and said casually, I killed a guy who didn't know what to do. Isn't your target the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land? How did you offend a demon emperor? Xiongquan asked doubtfully. My target is indeed a first-rate force. However, that shifter emperor seems to have received a favor from that force many years ago. That's why he rushed out in time to protect that force. He even dared to attack me first, but in the end, I killed him. Xiao Jin said as if he was talking about something unimportant. I didn't expect a first-rate force to have the protection of a shifter emperor. Xiongquan sighed. He's just a first-level demon emperor stage guy. Xiao Jin said indifferently. Although she didn't say anything, one could hear the disdain in her voice. Only the first-level demon emperor stage. Upon hearing what Xiao Jin said, Xiongquan and Gold Thug, who had regained his senses, looked at each other. Both of them were stunned. To them, even a first-level demon emperor stage powerhouse was enough to crush them with just one finger. Little Grand Aunt, I'll go back and cultivate first. Gold Thug could not wait to go back and cultivate after obtaining the demon emperor's core. He believed he would be able to break through to the 9th-level demon monarch stage with the help of this demon emperor's core. Once he comprehended the emperor stage profundity, he would be able to break through to the demon emperor stage and become a demon emperor powerhouse. All right. Go and cultivate. When you break through to the demon emperor stage, I'll bring you out to the sea to have some fun. There are many demon emperors outside the sea. You'll be able to obtain more demon emperor's core when you get there. Xiao Jin nodded. Her eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. Yes. Gold Thug's blood boiled when he heard that. He hurriedly turned around and left to cultivate. Xiao Jin, you can even kill a first-level demon emperor. What's your cultivation base now? After Gold Thug left, Xiongquan looked at Xiao Jin from head to toe and asked curiously. He did not expect this at all. The inconspicuous little gold mouse back then had achieved so much. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Young master, come back quickly. Come back and see the 3 little fellows and Miss Xuanai. Xiongquan muttered in his heart. Faced with Xiongquan's question, Xiao Jin only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Jin disappeared before Xiongquan's eyes. It was obvious that she had left. Seeing this, Xiongquan shook his head and smiled helplessly. As Han Xuanai, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin made their moves, the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were subdued one by one and became Ling Tian's sect's subsidiary sections. For a time, Ling Tian's sect's reputation in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent was like the sun in the sky. The remaining first-rate forces that had yet to fall were panicking because they knew that the Ling Tian's sect would make a move on them in the near future. Isn't Ling Tian's sect a little too exaggerated? Does it intend to unify the south of the inner land? Many people in the south of the inner land speculated. Based on Ling Tian's sect's exaggerated actions, it did seem like it intended to do so. However, just as the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land that had yet to fall were panicking, Han Xuanai and the other three stopped attacking and returned to the Ling Tian sect as though they had made an appointment. And they had indeed made an appointment. Don't be careless for the next few days. Patrol Ling Tian Peak more. Judging by the time, they should be here soon. Han Xuanai said to Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Based on her words, it was as though she was worried that someone would attack Ling Tian's sect. Yes, Sister Xuanai. Xiao He and the other two nodded obediently. Compared to their decisive killing outside, it was as though they were a completely different person. Time passed by quietly. 7 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Outside Ling Tian Peak, the air stirred as a figure appeared out of thin air. It was an old man dressed in gray. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright. His expression was calm, as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Ling Tian's sect? Suddenly, the old man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at the steep mountain peak nearby and muttered softly. Subsequently, the old man disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of Ling Tian Peak. Stop right there. However, before he could enter Ling Tian Peak, he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a young girl's voice. He could not help but be stunned. When he returned to his senses, he realized that the person who stopped him was actually a little girl dressed in golden clothes. She was an inconspicuous little girl. Demon Emperor? However, the gray-clothed old man didn't underestimate her just because she was a little girl. Instead, his expression turned solemn. Old man from the Han clan? Faced with the gray-clothed old man's questioning tone, Xiao Jin did not care at all. Instead, he asked indifferently. You killed Han Jing? The old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice. Han Jing? Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Looks like you're really an old man from the Han clan. Are you here to avenge that reckless fellow? Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed coldly as she spoke. No matter who it is, anyone who kills a member of the Han clan will have to pay the price. The old man in gray said nonchalantly. His tone was unquestionable. Is that so? Before Xiao Jin could react, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. When the voice entered the ears of the old man and Xiao Jin, a figure had already appeared. It was a young girl dressed in yellow. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly tender face was beautiful. With one look, one could tell that she would definitely grow up to be a devastatingly beautiful woman. The young girl in yellow had bright eyes. One look and one could tell that she was a mischievous person. However, her expression was a little gloomy. It was as though the sky was about to rain with dark clouds covering the sky. It's best for unrelated people to leave. Don't blame me if you're implicated. The old man in gray looked at the young girl in yellow and said calmly. There was no lack of threat in his tone. Unrelated people? The young girl in yellow studied the old man in gray for a while before she said nonchalantly, what if the person you're talking about was killed by me? At once, the old man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Sister Xuanai, let me deal with this old fellow. Xiao Jin looked at the young girl in yellow and said with anticipation. The young girl in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. Previously, the powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing, had died in her hands. If you want him, I'll let you have him. Han Xuanai said. She did not seem to care if she had to deal with the old man in gray personally. Thank you, Sister Xuanai. After obtaining Han Xuanai's agreement, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Then, she looked at the old man in gray who was staring at Han Xuanai and said coldly, Hey! Old fellow, I'm your opponent. The moment her words left her mouth, Xiaojin made her move. It was as though she had transformed into a bolt of golden lightning as she shot toward the old man in gray. The old man in gray reacted and began to fight Xiaojin fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched in the beginning. However, as time went by, Xiaojin gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After Xiaojin fell into a disadvantageous position, she was in an extremely wretched state. However, the old man in gray seized the opportunity to pursue and attack Xiaojin, a little girl who did not look more than 10 years old, to kill her. "Sister Xuanai, save me." For a moment, Xiaojin hurriedly asked Han Xuanai for help. This was not a joke. If she was killed, she would be completely finished. Humph. Almost as soon as Xiaojin's words left her mouth, Han Xuanai snorted softly. She did not seem to have done anything when she raised her hand. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. The old man in gray who was chasing after Xiaojin was sent flying. Along the way, he left behind many blooming flowers of blood. It was the blood that kept spurting out of his mouth. Air Shadowless Palm. You. How do you know my Han clan's clan-suppressing martial skill? Chapter 1259. The Shadowless Air Palm was the ultimate martial skill of the Han clan, the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. That set of martial skills was even superior to heaven-level high-tier martial skills. Even in the Han clan, not everyone was able to learn it. As one of the strongest people in the Han clan, the gray-clad old man knew this very well. He was also one of the few people in the Han clan who had cultivated the Shadowless Air Palm. Not only did he know that the Shadowless Air Palm was a powerful martial skill that was above the heaven-rank advanced martial skills, but he also knew that this martial skill had entered the ranks of the Saint-grade martial tactics. The Saint-grade martial tactic was a saying passed down in the Han clan since ancient times. It was said that it came from a faraway place and referred to a martial skill that was above the heaven-rank advanced martial skills. The gray-clad old man stared at Han Xuanai. His face was pale and filled with shock and disbelief. Shadowless Air Palm? Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Han Xuanai was stunned at first before she smiled in disdain. Are you sure I'm using the Shadowless Air Palm? The moment her words left her mouth, without waiting for the old man's reply, Han Xuanai made her move again. Waves of cold aura spread in the air before it emitted waves of coldness. At the same time, waves of cold wind blew past. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The light shield that rose around the gray-clad old man's body was shattered easily. In just a blink of an eye, he was engulfed by waves of cold aura that came from all directions and turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there were clear palm prints around the gray-clad old man's body inside the ice sculpture. It was as though he had been slapped many times. Now, do you still think this is the Shadowless Air Palm? Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. At the same time, she raised her hands slowly. The ice sculpture around the gray-clad old man's body turned into nothingness as though it had never existed. Pooh! Barf! The moment the ice sculpture around his body disappeared, the gray-clad old man's body suddenly trembled. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he was on the verge of death. It wasn't until he took out a pill and swallowed it that his expression eased up a little. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize that the healing pill the old man consumed was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill that he was extremely familiar with. It's not Shadowless Air Palm. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Han Xuanai in horror, his heart full of shock. Although it has the shadow of the Shadowless Air Palm, it is a martial skill that is even more powerful than the Shadowless Air Palm. Saint-grade martial art. It was a Saint-grade martial art. It's a Saint-grade martial technique that's even more powerful than the Shadowless Air Palm. Who is she? As far as I know, in the entire Cloud Continent, only the two great ancient clans, including our Han clan, possess the Saint-grade martial tactic. She actually knows the Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, It's a Saint-grade martial tactic that's even more powerful than our Han clan's shadowless air palm. Don't tell me she's from that place? The gray-clothed old man seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Han Xuanai again as though he had just seen a ghost. As one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the Han clan knew many things that ordinary martial artists on Cloud Continent did not know. This included other continents other than Cloud Continent. Not only that. According to the secret handbook that was passed down in the Han clan for generations, only the Han clan's lineal disciples were qualified to read it. The first clan leader of the Han clan's ancestor who single-handedly built the Han clan, was not from Cloud Continent. Instead, he came from another continent. According to the Han clan's ancestor, in the continent he came from, even someone at the Emperor Wu stage was merely standing at the peak of mortals. In that continent, there were many people who had surpassed mortals. Dao Martial Saint Land. That was the name of that continent. I've long heard from Jianghu that there's a clan on Cloud Continent that can be considered as a branch of our clan, the Han clan. It was unknown when Han Xuanai spoke up. It was unknown if she was talking to the gray-clothed old man or if she was talking to herself. Since the shadowless air palm was passed down, it means that the person who founded the Han clan was at least a branch disciple of our clan. Boom! Han Xuanai's words that seemed like she was talking to herself were like a clap of thunder when they entered the gray-clothed old man's ears. Miss, why you? You said that our Han clan's ancestor was a branch disciple of your clan? The gray-clothed old man asked in a trembling voice. As a lineal disciple of the Han clan and the former clan leader of the Han clan, the gray-clothed old man's understanding of the Han clan was not inferior to anyone in the current Han clan. According to the handbook left behind by our ancestor, when our ancestor was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was indeed a branch disciple of a great clan. Although our ancestor did not describe the great clan in detail, based on his words, he did mention that the great clan had an important position in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment the gray-clothed old man thought of this, his body began to tremble in fear when he looked at Han Xuanai. When he saw the saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast earlier, he could faintly guess that she was from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. The saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast was even more powerful than the saint-grade martial tactic of the Han clan and the other ancient clan. The saint-grade martial tactic of the two clans was passed down from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, he made such a guess. However, when he heard the young lady's words that sounded like she was talking to herself, based on the information recorded in the handbook left behind by their Han clan's ancestor, he could faintly guess that she was from the same great clan as their Han clan's ancestor. Moreover, the saint-grade martial tactic that she cast was similar to the shadowless air palm. It was more like an upgraded version of the shadowless air palm. Linking all these factors together, he could not help but suspect that Han Xuanai's identity was really related to their Han clan's ancestor. What? Do you think I'll shamelessly try to be related to your Han clan? Upon hearing the gray-clothed old man's question, Han Xuanai said disdainfully, if I'm not mistaken, with your strength, even if you're not the strongest in the Han clan, you're at least ranked in the top 3. Do you think my strength is inferior to the strongest person in your Han clan? When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her tone was filled with disdain. No. I didn't mean that. Miss, I really didn't mean that. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man panicked immediately. Just like what the young lady before him had said, although his strength was not the strongest in the Han clan, he was still ranked in the top 3. However, even if he were to face the strongest person in the Han clan, he would not be as wretched as he was in front of the young lady before him. Sister Xuanai, why are you wasting your breath on him? I think we should just kill him. Little Gold, who was standing at the side, said nonchalantly as she glared at the gray-clothed old man. Hey! Don't you want to avenge that Han Jing? My sister Xuanai is right here, hurry up and do it. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the gray-clothed old man's face that had just regained some color turned pale again. At the same time, he said in a panic, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The reason I came here today is to investigate how Han Jing died. Since he was killed by you, miss, then he must have brought about his own death. He deserved to die. The gray-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai and said with a terrified expression on his face. Moreover, Miss has a deep relationship with our Han clan. Please spare me this time on account of our Han clan's ancestor. The gray-clothed old man begged Han Xuanai for mercy. Your surname is Han? Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. Yes. Yes. My name is Han Tong. The old man hurriedly replied, not daring to delay at all. I can spare your life. However, you must make up for your mistake. Han Xuanai said. Sister Xuanai. When Little Gold heard Han Xuanai's words, she could not help but frown. She could not wait for this old man who had almost killed her to die immediately. Little Gold, there's still a use for him. Han Xuanai comforted Little Gold. Little Gold nodded. Although she was still slightly dissatisfied, she did not dare to go against Han Xuanai's words. Please speak, Mississippi. Please speak. Han Tong said humbly as though he was afraid Han Xuanai would regret her decision. Mobilize the Han clan's forces and help me find a person. Han Xuanai said again. Ling Xian Peak. Near the spirit profound Emperor Wu's residence, there were 2 additional wooden houses that each stood on a small stone platform. It was obvious that these 2 wooden houses had just been built not long ago. The 2 people living in the 2 wooden houses were the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Ever since they had met the spirit profound Emperor Wu, they had been living here. According to the spirit profound Emperor Wu's words. Since they were Duan Lingtian's friends, they were his friends as well. It was not convenient for him to accept them as disciples or followers, but he could allow them to stay in Ling Xian Peak as guests. Although they were guests, they could enjoy all the benefits of being Emperor Wu's direct disciples. This caused the Nangong brothers to be both shocked and overjoyed. They were shocked that the spirit profound Emperor Wu valued Duan Lingtian so much. They were delighted that they could stay in Ling Xian Peak and enjoy the benefits of being a direct disciple. According to the spirit profound Emperor Wu's words. They could stay in Ling Xian Peak for as long as they wanted. They could leave whenever they did not want to. Even if they left, they could return at any time. There was another wooden house on the stone platform not far away. It was Duan Lingtian's residence. However, ever since the Nangong brothers had arrived, they had not seen Duan Lingtian leave his residence. Hence, they had not seen Duan Lingtian. Days passed by. On this day, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu, left his residence and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's residence. Brother Ling Tian. Jianghu called out to the house. After a while, the door of Duan Lingtian's wooden house opened. Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Jianghu. What? Is there news?